Somali team that I shall not mention, and the side, of course, of there was Loopsy even at some point, right? And then Falcons going into it. Very odd. I do like what Noki said. Of course, they're going to try and fix it here, Niptura, with that 3-1 split, which I think is definitely a big improvement. But are we going to see 3 teams in Neox once more? And are we going to have a double plane that was clearly an issue yesterday? If we have another double plane, this Rondo is going to be hectic.
Yeah, it is. I don't hate the idea of a hot drop on Neox as long as you don't go in full squad, because I think none of the teams at this point, the way the leaderboards look, looking so close, I don't think they can afford to have that, potential risk of just going out completely, as we saw IC do yesterday. So I personally don't hate it, but they just have to be careful. You got to play it smart. Hot drop in on Rondo is fine. Just play it smart. Just do the 1-3 recall strat. You'll be fine.
Yeah, make sure you have at least that one person to get that recall going, because for those of you guys that missed yesterday, the Falcons, IC, they hot drop. Falcons ended up getting 7 eliminations off the rip here, and that really helped them out because they're currently sitting in 9th place today. They got a little bit of a point buffer, but not enough to feel comfortable, right, Max?
Exactly. I mean, the thing about Falcons, right, is that now we know they're at their strongest when they're only 1 player alive. It happened with Narvalo. It was Ralph on the Miramar. Hey, maybe that's why they're taking a hot drop, Niptra. Maybe the strat is we lose 3 players. We just play as a solo from the start until the end, and we get like 30 eliminations. That's when they're at their peak.
Maybe. Hey, look, it's just memes, but honestly, anything goes at this point, right? Because they're just on the cusp of that bottom 5. So anything goes. It's the last day again. I think that's kind of the message to any of the teams kind of 10th and below, is just like literally relax. Either you do it or you don't at this point. You've got 6 more games. Just relax, play your game, and it most likely will be fine, because time and time again we see what can happen when a team just finally goes, hey, you know what, we've done our best, let's just play our game now. And often it works so well.
All I want really is to have a similar Rondo to yesterday, Hot Jukes, because it was absolute cinema. The EMP zone, the double planes, the hot drop in Neox. We had that clutch recall from Divine on Reject, by the way, which if we want Reject to be out of the bottom 5, we've got to see something similar there and trying to avoid GS Team and Jadina City. But so many things happening. Rondo is slowly but surely becoming my favorite map in PUBG Mobile Esport, because there's so much depth to this battlegrounds, and I'm really hoping to see the teams get even better as time goes on this battleground.
Yeah, one thing that you were talking about yesterday, real quick though, Max, right, was how GS is landing in Jadina City, and they have it for free because Geekay isn't here, right? So since they have that drop, right, how big do you think it is for them to be able to put up a big Rondo here in this game?
I mean, it's an edge position, right, Niptura? So I would say it's good to have it for free. You don't have to fight for it, but I don't think it's like game-changing altogether, right?
No, I think because the only thing I will say is that it gives you a lot of options because of how big the map is that it really gives you an opportunity to get really big, long wraparound rotations to avoid teams. So if you are our team that wants to do that, it's probably a better position.
All right, well, let's see if they can put that position to use, guys. Last day for Group Green. Let's see which team's going to get that chicken dinner on match number 1 with John Allen and Blank.
We are getting into Rondo, of course. Those recall beacons are up, live and kicking for the last time, potentially for some of our teams. Well, definitely for 5 of our teams here in Group Green. And they will be pulling every trick out of the hat. Hopefully.
السلام عليكم. क्या हालك? उम्मीद आप सारे बखैर हैं, आफियत हो. Here you go, guys. How are you doing? I hope everyone doing very well. Walaikum assalam, everyone. Walaikum assalam. आज final day. Road to grand final, everyone. हमें किधर जाना है? ग्रैंड फाइनल. अपना पहला मैच स्टार्ट हुआ रोंडू मैप का पहला मैच स्टार्ट हुआ. तो ऑल द बेस्ट एवरीवन. इंशाल्लाह हमारी टीम ग्रैंड फाइनल के लिए क्वालिफाई होगी, और जो 5 टीमें रहेगी वो टाटा बाय बाय घर जाएगी. 5 टीमें, जो बाकी टीमें सारे ग्रैंड फाइनल. So all the best everyone, and let's go. IQ drop clap. अच्छा IQ किसके साथ उतरी है? Let's go. चलो.
Falcons set up in the middle. I think there's another team, Team Secret. All 3 of them playing around the test track right now.
Easy guys, easy. Let's go.
Profit in the same way they did off yesterday's hot drop. They're able to get quite a few points going out. Like they are 1 for 1, but they do get that flush confirmed. And Koa may be reservoir.
Falcon wala ek to gaya Falcon wala.
Reject and Gen G also on a hot drop flank. Reject looking to try and win it. Jaiki around the corner.
Chaka kar diya isko bhai.
Turns it, slaps him down with a machete.
IC niche.
And gets the flush point on. Remember these recalls.
Oh, Alpha और IC की fight होने लगी है मेरे ख्याल से. Falcon भी इधर है. Easy boys, easy. Come on.
Get straight back up.
पकड़ फलक, पकड़. Nice one. Wash. IQ nice. No. ऊपर बंदे. Duck aim कर रहे हैं तुम लोग पे. Boys संभाल के.
With Team Secret there, with 1 bullet left.
Yalla. Noki, nice Noki.
Himself an S12K and a bunch of other stuff. And
संभाल के Noki संभाल के.
Not enough to keep them going. The Falcons, though, they're all
Nice, Ladko, nice!
Different for Alpha Gaming as well. Usually they play a little bit more of a split across the map. In this game, they're slightly more aggressive, trying to get more points on board. I think they understand that, they want to get ahead. I think right now they are far enough ahead that with maybe 2 games at 10 points, they sort of secure themselves in that top 3.
Paji, welcome, Paji!
The way teams are chasing, because it's a lot of profit multiple teams have to make. Because if Alter Ego and Go catch up to them,
Yalla Shabab, nice Falak!
Much, they would have to have Alter Ego Go.
Kill se kar le, boys, kill se kar le. Falak संभाल के नेट कर रहे हैं वो.
Well to knock APG out. So we can kind of stop talking about APG.
संभाल के नेट कर रहा है वो.
More focused over towards D+. Seven made a hilarious video yesterday.
फलक के हाथ में लंबा.
Trying to bulldoze their way back in towards that top 3. The teams are
एक ऊपर लेटा हुआ है
hold
फलक.
them out for the time being, but they're doing a good job and tied now to go in 3rd.
Koa trade against Falak. I barely even saw a sliver of him, but Koa saw enough. And he gets the flash. That is nasty coming through from Koa. I mean, Falak's got to feel pretty bad about that one. He should be able to get the res again. That recall is going to be such a major factor moving forward into PUBG Mobile in the ecosystems that we see. You can see immediately Falak is recalled. They have that outpost on lockdown.
अच्छा recall हुआ. Easy scene. Easy scene.
In the same room, so it's hard to complain about that. But yeah, that was.
अभी जितने kills निकालो भाई.
It's definitely a case of Reg on our screen. Probably looked very different for the players. But either way, reaction speed of a small mongoose.
Okay, Rosemary.
Small is important there because they're the more timid ones, which means they need to react quicker.
Nice.
They're more in danger. But
nice.
Right now.
Noki के 2 kill हो गए. IQ के 1. Nice Noki. Nice Falak. Pagal score Rosemary को. Nice.
Blank. This is big starts for these 2 teams.
I mean, Inner Circle's doing fairly well at the moment to hold off versus multiple teams. The only worrying thing right now for me is that this is the same approach Inner Circle took yesterday, which is why I don't really.
Walaikum salam, boys. Walaikum salam.
So they are fully committed.
Farooq, welcome. Vendex, walaikum salam.
There's Alter Ego taking shots down.
recall है. इसलिए kills निकालने की कर रहे हैं लड़के. Nice IQ.
So
Nice.
Has to have a much more confident and consistent finish here over towards Neox if they want to continue.
5 kill तो निकले. Nice.
5 limbs though is fantastic work for them.
जितने kill निकाल सकते हैं लड़कों निकालो. जितने भी.
Real boon to their tallies, but you can see players are getting back up thick and fast. We've had quite a few elims coming on through already.
Yalla Shabab!
But for now, everybody, you could just see the streakers pouring onto the.
Inshallah, हम grand final में. Inshallah, guys. सारे type करो inshallah.
They're right on top of a recall beacon, and that one's coming in 3, 2, 1. No, not quite. Okay, they haven't managed to hop out of the vehicle just yet, but they are going for it.
And
there it goes. Satan's back in the mix. Still sticking onto Neox factory, onto the rooftops. Doc doesn't want to give up the ghost just yet. There's that recall beacon right in the middle of things, but that's much more dangerous than the rest of them.
I mean, for Alpha Gaming, this is a very different approach that they're taking at the moment. It makes things very messy for Inner Circle as well, where they thought they would be taking the fight purely with the Falcons. Alpha Gaming getting involved on this does
नहीं नहीं नहीं
Problem. This should be an easy shot to make for Doc at least, and he will pick up the first knock there.
यार
and the
डॉक
flush
इधर
off the
बैठ
back
के
of it.
कैंप कर
Now,
रहा है
Nocky's locked in.
नॉक ही गया
It's very hard for him to move from that location. but
Nade
his
आया
nade looks pretty decent.
Ooh, does get repositioned away from though. Noki. Maybe looking for loot.
यार उधर बैठ के आजा 1v1 करना
We'll never know. Either way, doesn't take damage from it.
ये भाग रहा है पीछे
Getting
भाग
a
रहा है
60 elim, well, that would be pretty great. You'd love to see it. And they can control that recall. as
Walaikum
well,
salam,
if we
boys.
can get
Walaikum
that play
salam.
back in. Nice.
Welcome,
and
welcome,
early,
welcome.
Nice and quickly. Right on top of them as well. The EMP zone flaring out in the meantime. Over towards Wolves. This is on the sort of south side of the center of this circle. With the EMP coming on in. It is not ideal to be in there. It's not the end of the world, but can cause some uncomfortable situations like we saw yesterday, Blank, with the EMP forcing a fight where maybe it wasn't necessary.
Yeah. It's nice to see Coops
God.
on the Abacam as well. That thing is absolute laser beam at the moment. Don't get to see a lot of players who are on board though. Fabra Supermassive. There's a lot of hope for this team, but it's coming a little too late on their side of things right now at 78 points. I think regardless though from yesterday's performance, especially Kamikaze,
हमें आज kills निकालने और chicken चाहिए लाजिम
strong squad overall.
कि हम
So I think most
secure करें अपनी
fans of
जगह
this
को
team
इंशाल्लाह
quite happy. Again, I imagine last chance is going to be very difficult for them, but it doesn't look hopeless going into it.
It's
Top
a glimmer,
loss.
maybe of hope. There are still qualification spots, and someone has to qualify from that last chance stage, right? At least one team.
नौकी
is gonna
फिर
get
गया
there.
finish कर गया नौकी को
Hopefully more. Circle pops
no
in.
problem no problem no problem
EMP zone fades on the fight. Genji on the east side, but it's Goat in the middle there. D plus as well now moving in on that north edge, moving down from Stadium. Seeing what they can find. It's now when teams are going to start to get stuck into situations where they can't go for these recalls. And I'm surprised that Inner Circle hasn't dropped that recall just yet. And in fact, have headed all the way out west to go for it. They are now
अच्छा नौकी फिर से recall हो गया
for Tiamba, they might not be able to be quite as accessible to it.
Yeah, it's a pretty unnecessary fight coming through from Inner Circle over on that eastern side, and especially with things being thrown.
ओ भाई ओजी वाले मारे तांबा को
around test track.
यार ओजी मैं चाहता हूँ ओजी वाले भी क्वालिफाई करें उनका भी आना चाहिए I hope so
drop there, especially on top of Falcons. There's plenty of positions that are playable, and I think Inner Circle does thrive towards
इंशाल्लाह दो चिकन इंशाल्लाह
the full four
man
man
all
squad
bit
wipe at the
more
beginning of the game.
against
It's a little bit confusing.
जी
Yeah, it's not favourable, but not Valo. I mean, we know what he likes to do on his own in a single building, right? There's no way you get him in there. You need at least 5 players, I'm pretty sure, to be able to take him down like that. Just the one's not going to cut it. No mustard was cut. Genji
और इनका हो रहा है भाई
had some stellar plays, but still in the middle of those tables, they want to try and breach forward.
जंजी ओ boy
Around the corner from Nico. They're finding more.
निको ले गया
I think there's an off angle to deal with, and a teammate to get rezzed up because GS are taking shots. They've got a lot of angles on this surround, so you need to be careful.
GS looked like a pretty tough team.
Nice nade यार nice nade यार
qualification.
Kamba.
Like they didn't look like they were getting anywhere close to it. I think the past couple of days, I think they've really improved like a lot. So I think no matter what happens to GS here, they're going to be proud of
Love you, brother. Love you too,
Muhammad.
Mohammed.
Ways to go to get out from that bottom 5. Loops is definitely in danger, as is 9ZG. I think Falcons is slightly more safe, but if they continue on this trajectory where, you know, the 4v4s are just not great, even the 1v1s aren't great from the Falcons at the moment.
ले गया
It's likely to go
भाई
downhill. Nice shot from Lost, but now he's just providing information from on top of the roof.
GS और सबका हो रहा है सबके दो बंदे
Massive. Not really in a place to assist right now, nowhere near. And they do need to just keep themselves going. I mean, they might be resible here. If Nico drops another smoke, keeps the cover going. But perhaps you just want to keep your wits about it. Nate doesn't even find it. Oh, right in the smoke. Maybe they think they've cleared that corner. Drops another
यार पूरी टीम है चढ़ जाओ ये रहा
know that they're in that courtyard.
रश्य काफू
As well. It should be just finishing on
رश्य
but it's not going
رश्य
to
काफू
face them now.
وحش والله لك وحش
And he will not find it. You can see
ये
on the
राकी
east
टीम
side
है यार
there.
GS
just completely separated from Tron.
हमारे लड़के कहाँ हैं? झूठ के बाहर हैं.
Isolated out to that west, and GS, well, they launch at that opportunity, but they get the recall for PUBG Supermassive very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the entire time, they've been sending out to a close-by recall position to get the rest of the players back up again. But for GS, well done. Very, very well done. That's versus a very, very difficult team to play against. And getting that full squad wipe is great. You know, taking the information gain that they grabbed off of those nades and then
recall
determining where the players are. Even
Kadir Khan, thank you guys.
I really enjoyed that.
Welcome.
Well orchestrated.
Janji. Wolf.
Genji trying to orchestrate their approach, but the Wolves have been outposted here for quite a while, Blank. They're fairly firmly entrenched. Team's starting to have
I see.
And that's probably most brutal for both Tianba and for the Falcons.
Yalla, Shabab!
Falcons very, very central with their last player. But that's where they like to be. The analyst was talking about it before. Tianba, though, a little bit more out in the open as Narvalo has the nades. Let's see what he can do in this shack.
It is interesting looking at the way that Shabab playing at the moment. Oh my god.
Hello.
Okay, that's a horrendous.
Oh, but in
a circle. I think two players are res, but it depends if someone wants to crash them or not. Either way, what I was saying about Alpha Gaming and Alter Ego is they're both playing very slow on the outside edge, and this sort of makes sense to me because realistically, Rondo is one of the best trampolines when it comes to accelerating your point scoring at the start of the day.
Finish ho gaya yaar.
Between getting in towards a top spot. Now, for Alter Ego and Alpha Gaming, what they're more concerned with this game is basically keeping other teams down.
एक player ज़ाया हो गया.
Outside edge, they're not looking for central positions. They just want to make this
it's okay. No problem.
As possible for other squads. They don't want to get too aggressive here. They're just looking to injure, to cause casualties and slow this game into brawl, which makes complete sense to me.
Ooh, inner circle really suffering here. Reject have great angles towards them. They're just getting knocked and re-knocked repeatedly. And they're chasing for that third place bubble, Blank. I mean, look at the score lines right now. You got third place at 97. They're on 91 right now. They earned 5 points right at the start of the match. They were feeling themselves, but...
अच्छा लड़के बिल्कुल zoom के middle पे आ गए. बिल्कुल चारों तरफ सब है, RC है, GOT है, Tamba है.
More free and easy on that
खैर इंशाल्लाह खैर.
No walk in the park. The circle keeps that crunch in the middle too, and Reject are going to further commit down towards that area as players starting to fall out.
هلا welcome نورتي
Most of our teams at this stage, APG wanting to get
the ghost, welcome the ghost, thank you.
Staying completely together here, but Genji going to try and split them up.
لا Genji.
A lovely nade comes through from Refus. It finds him around the trunk of the tree. There is a
كفو والله كفو ديما.
But can there be retribution? Can APG find their feet here and stay up in that first place spot? Because Satan's
rave quick.
Well, look at that flex.
لا quick لا.
Slightly whiff nade there coming through from Refus. Reject with Reggiosio will pick up one of those elims. Looks like Alpha Gaming is more than likely to go down here on the outside edge on the south side. Again, you're just trying to make sure this game is as stagnant as possible. And for teams that really want to climb up, they're likely looking for a central position anyway. So you are just gifting points across the teams that aren't
okay,
really
Alpha out.
Influential on the lobby.
Genji को नहीं जाना था ला. فريق Genji حرام يا أخي.
Passed around very equally right now. It's a much slower Rondo than what we're used to. But again, I think at an international lobby, this makes
hey,
Rondo.
And
I would be surprised seeing this type of meta start to develop in.
welcome salam.
Where on that final day, Rondo's a lot quieter because you don't want to be giving away those massive chicken dinner games.
I mean, yeah, we saw yesterday as well a lot of big starts and then not going too much further. There were a lot of 8-9 elimination teams that were down early into the game, right? That were completely.
Bolo, inshallah, Pakistan and Saudi Arabia will qualify, inshallah.
This time around, as you say, it's kind of level pegging for a lot of these teams. APG, the major profiteers right now on this game with 6 elims, but that will be changing as teams continue to move on forwards.
यार नोकी जाया हो गया यार नोकी जाया हो गया.
Whilst all of that chaos unfolded on the south side circle, they've patched themselves up to 3 players alive. They've got control of their building. Reject flexed a little bit further away, and now they're regrouping out, which has alleviated some of that pressure. In the meantime, though, Alter Ego fighting.
يلا Alter Ego يلا. يبوا عليهم يبوا عليهم.
Well, third place for D+. Now looking to go a little bit further. Norbu with nade outside. A lot of damage over towards Krypton. Goes extremely low. Snape looks to cut the corner, but it's not meant to be, as Norbu will make the big run.
Loops वाले आ गए. पीछे से Loops वाले आ गए.
They're right over the hill, and they will ride straight into the fight here. Blank D+ now. Gonna have a tough time defending on 2 fronts, but with just Snape remaining, they may have handled Alter Ego fast enough. He will be in the ointment to the hold against Loops. But that's the they were looking for. The opener towards D+. Snape will fall, so Alter Ego in second place will go down. D+, 1 point behind them now. Just 1 elimination. They can
Loops
draw
يبوا عليهم Loops.
Loops may be the team to deliver them that point.
यार Loops से DK को ले जाए बस DK को ले जाए Loops.
Osal will bleed out there, so it's a 2v4. Chips got a huge amount of work done yesterday. Now looking to go even further for D+ and secure that position in second place. It's been a big rise from D+ over the last few days. In the meantime, Wolves are looking a little bit slicker today, though I will wait and see, because anything can happen with that team. We've seen them go from strength to very low lows. And for the Wolves, not convinced yet.
Couple of shots coming on through. Look at that picture-in-picture. Wolves having a tough time against Team Secret. Okay, that's not the team I thought I would be saying there in that sentence. They've still got a Wolf on the prowl on that picture-in-picture. I'm taking a look at it. Looks like they will be able to do so much work on the top side. They take down Team Secret, but in come OG on that fight. The Wolves are flushed away. In the meantime, we're back on board now with the main picture here with Luke, and they are still going head-to-head, toe-to-toe. Blow for blow with D+. As the nade pushes Pavian out the back. Chips is still on the inside. Ratto Boy looks for the challenge, but he will not be able to find it. Step into the blue too long. You're going to go down. The point that they need is right there.
Oh!
Step out. Will he get with it? Nobody's going to launch them over the top. Blank. They're up into second place over Alter Ego. Can they keep it going?
I mean, this is incredible. The fact that these 2 players make it happen.
यार हलवा ले गए यार हलवा.
And he knows how to keep his nerve here. Luke's final player up the stairs. Chips looking to finish him off. We'll just have to ascend this one. No, he's in the corner. I will get it done. A 2v4 from D+ to secure second place is insane.
Oh, boy.
Too many people on this northern side. They don't have the meds. I'd be surprised if they even make it out of this blue zone. Blank. I feel like for Chips, he's just trying to find a first aid right now to heal himself in, because there is a long way to go. There's about 200 to 300 meters to dash across, and that's if he makes a beeline with no caution thrown towards cover. This is nasty for D+, but they've got 9 elims already, Blank, and this, as you said before, is a great result to get up into second place, away from GOAT, away from Inner Circle.
Yeah.
Inner Circle quite likely to go a lot further, though, so it could still be a worry.
Jump up, backpack, pick it up, put it on, right now.
एक ही player रह गया DK का, एक ही player रह गया.
That's a clutch jump backpack.
For sure.
I love it when you go for the first aid kit. He's like, wait. That's actually gonna save. That's fine. That's good. Okay, so Gemma Pack.
Oh, भाई OG भी खेल रही है. OG भी माशाल्लाह perform कर रही है आज. 7 kills.
We saw a cover flare not come through, which I can only imagine came from around this area. Not sure if it was from OG or the Wolves or Team Secret, but either way, cool to see. In an international tournament, someone getting crushed by the mighty Dorito. For OG, they cleared out rejects. It's good, right? You know, 13th place, but 7 elims at the start of the day here is very, very nice for OG. It looks better. I think the most concerning thing is that Wolves were losing the fight to Team Secret, and I think it's fair to say that Team Secret has the worst firepower in the lobby right now. That is definitely concerning for Wolves. They did hold a stronger position than them, and they were pushing into, but since everyone else that Team Secret has played against has they've just fallen over. Yeah, it is concerning for Wolves.
That's, yeah, it's not ideal. They did get a couple of points on this match. They did get 7 elims blank, so it's not all doom and gloom for them, but they did want to stay stronger into that fight. With OG rolling in, though, I mean, it's a pretty tough task. OG isolated on the outside. A team that is definitely not isolated on the outside, though, is Papra Supermassive, but we have to talk about them in a minute, because Goat are crashing onto Narvalo, and this is basically an even match. He's got a building to play around, Blank. We'll see if they're able to do it this time around, see if they can get rid of him.
Nice.
He's locked in, but it's going to be the assist coming on from his enemy.
Oh, nice.
His opponents are doing the work for him. They step in, and this guy just can't be taken out of a building.
Oh,
just can't do it.
यार
Have to get a little bit. That was
यार
on the
कसम से kill है चलो वो जून से गया
I guess he wants to get the elims, but it's so greedy. Are you seeing the team pushing onto you, getting blasted? Like you miss out on a placement point from the back of that as well. So,
अच्छा तांबा वाला एक लेटा हुआ है इधर उसको मालूम भी नहीं तांबा वाला एक लेटा हुआ है
I think he just thought to himself, you know what, I'm just going to try and get some elims. Sick of playing as a solo for my own squad. I'm going to go out in a blaze of glory.
यार इंशाल्लाह आईसी वाले निकालें यहाँ पे आईसी वाले निकालें इंशाल्लाह
At 10th place in the lobby. 69 points right now. If they get themselves a little bit further, get towards the middle of the pack, they do separate themselves away from some of the others chasing. That includes Loops, who are in a lot of danger right now, especially versus OG, who look to move themselves out from the bottom 5.
That is the name of the game. They're stretching out towards the north. Maxman in our chat is highlighting as well that cover flares here are going to
nice IQ nice
flatness of this terrain. He's going to be looking out for any more, well, first of all, any more emergency flare knocks, but also using that cover effectively. So I'm sure we'll get the Maxman breakdown of the D4s littering the battlefield over on the analyst desk, but it has to happen first. That's what we're here for. Goat's trying to go for
nice IQ, nice.
Out in the open, and I see not able to control that, not quite finding the spray down with IQ on that rooftop.
Yeah, I mean,
ऊपर रहता
damage there coming through from inner circle, but the fact they've got themselves up towards the top 6 is already quite useful. I think the main two teams to look at here is Go as well as inner circle, both chasing for that second and third spot, and it's really not that much of a stretch that they need to go. They might even just find it off the back of placement points here, but this is a fearsome fight between DK, Alter Ego, Go, and inner circle for the top 3.
Absolutely is. Although at the moment, Blank, it shouldn't be on their minds.
Zoom last पे आ गया. Zoom last पे आ गया.
It should be about maximizing point gain in this.
अच्छा सब और IQ वाले सब हैं IQ.
3. But if you're making a play like, oh, let's just get a couple of points so that we
لا
can
شباب لا حاسب
fuzzy feeling. But you might have given up the opportunity to get 7, 8.
यार IQ जब
where that would be a lot more comfortable moving into the future. A hard Northwest shift does assist both of these teams, but unfortunately, Papra Supermassive have started to play the game here, Blank, and now just one player left on inner circle.
I think Papra Supermassive have done a great job to sustain in this match. Lost will take down Falak.
IQ.
The big man
IQ easy.
Squad in a circle.
Nice.
Down to 1 and T24, who has been fantastic when it comes to the shots, but it's not enough versus 4 teams. I think for inner circle, for them, they're trying to get up towards the top side of the lobby.
चलो 6 point मिलेंगे 6 point मिलेंगे. It's okay, no problem. It's okay.
This is an extremely tough cross, but getting one of their players in Twix down towards the south side is miraculous and also fantastic timing from them, right? They pulled out the stopwatch, clicked it as soon as they heard the fighting happening over on that west side, and sent Twix out. So that anchor is really important. Good shots there from Killer Joe.
Oh, able to do so much damage to OG on the
चलो OG के 2 बंदे गए भाई.
Time where they need the points as much as they can get. 7 elims already on the game, Blank. Again, it's not all doom and gloom, but in the bottom 5, it's still really uncomfortable. GS also fighting to get out of that bottom 5 spot.
They're
guaranteed to get up over Loops this game with the placement points that they're already guaranteed. The question is how far. And nades coming through from OG, making it a little bit harder.
It's so cool seeing like a lot of the top teams fighting out for this one, but then looking at a lot of the bottom teams with 9Z, who are in a bit of a struggle bus at the start of the day. GS and OG both looking to make it happen. Both teams who have seen improvement over the stage of Group Green. I think GOAT may be done for in the near future, though. They'd have to find a knock over towards 9Z if they wanted to hope in hell of getting
9Z वाले अच्छा खेल रहे हैं वल्ला
getting Twix towards the central position does guarantee them at least like a top 4 here.
इनको आने हैं ऊपर कैसे भी करके ऊपर
I
जाना
mean,
है
it's on smokes and cover flares. Like, are they might be waiting for other teams to move and covering off Twix's angle, right? I think, are they just in this circle?
Oh.
I think they still have just a tiny sliver of it. Papra Supermassive actually take a knock from GOAT. So there's the maybe opener that they were looking for, but it's still so flat against 9ZG that their approach, as you said, is fraught with danger. I have to try and find something. In the meantime, OG holding the south as well.
For GOAT, the only option here is to wave the circle to crunch 9Z in, and during that time where it gets a little bit messy for 9Z, where they have to move and back off angles, that's where the rest of GOAT can start to move. But they're gonna send out some craters, but they need themselves.
Yeah, that's not gonna work out for GOAT. Oh dear. With the placement price they've got,
चार बंदे alive है, चार बंदे इनके alive है भाई 9Z के. OG versus GS. OG versus GS.
That's a bit sad. But again, I still think...
Oh, nice nade, yaar. Nice nade.
GS trying to get around the side, but it's a nasty nade from Aru. Goes over towards Icon, will take him out.
Kya re Aru bhai?
Looks to through the window.
Ooh.
Aru steps out.
Yaar, Aru to full form mein aaya hua hai bhai.
Nice rotation there. Getting
ये Aru वही है ना तारू का भाई? वही है.
Looking pretty.
यार है Aru bhai.
Almost as pretty as his peaks there. 9 elims now and a 4th place guarantee. This is the game that OG needed to jet out of the bottom 5 blank. They want to keep climbing. They want to go as far as
9G लेके जाएगी. 9G लेके जाएगी. पूरी टीम है उनकी.
Getting as many points under the belt as humanly
9G easily लेके जाएगी. Oh भाई.
Because with only
Ryzen,
6 matches, including the conclusion,
Razor है. Razor नीचे knock है भाई.
Maybe a 2nd place on the cards if Papra Supermassive can hold it out against 9ZG.
Yeah, I think for OG it's been really nice, and so far a lot of these pieces they're going for are covered off by their teammates, and it's looking a lot cleaner on their approach towards these engagements. They're not trying to take fights that they know they're not comfortable in, and they're still keeping up that great match.
चलो भाई सब वाले ले गए अभी आरू और आतंकवादी को.
Location to push out from. But what I am glad about is that they've tried to make a move.
Z9 लेके जाएंगे. Z9.
The blue to envelop, but they
Z9.
for something. And that's
क्या बोलते हैं Z9?
I mean, they saw those players drop. They knew attention might be distracted, might be a little bit split. That was as good a time as any, but unfortunately did not go their way. Papra Supermassive, they've held this building for so long. 9ZG have been on the outside, but 9ZG are giving it a damn good go here. Nico is knocked. Lost was taken down earlier. Nico on the off angle, very unlikely to be resable there. Kamikaze feels the bounce of an aid. Of one of
Kamikaze gaya, chalo, chutti.
Glittering the battlefield, and another nade for 9ZG. This is again another campaign to get away
मैंने बोला 9G लेके जाएगी.
That is a brilliant conclusion.
GG.
Get a decent chunk of points
Good game.
but they could
पहला
not
मैच
leave
no
that
problem.
They held it strong.
पहला round था no problem.
I mean, for 9Z, this is a big game for them. They needed it from where they were in the tables. That's more of a survival win for this team.
Nice.
For Papra Supermassive, though, it does send them a little bit
Anti guys, anti type karo, anti type
A little bit more aggressive, a little bit more respectful of some of the teams in the lobby as well. But overall, some promising moments.
Ali White, welcome.
From that
Ali Arshad, welcome. Ali Shah, welcome. Mohammad Rizwan, thank you. Rafiq, thank you. Mahmoud, thank you.
If they're going to make it out from that bottom 11. But the journey has begun. The journey has begun.
Yes!
Absolutely. Some very important matches coming through on the Rondo. And that's what we wanted to see. There was no team blank that got 0 eliminations. Everybody got at least 1. And that's what you want from a Rondo, right? It's pure entertainment value. Getting stuck in. With those eliminations. Brilliant stuff. But 9ZG, they close us down for the first chicken dinner.
या 9ZG ब्राज़ीलियन टीम है, अच्छी टीम है, बैड लगता इनका। अब मैं हैरान हूँ इन लोग ने माशाल्लाह चिकन राउंड में लेके आए, क्योंकि आज लास्ट डे 5 टीमें घर जाएंगी, बाकी टीमें ग्रैंड फाइनल। कुछ टीमें ग्राउंड स्टेज का उस पे जाएंगे, जो टीमें डायरेक्ट ग्रैंड फाइनल पे होंगे। यही सीन ही होगा।
Finally make it happen here in the final hour. It's just so huge for this team, Neptura.
It really is. I love how they've played this. Very careful, very consistent across the game. I love in particular how they, like, in maybe phase 4, I think it was, they saw there was a compound in the middle of circle that was open, and you can see just the beeline of rotation going straight to that position and holding it. It's so decisive from them. It shows that they're really thinking about it, being proactive, and it's what got them the win in the end, Max.
I mean, they were barely any compound free the moment you
बिल्कुल safe खेल के
like beeline for it.
safe game खेल लेते हैं ये
Fine
लोग।
for the rest of the game, and you know what? It worked out great for 9Z Globe. And actually, we do have to say, Niptro, by the way, looking at the stats, great stuff from Milos. He popped off this game, 5 limbs, over 500 damage. He was on fire this match. But 9Z was slipping ever since the first 2 strong games on day 1 for Group Green. They've been invisible. We haven't really seen a much presence from 9Z Globe here from Americas, and it's good to see a little bit of a redemption game here because they were in 10th position.
Brazilian है, Mexican team है ये।
Which of course would send you
अच्छा,
home.
Mexico. I love Mexico.
Here on this Rondo game.
Yeah, it's really nice to see that they recognize that this game was so important, because you are going to have those teams that
Wallah,
are
inshallah, bro,
on
inshallah.
that cusp of the bottom 5 or even the bottom 5. Those teams as well are really going to be trying to step up and try and take as many elims as possible. So it's nice for them that they recognize that and went, hey, actually we have to have a really good, strong game here, because otherwise we are going to fall behind. We don't want a repeat of day 2.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's so much to talk about with this match. This Rondo felt completely different from the first 2 in my mind. At least I don't know what you guys think about that one. It started off with Alpha Gaming, though, right? Instead of normally dropping all their players in Yulin, they send 2 to test track. What do you think about that, Max?
I was just seeing someone again get shot while parachuting down. It's been happening a lot on Rondo. I don't know what it is about a trend. But no, this hot drop between the certain Pakistani team I shall not name. Then you have APG, you have Team Secret, you have Falcons. It's hectic. It's all over the place. I love it. More of that, please. Absolute mayhem on the battlegrounds here for Rondo. But it was cool that we saw, especially for that certain team going for a little bit of a backup plan, which is, you know, going for the recalls up northwest away. It didn't work out for them yesterday, Niptura. This time around, they had a game plan, and you know what? They got very far in this game. You love to see it.
Yeah, and I really like here we see that crash. It's such a difficult building. No, it wasn't. Yeah. But I will say I'm impressed how long they survived there, right? Because it's such a hard position to hold. Teams are surrounding you. They did get helped a little bit by that zone, because that meant no one was going to push them. They were too busy worrying about their own thing. But OG there, I want to say very quickly, what a third party coming in for them. I loved this, and then they were able to hold out. Oh, wait, the triple.
I didn't see that.
यार यहाँ पे आरू ने सही नेड मारा था इन पे।
What are those nades, man, coming up from Orangutan? Sorry, I have to jump in there. That's respect on the utility game. And we were saying it, right? Hotrix Niptura, this is by far...
चलो 8 point मिले थे।
This was the best game from India. This was the best game from
6 kill के साथ।
And finally given respect that's deserved back to the lobby. They not
9G ने भाई 9G ने 19 points निकाले with chicken dinner.
Timing was on point. Is there hope for Orangutan today? Because if we
और
see this caliber
OG
gameplay for these next 5 matches, whoo, OG, this will be a great day.
Kills निकाले OG ने
I
भाई।
love how they played this. They played how I was thinking they were going to play, right? They timed the third party onto Wolves and Team Secret really, really well. Then Rejects did a really good push. They tried to threaten that position as well. And OG said, absolutely not. This is ours now. And the quick flip that they were able to do from that third party to defense was really, really nice. And then using other teams' fight to actually use as a distraction to push up themselves. Love what they did with that. So I'm really, really hopeful for the next game.
Oh man, I'm so stoked for this one as well. Milos getting that 5 eliminations.
Milos.
This man popped off.
Milos.
I'm telling you,
Regrido,
Regrido. A better time, right? Loops.
Ayan Malik,
remember,
thank you.
They were that cutoff team. They had 61 points in this match.
Punch
they only
knock.
got 3.
Punch
so
kills.
OG are for sure going to be jumping up the
damage.
leaderboards, right?
Wow.
GS had a good game though as well, so it's still going to be a fight at the bottom pretty much all day long here in my eyes, Max.
Yeah, it's
अभी भी पांचवें नंबर पे अभी भी
they're not even able to make it happen just yet. They're still going to be down there in 13th position. They were in 13th position before this game, but that gap has closed. You're 6 points away from possibly being in that middle pack here to go for the last chance. Top 3 out of the question. Last chance, that is your goal, that is your objective here. And Orangutan, 6 more points, which is doable. With the way they were playing this match on Rondo, we need to just see a bit of a follow-up after that great game.
No, we absolutely do, but I would just want to point out very quickly, we saw DK say, hey, we're going to be top 3 at the end of the day. They're top 3.
ये जो 5 टीमें ना नीचे जो 5 टीमें नीचे ना ये लूप्स OG तांबा RC and TS अगर ये बरकरार इस पोजीशन पे रहे ये जाएंगे घर जो ऊपर वाले टीमें ये सारे जाएंगे ग्रैंड फाइनल के लिए जो टॉप 3 होंगे वो होंगे भाई
right now and Twix
जो टॉप 3 पे वो डायरेक्ट टॉप 5 वो ग्रैंड फाइनल पे होंगे और जो उनके नीचे हैं उनका मैचेस होंगे क्वालीफाई के लिए
insanely accurate nades on Papara Supermassive Blaze in particular. This guy was on fire and you know what? I do wonder if they can maintain a position in the big 3 today, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, you know what? As long as you don't, knock your team by shooting your own vehicles, stuff like that, we can gotta get that stuff fixed. I think for sure we're gonna see them continue at the top. I mean, Goat have been crushing it here so far. You gotta watch out though. I mean, you got D+ now entering the fray. Alter Ego are gonna step up here when it comes to Erangel. So a huge
top fragger.
I do want to talk a little bit more about the bottom.
Top 4 fragger थे ये लोग भाई.
In my eyes, Natura.
Chips ने अच्छा खेले और ताबड़तोड़ मारा है Chips
for Tiamba and Reject. I think if they don't win a game right here, they're not going to make it. Do you think that's correct?
Sadly, I have to
इंशाल्लाह पाकिस्तान टॉप 3 में आएगी डायरेक्ट यार फिर झंझट नहीं होगा डायरेक्ट. Where is Pakistan, bro? Pakistan 5th place and 5th place.
It's just not looking particularly good. We saw a little bit of more what we expected from Rejects in that Rondo, right? In that last game before their altercation with OG went so terribly bad.
यार जिसको पॉपुलैरिटी की बात करनी है, अकाउंट सेल की बात करनी है, जो भी बात करनी है उसको डायरेक्ट टाइम आउट दे दो, उससे बात नहीं करना. जो बंदा आएगा हमारी स्ट्रीम पे सेल की बात करेगा, जो चीज सेल करने की बात करेगा उसे डायरेक्ट टाइम आउट दो, डायरेक्ट बात नहीं करना उससे.
Surprised there, but I think any team in the bottom 5 can still make it except for Team Secret. I think Team Secret have kind of given up. We're not
inshallah
we saw back
inshallah Scarx
in Riyadh, just not quite on that same caliber.
Shehbaz Raza, walaikum salam.
Jamba, Orangutan, Loops for me can still make it up there, and then you're looking at the teams above that threshold, right? Jukes, GS, Falcons, Wolves, Genji, even 90 Globin. I feel like they can still fall down in that bottom 5. So. It's still really close. I think it is going to be down for the bottom 5 at least, down to that final match where it's going to really decide the fate of these teams.
Well, let's go ahead and take it on over to 7WG with
Yalla guys, yalla.
Goat.
Welcome to a quick report with this. Honestly, performing Rondo so far in.
यार ये म्यूजिक चल रहा है यार, मैं म्यूजिक नहीं चलाना चाहता हूँ यार.
Hard zone, very hard zone, but we got our points and all.
Well, I'm hoping it's going to continue like this because you guys have been performing quite well. What was the difference between day 1 and day 2 for your squad? Because day 2 you popped off.
Day 2, we will continue day 2, I think, yes, to get more points.
All right, well, hey, I'm hoping that's going to happen. Best of luck. Back to you guys.
चलो भाई तैयारी हो रही है यला
Hey, we heard it from Killer Joe himself. He was talking about right how
yalla shabab yalla Erangel
was crazy different, right? I think we're definitely seeing
Erangel guys Erangel apna favorite hai
just some eliminations ain't gonna cut it. So for at least for what I noticed, Neptura, squads were quick, right? To rather than focus on engagement, get those dominant positions as fast as they possibly can.
Yeah, right. We made note of it. It was like, hey, this Rondo is actually a lot quieter than the first 2 days, and that's exactly why. It's just these teams are hunkering down. They're getting serious now. You know, they're realizing the potential that Rondo has to make points, and rather than focusing all those points on eliminations, they're like, hey, listen, we can hot drop a little bit. We can kind of be a little bit aggressive in the early game, but the focus really is on that end game, focusing on getting those positions instead, Max.
It was not an easy Rondo game. Like, really, everyone was trying to use those emergency cover flares to just survive in this game, right? You know, going on to Erangel. You don't have emergency cover flares? PUBG Mobile eSport, maybe? That could be a great addition, but I'm very excited for the grassy pastures here, Hodrix. It's going to be intense to see who's going to be looking to climb even higher in those rankings.
Well, I know 2 teams for sure. I think it's do or die for Tiamba and Reject.
Same teams.
Let's go ahead and head
Who
on
playing well? Pehla match Rondo wala.
Think that they can?
9G ने chicken किया है. ओके अब सुनो मेरी बात सुनो गौर से सुनो अभी हमारी टीम आईसी एग्रेसिव गेम खेलेगी चेक करो खाली चेक करो एग्रेसिव इमी आ जाना है ठीक है इमी
those vehicles should be fairly accessible.
By the way, John, the correct answer was no. So just for
I was trying to be kind, you know?
reference. I think it's all good being optimistic, and I think it's less good, you know, of a team who has got no chance and tell them that they can I think that there's a possibility of potentially getting out into the last chance, but even then it's going to require some insane
Malta power sub gayi hai
for that to happen.
Yasnaya 9G
I think that's
GS jari hai Sawarni
starting to get a little bit long in the day.
Pochinki kaun ja raha hai
out there. We'll have to wait and see if I mean miracles can happen.
Phantom
It really can.
RC
It's just not what you expect. On the north side there, I'm looking over and seeing quite a few teams potentially dropping towards North George.
अच्छा हमारे लड़के
circle maybe look at a
Zarkhi जा रहे हैं
up towards Zaki, but Blank it looks like we're on for a military circle here. Get across as fast as you can. High priority, I'm assuming, is going to be put on towards that.
Yalla good luck boys, good luck सारे type करो good luck guys.
Access. Maybe
I'm
we'll
doing
see some,
ultimate rank
from as
from
well. Grab those hovercrafts.
I want to
I
see it
text
yesterday.
you at
I want to
night
see it
from it.
yesterday getting it first game.
Okay. ठीक है. All the best.
Yeah, that's good. That's fun.
Group
that's
stage
fun
or
I think it's absolutely brutal.
Group stage नहीं अभी तक.
This is the type of thing where it's like,
आज पता चलेगा.
Chance to get a lot of points. Who's the team that benefits from this the most? Alpha Gaming. They're already in bloody #1 spot. They don't need any more points. This is very frustrating. For Reject, potentially they're able to get across the water quickly, play towards the houses on the beachhead, play those compounds there.
Let's go, boys!
A lot of the teams that are going to benefit from this are already in a strong position. And it funnily enough, is the 2 teams we highlighted before, and Tiamba as well as Reject, who are around for Milta.
इनको किल्स निकाले फैंटम वाले किल्स निकालने चाहते हैं पूरे 4 बंदे एक ही गाड़ी में घूम रहे हैं 4 बंदे एक ही गाड़ी में घूम रहे हैं इनको किल्स निकाले देख लो क्या करेंगे मैं गारंटी दे रहा हूं
21 points. Ooh, bit nasty. The question is how fast do they move, right? Because Falcons, they are moving very quick right now, but they are in one vehicle, Blank, and I always hate to see that, especially when they're going to be rolling past Goat. It is going to be a difficult bridge crossing for them.
Right.
I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it here. Depends how close Goats stop. They might try and go further on into the island, and I wouldn't be too surprised at that. They know that there's going to be so much fighting around that bridge. They can play a little bit deeper in and wait to pick up the pieces from it. They're playing the longer game.
Rosemary bhai, oh, sab walon ko maar diya bhai. Knock hi gaya.
Unfortunately, though, for them, Alter Ego have already managed to find first blood. Papa Supermassive losing one of their players over towards Milta Power on the east side.
I'll tell you, one thing that D Plus is very good at is getting to weird zones very quickly and then holding them from there onwards. Loops is in
अच्छा zone military base का बन गया.
It is a weird situation where for Loops as well as D Plus, there is a consideration to be made here where as you're rotating, you see another team.
भाई पकड़ रहे राउफ पकड़ रहे भाई राउफ पकड़ रहे ये देखो मैंने क्या बोला ये देखो मैंने क्या बोला फैंटन क्या करेगी ये देखा पुश कर रहे हैं बंदों पे यही करेंगे ये लड़के.
A little roll up there, as we saw from Falcons. They're still in their one vehicle blank.
Falcons यही करेगी अभी.
Though, to be fair, is that Go will not have had time to look.
I see safe खेल रही है यार. I don't know guys. I don't know what उनका plan क्या है. At least ये match तो aggressive खेलना चाहिए था ना.
Necessary to just get them across, and they'll be able to grab a couple more vehicles, especially
push kill हाँ.
From Go, who was lagging behind a little bit.
इसको देख.
Onto the south side, so.
इसको देख क्या कर रहा है.
As much as I hate to see it, I feel like maybe the one vehicle rotate.
इसको देख ये क्या कर रहा है.
In that exact, very specific scenario, and no others ever. Apart from Supermassive though, after taking the fight in Milta, going for a swim, taking a dip, got their swimming trunks on.
Yeah, that's it. That's a long swim as well. And with Tiamba holding Novo, I think that was a pretty obvious.
उतार दिया.
Oh my God.
उतार दिया भाई. उतार दिया भाई.
With the iron sights, that range is something else.
That's that is pretty special, for sure.
पकड़ लिया भाई इसको.
I mean, you just always love to see it. You love being surprised like that. Every single time, even though you kind of expect it from teams at this caliber, it's always pretty on the screen. Wolves moving in, trying to hunt down Claws. He's hiding behind the
पूरी
rocks.
टीम भाई आ गई इसके ऊपर.
Time by the ocean. Actually, he's not having a good time. He's having a pretty terrible time.
पूरी टीम आ गई.
Might be a little bit safer than he once was, because all four of the Wolves are here. And they are playing hide and seek. It's sardines.
رش knock finish. على الأقل شل واحد فيهم.
We have a little replay as well. This was when Supermassive lost their player. Claws with the fight around the corner. Yeah, no, it's never happening. Not in a million years.
Yeah.
I appreciate the restraint from Papa Supermassive there. It's like,
Sam will
I
come.
want to slam the desk. I'm not going to slam the desk. Fair play, sir. Yeah, that's rough. Definitely rough. Definitely a classic, though, from D+. Getting towards this zone nice and easy. I think I respect Loops and D+ a lot more after that push. I think you might have seen... Oh, Reefus. You might have seen it in a regional tournament, you know, Loops stop short and trying to hold out D+, but I think in international, it's a very smart maneuver from both those teams. Just shake hands and be like, well, you know, we could either make this very difficult on both of us, or we both just look for separate areas.
देखो फैंटम वाले पुश कर रहे हैं देखो गॉड्स के ऊपर पुश कर रहे हैं देखो.
So they thought, oh, we'll wrap over towards the north. In those few scenarios, it is sometimes nice to, you know, make a friend on your journeys.
No friendly attic for Goat, though, as they have more of Falcons to deal with. Oof, the fallow.
Falcon वाले भाई kills निकाले की करेंगे.
Goes down on the first peak, and with two pump actions, not peaking at the same time, did not quite work out for them. But they'll be able to get that res. And another player for Goat falls. This is all good news for
DK वाले भी जैसे.
I wonder what vehicles they're in right now, Blank, because they are all the way over towards Milta Power still. Hopefully they've got a hovercraft at best, maybe a boat at second best. Could it be a glider time yet again? As teams are starting to compound now onto the military island, DK are taking that northern side, that north and eastern side rather of the military base itself, moving up into the hills. Observatory is found by Loops, and Tiamba are in the foothills over towards Nova.
Right,
There's
Scar.
a boat there for Alter Ego, which could take the entirety of Alter Ego across.
Sam, thank you.
Why a few of these locations are cut out though?
वो लड़के जा रहे क्रॉस कर रहे.
Likely gonna be
لا 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 ला 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 ला. IQ नहीं. يلا 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 يلا. يلا سيف يلا سيف. لا 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 لا. यार सेफ हो जाना. साइड पे आ जाना.
Make this wide swing to the western side. I think they'd imagine that a lot of the west here is taken up by players. I didn't mention it very much there, but I am very surprised that Inner Circle just like fly past wolves.
यार साइड पे आ जा, जब देख रहे हो मार रहे, अब साइड पे आ जाओ, खत्म हुई बात, रोक दो गाड़ी.
It's yeah, Inner Circle do lose one, but yeah, you're right. How have Wolves let that happen? They overcommit maybe to finding that solo.
Few wolves though, you just like.
अब revive दो उसे.
Our life's a little bit more difficult. There's a lot of teams down here. Now we're kind of one of the last to enter.
Yeah. Actually, they didn't even get the flush onto the Inner Circle player. That was picked up and put in a vehicle very quickly. I thought that was knocked on the bridge, but seemed like it was a little bit safer than I thought.
Yeah, basically horrendous for wolves.
Alhamdulillah, survive हो गया, Alhamdulillah.
Coops, why would you do this?
Why would you do this, Coops?
Oh dear.
Alpha Gaming though, I think I'm a little less impressed. I mean, losing a player to D+ that early is a little bit sad, especially being the team that plays Sosnovka as well.
अभी भाई हमें कोई भी लड़का लूज नहीं करना है इस सिचुएशन में. अभी किल्स निकालने के भी कैसे भी करो, किल्स निकालो, चिकन मस्त है. कल की तरह दो मैचें तो ऐसे गए हलवा. इनको देखो.
An interesting approach here. Alter Ego taking a leaf out of the Alpha.
Alter Ego लोग को देखो.
Taken to the skies, and I mean on the east side it kind of looked a little bit occupied, but it was Massive who scrapped with earlier, right?
लेटा दिया एक को. चलो.
Landing actually fairly smooth. Rosemary, I mean he's taken damage from somewhere. I think that might be in the blue zone earlier on, but has 5 bandages. A stim ticking him up as well.
वो push आ रहा है. Lost का push आ रहा है Rosemary पे.
I think I did actually. Blank, I was looking at the map feeds. That happened. Oh dear, yes. That's okay. That's really, really bad. Rosemary, what are you doing? Figure it out.
Well, I don't think it's Rosemary's fault. I think that Alva just ejected in some failed James.
Boom, yeah.
Not really sure.
No, wrong.
That should.
Chalo.
Doesn't pack any damage at all.
Chalo, Rosemary big gaya bhai.
The M249 will do the trick. So, a pretty unfortunate entry. Which looked so smooth, right?
चलो भाई, Rosemary भी गया भाई.
On several hurdles.
I
definitely will need to get a replay on that because that sounds like comedy gold. But Papa Supermassive able to find players back on it. Okay, there we go. Maybe he got knocked out of the plane here by Kamikaze. Okay,
he did.
That's so much more fair.
Yes, sponge gave me.
Well, he did get ejected, but he didn't press the button. Ow! That's a painful circle for a lot of squads. Heads back up towards the North Island. Oh my days! No, Orangutan. No, you do want to play on the south side. You do want to play on the south side, please, OG.
Huh?
Oh no.
मेरे ख्याल से OG के पास जा रहा है. Zune वापस पीछे जा रहा है.
They need it. At this very moment, Team Secret completely out of it. They're in the blue zone somewhere. I don't even know where they are right now.
What?
I believe they dropped up towards George Pole, so probably still yet to come in from the blue zone. Everybody now crunching in onto these hills. You can see Reject regrouping, but keeping a 2-2 split.
यार मुझे क्यों ऐसे लग रहा है Zune पीछे चला जाएगा?
Some out toward a little bit closer to the coastline. No, they are further inland and playing the buildings. Tiamba as well on that east side. Having a good time. OG, listen to your pleas, Blank. And they do send down south over that bridge. They are not going to be playing across the water.
यार, Zune तो पीछे चला गया.
It's not going to be there.
मेरे ख्याल से पीछे जाएगा Zune. जिधर OG चली गई है.
Outside chance and survival. But I imagine I was just like, look, we're done with that type of playstyle. All right, we're done with playing on the outside of the zone. Let's try and get something here. I mean, they're so close to breaking out into the last chance. I'm so glad that they turned around.
क्या हुआ? What happened? क्या हुआ?
Desperately defending that third place spot, and now trying to stop Alter Ego from getting on in because they've only got Krypton, I believe. Oh, Snape is still alive as well on that southeast side, but just no HP to be seen.
नहीं यार IQ नहीं IQ please यार please.
Both have hovercrafts as well. It's a very similar strategy seen from both the squads here. Yeah, really nasty circle for everyone involved. Cuts out so much landmass. I think it's one of the few times where there is actually less playable area.
طالع شو ايش شو يسوي لي فربي جلايدر में घूम रहे
So tough on this one.
इनको क्या कर रहे हैं जो है ये क्या कर रहे हैं
This is west side of Sosnovka.
OG वाले आ गए भाई
They're very far away.
They're gonna die.
या अखी मुझे लग रहा है जून पीछे जाएगा why I feel the zone will go back.
It's not like you can exactly stop off and heal for a second, is it? In the glider.
Okay, I mean for reject.
Now.
Buildings, like I said,
الحين.
Works out fantastically well for them. I just want to see a little bit of a regroup here and then hold those angles because this is a perfect way to finish out your game. I'm sorry, Reject. I should have never doubted you. That's my bad.
They are really holding this one out. Gen G now eliminated. So another team quite close to that boundary. I say quite close.
يا Gen G والله حرام عليكم يا شباب حرام عليكم.
GS going down. That's good news for Loops, for OG, to try and keep this one going. And on an outside chance for Reject. They've got hovercraft as well, Blank. So it's a nice tanky cover that they can maneuver around wherever they see fit. And a lot of teams are just trying to send over their way.
Oh my God! Somebody leg! Whoa!
And they have got nothing.
والله صاب.
Nico's not there, but they don't need him.
9G चली गई भाई. Tata, bye bye.
Scouting out divine nades over the top. If they can win this out, this is a huge pickup to be able to clear so much territory. But they're falling back. They don't want to overexpose.
Yeah, I don't really think you can say Papra Supermassive really clashed with 9Z there. They look more like my pizza from last night as they sliced them halfway 8 times. That was bad. Yeah, it's pretty tough. Alter Ego though, nice little Molotov. Unfortunately, Krypton basically has no HP to speak with.
Relax, Shabab. Relax.
Less than 5% here. He is struggling. The Wolves though still inshallah. Persistent in their journey.
बस रिलैक्स हो जाओ किल्स आएंगे रिलैक्स हो जाओ रिलैक्स होके खेलो.
They're a team that makes mistakes and that is the problem.
चलो भाई आरू गया तारू का भाई आरू गया तांबा ले गया भाई
during the play. I think if they can shore up
यार भाई टीएस वाले भी बाहर
then they'd be fine. They'd be a really
एक बंदा रहता है टीएस का जीएस बाहर.
There's just these moments where
9G
carelessness that really comes back to bite them.
Yeah.
But they've been playing.
नहीं यार push कर
Say that now.
नहीं यार
Bond is able to win that out. That's the last player now standing for OG. They've tried to approach from this east side, but Tiamba were on the hold. Looks like they were doing pretty well. They're not going to be pushed through either.
OG out.
Moving immediately ahead of this one. You said they get these weird rotates sometimes. This is a brilliant heads-up decision made by D+ Kia here. To actually get
no kill
in that fight. Alter Ego eliminated as well. That is a little bit of relief for GOAT, but you've still got Papra Supermassive and Inner Circle to worry about chasing them down.
In my mind, there's a world where D+ is first.
यार IC पे भी रखो ना IC पे भी रखो ना.
I'm not even joking.
ये IC को spectate कर रही नहीं है. ليش يا أخي سووا spectate ना قاعدة.
South Korean squads because I think day one is always terrible. Day one is always terrible for South Korean squads. And they're like, we get it. I think we understand the circle. And then suddenly they start playing out of their minds. It's just so strange to me that day one's always.
ये Wolf लेके जाएंगे सबको लेके जाएंगे. ये boom.
Oh, well, we'll see what they can do. Moving in, the Wolves having a little bit of
boom.
The potentially 6th place team, it seems like you said, they do make those mistakes.
सब वाले गए. Oh my God.
Signal immediately stepping forward as a Papra Supermassive down in 10th place. A lot of damage. Those
Nice Lucky. Nice Lucky. Come on.
Defending 6th place from them. Not even allowed.
Nice. Inshallah chicken.
Wolves are losing one player's not too bad, but it's a very clean fight between them and Papra Supermassive. Very nice. But the Coops is doing his absolute best to make this work. The one thing that we're
RC रह गई, Tamba रह गया, Loops रह गया, Phantom, Wolf.
There is a back
Oh, भाई DK, God and
for teams to be
Alpha.
open.
Okay, no problem. ما حد يخوفنا.
You know, when everything's said and done, they are still very friendly with one another. But if you want to make it towards the end, you've got to let your opinions be known here. The only thing that I'm kind of concerned about there is that, you know, you're fostering a little bit of this not so favorable.
यार ये क्या प्रोड्यूसर है यार, कैसा प्रोड्यूसर है ये?
I hope they can keep that.
Okay, बारी-बारी में बाकी टीमों का भी रखो ना. तांबे पे कभी आता है, कभी
need one big game. That's all they need, and then they're in the running.
Tiamba trying to move forwards. D+ not allowing them that opportunity. D+ keeping things going. I mean, a little bit of revitalization. That first day not great, but day 2 a lot better for them. They looked really cool on the stage as well, very calm. Even when they were finding those chicken dinners, and now like they're trying to convert. It seems like on the north side they have a very solid chance. Ocel's not out in the water there on that position, don't worry. The minimap just a little bit offset. He is on dry land. He's got dry boots for the time being. But it's all, I feel like for me it is still reject that I'm looking at here. If they can jump up, and maybe as a second storyline, Falcons, if they're going to be able to actually do more than stay alive with a solo and rely on Narvalle for points.
Yeah, I mean that's not great, is it? You know, having to basically send out Narvalle like some kind of Pokemon in the end game. Narvalle, I choose you.
Max just had Pokemon. I was like, what?
Yeah. That's his special move, right? That's what he gets. 6 points.
Narvalle uses 6 points. It was super effective. Loops. Ooh, they are trying to find the shots and seemingly getting through, but not unscathed. Finding the crash successfully onto this corner.
God का एक player को at least मार दो, एक को finish कर दो. Please, look, please check this guy.
D+ moving in with a solidly timed rotate.
Oh, nice.
Tiamba, but Chips has spotted that's Loops.
Chips scored out. Yeah, Loops.
Actually opening the door for Tiamba maybe to skirt around the edge.
There's some tough shots at top right now.
يلا زون علينا. اوكي हम زون के करीब है.
This could easily be a Wolves win. It could easily be a reject win. Playing around this hilltop here, you can get a lot done for the Wolves. I think the unfortunate thing for them is that they're playing as 3, which makes this a lot more difficult. But I've seen a 3-man win from this spot in the past. It is possible, but you have to be everywhere all at once. And that wasn't on an international stage either. So we'll see how Wolves do want to play this one out. Still 9 teams remaining at almost 22 minutes into the match.
Wallah, DK or Alpha, Phantom, Loops, RC, ये भी है मैदान में. लेकिन खैर इंशाल्लाह खैर इंशाल्लाह खैर. वो झूल पकड़ रहे लड़के. Nice लड़के, nice फलक, nice. Prende. Whoosh, go. Come on guys. Wallah क्या स्लैम मारे लड़कों ने. नहीं आएगा लड़कों नहीं आएगा. इसी हो जाओ नहीं आएगा. एक और लेट आ रहा है. IQ एक और लेट आ रहा है please. IQ एक और लेट आ रहा है. Nice लड़के. फलक nice. Revive दो. Smoke करके revive.
He's coming in clutch, and this is no different.
You guys are very slow on the uptake here. Finally moves a position. It's a long nade. Will get a lot of damage done, but he needs more than just that.
Nice! Falak, wash!
Takes him down.
Go!
And that will be in a circle as 4.
Easy, smokes, guys, smokes! Smokes!
As we
बहुत आला.
from 2 squads trying
Smokes,
to
लड़कों, smokes.
understand what Wolves are trying to do is play the
पकड़ इसको, पकड़ डुबरे को, पकड़.
west side. But you
DK आ रही है, boys, DK आ रही है.
players a 3-man in this
ला, शबाब अल्लाह. Nice, Rocky, nice. Net कर. Easy, net. Nice! Go! Go! यार
much damage to
last one है last one है
but Nobu still has got
No,
all
fella.
of the solutions for them, and it's IC getting rolled down. Nobu! Oh my goodness me, what a play coming through from Nobu on D+. That hilltop is not safe for anyone, and how on earth
यार
do you find
नोबू
that?
ले गए सारों को
Nobu standing head and shoulders over
यार
Lily. A madman, magnificent,
Haram.
resplendent, glorious. I mean, they're still even taking shots towards rejects. Rejects are going.
यार उसको फ्री किल्स मिल रहे हैं नोबू को
So the long range angle, as per usual, Nobu might even smile after this game. We may get treated to the rare Nobu grin.
कसम से यार उसको फ्री किल मिले नोबू को
Tricky. As Reject cut down to size, the Falcons are still here, Blank, and they do have 3. They do have this hilltop. I feel like if I was a betting man, I would put money on Falcons. But unfortunately, I'm not. So it's staying in my pocket right now. Well, yeah, actually, you know what? You know what? Actually, after what we just saw, it's all on Nolbu, baby. Let's go.
Oh my days. It's so unreal.
यार मेरा ब्लैक प्रेशर आया हो रहा है भाई
It just takes a little bit of a warm-up for South Korea, apparently. That's all it is. Dear me. I wish we saw more international tournaments with the South Korean squads. They are so damn good. And it does just take a little while. But they learn so much from these lobbies as well. And they get a bit of a reset through the year.
इंशाल्लाह यार
Come back
इंशाल्लाह
stronger than ever.
यार इतने अच्छे पोजीशन में लड़के पकड़े इतने प्यारे पोजीशन में थे ना इतने प्यारे
They were cloaked
लेकिन
in glory in London last year. And now it's all a flourish.
Falcon लेके जाएगी I know Falcon will get this. Falcon will get this. I know that.
The man of the hour. He's got MVP.
यार
this
क्या बंदा 6 किल कर गया
11 nades blank and 6 smokes. They are in a pretty solid spot in terms of utility.
Strange
So
यार
not really
والله
putting too
حرام
much pressure on them right now. It's up to Reject duo to move, and it's likely they go south over towards the Falcons angle a little bit closer.
Well, over P90. Pretty slow game though right now. From everyone involved. Ought to make sense for D+ considering they got 2. 2v3 is not out of the question. Just requires to get that first knock on board. And honestly, so far, they haven't been majorly impressed with the gunfights coming through from the
You're right.
Falcons.
Smoke हाँ ना मैं कह रहा था smoke काश ये smoke करते वल्ला smoke करते ना
This is more praise, but for a singular player now.
at least smoke करते जब IQ को उससे revive दिया नौकी ने smoke कर देते लड़के
Unbelievable amount of work for the team.
यल्ला it's okay
Also,
kills
over
निकले
many years of play, Narvalo has been insane. I think over the past maybe year or so, he has been returning to his full form.
नहीं क्या नहीं था स्मोक नहीं था कैसी बातें कर रहे हो यार स्मोक 100% स्मोक होते लड़कों के पास
I
यार
think he has a lot more hunger for the game again now.
4 मैच और है
That's lovely to see. He's not smiling right now, but you can be sure that blood is pumping.
thank you for the gifting brother thank you so much
Feel a little
Sapar
bit. Hopefully the adrenaline drop off here in stage 8 is
यार
going to be
क्या
too bad.
बंदा ले गया यार ये नोबू ले गया यार
Got to keep the focus. Dropping the smoke train. Knows that Reject have moved up, and he's using that smoke train just
अब
to get
कितने
over this
पॉइंट है
shot.
ये नहीं मालूम ना
Knows he would be exposed.
ओवरऑल तब मैच के बाद ही पता चलेगा
A single team approach.
Big from a D+ here is that they got a massive resupply.
अब फैंटम के पास चांस है फैंटम अगर बिल्कुल सही जगह पे फैंटम ने थोड़ी गड़बड़ कर दी
You can see here the Falcons
आरसी या डीके लेके जाएगी
D+ have on 2.
There's more in the boxes as well. Let's sit around them, right? Even if they throw them out, doesn't mean they've only got 11 to play with. It's just a question of what they can fit in their backpacks right now. D+ moving in. Chips scouting around, still having vehicles here is pretty powerful stuff. The Falcon smoke has been thrown on out. Reject looking to hop into the buggy. Koa still
अबे ओपन में निकला
not going to use the buggy.
Yeah.
And actually, how has he just
ओ
done
भाई ना मार इसको मार इसको
No blue down.
मार इसको
Maybe that's go time. Falcons.
पकड़ इसको
Something done. Try and take some presence. Redox nade over the.
पकड़ इन दोनों को पकड़ो
Smokes. They've got so many.
फ्री किक लेने आए थे
To use them. That nade looks good. The
एक और नेट पकड़ो इन दोनों को
the flush.
चल
Find the vehicle. Nades are coming at them from both angles. They get
Last.
but it's immediately re-knocked. Chips needs to get out of there.
पकड़ इसको पकड़ लास्ट से चिप्स
He's going to be taken away, and everybody's
लास्ट से चिप्स पकड़ इसको
rolling over the hilltop. Maybe deep
Nice.
down, but the nades are hitting reject.
फाल्कन लेके जाएगा
And it's
नाइस
plus
नाइस
nine,
फाल्कन नाइस
Apollo against 3, and Falcons
जी, जी।
are able to find a
फ्री के किल लेने आए थे वो यार
No blank
सीरियसली
was null from
नाइस
that
फाल्कन
game.
नाइस you guys deserve it you guys
Decent chicken
deserve
dinner
it
for Falcons, all things considered. They played that
Nice.
side well. My money gets returned to me, blank.
It
but
does, it does.
Goodness me, it's I mean, it really was that north side hill. of
फ्री के
gold.
किल लेने आए थे यार सीरियसली
Magnificent play coming through from the South Koreans.
Yeah, incredible stuff, honestly. I think for the Falcons,
Yeah.
you're very,
Yeah,
very happy with
Nobu.
the way they played.
Nobu
I
नहीं है,
just
Motu
see
है.
a lot safer in this tournament too.
Yeah.
But I think the Falcons, it's just nice seeing 3 of them towards the end game. Also, not
निका
easy
पाजी
with
की
the
हल्ले
about how the
पाजी ओजी जीतेगी ओजी भी जाएगी इंशाल्लाह
identified some very strong
Qualify
points
हो
of the
गया
map. They
OGB.
played it well, and as a 3 we can see they can still succeed. They can succeed as a 4-man as well. But for Nolbu, a warrior's soul from Seoul in
Survive
South
किए
Korea.
रखे देखते हैं अभी ते
Incredible
पॉइंट्स
stuff.
पॉइंट्स
Just
देखते हैं
cannot
कितने
wait to see what the guys have to say about that.
Oh, nice. Phantom, nice. Wallah, you guys deserve it. शुरू से ये बैठे थे गाड़ी में भाई बोल रहे थे भाई हमें किल्स निकालने हमें चिकन करना है जो लोग ने उम्मीद रखी थी अपने से निकल के चले गए और करके भी दिखाया लोग ने चिकन भी किया yalla nice you guys deserve it congratulations Phantom फाल्कन की टीम ने बहुत अच्छी खेली वल्ला बहुत अच्छा खेला तरीके से बिल्कुल परफेक्ट कितने किल हो गए इनके कितने किल ये तो यहाँ पे 6 मेरे ख्याल से 8-9 किल तो इनके हो गए आराम से विद चिकन डिनर 19 पॉइंट चिकन डिनर के 10 पॉइंट है हर एक किल का 1 पॉइंट चलो
A big portion of this game, but this is why you hold on to your bloody utility until the last circle, because you can just use it and just bully teams. And Redox uses that buggy perfectly to get that elimination, but you just bully teams, and those nades were so pinpoint accurate, Niptura. The D plus and
बिल्कुल होल्ड करके खेला है
get
इसने
pushed against the blue even further. That was such a good use of utility for Falcons, and finally we are seeing a Falcons win, hopefully the first of many.
नहीं आईसी ने किल्स निकाले आईसी ने जो स्लैमिंग किया था ना वॉल्फ वालों पे वल्ला खतरनाक वाला स्लैमिंग किया था खतरनाक वाला स्लैमिंग किया था लोग लड़कों ने ना इंशाल्लाह स्कार इंशाल्लाह
Plus Kia, they went, now is our time. Let's go. Nades at the ready. Just immense pressure.
आज अपना टाइम है इंशाल्लाह अपना टाइम है
about it, Max.
Yeah, it was a tough one, definitely for sure at the end. But yeah, you said it. The timing was on point to go through the replays here of this game. But you know what? We're talking about Falcons a lot here, Niptura. We need to. That was the 4-man car rotation. We need to talk about T Plus's timing. This game, those Eastern fights, they would just pick and choose what they wanted to do.
लेकिन ये मैच फायर था वल्ला फायर था ये मैच फायर
D plus, man, after day 1 there was a bad day. They've been on an absolute killing spree, and once again doing it today on this Erangel match.
फल्टम को देखो क्या कर रहे
Yeah, it's really nice to
थे
see.
गाड़ियों में घूम के बंदे ढूंढ रहे थे भाई
And what I love about that as well, Jukes, right? It's like the team, they not only decided when they were going to do stuff, they also decided when other teams were going to do stuff.
Oh, mate.
Rejects tried to push up on them, and they went, no, now's not your time. We say no, go back to your compound. No, not allowed. And that's exactly how it happened. So that control of teams is just great from them.
I mean, they showed us why they are your previous champions here. They didn't mess around in this match for sure. We saw that push from IC onto the Wolves. By the way, Wolves, I think they could have had this match if they would have played it a little bit more aggressive once they got But no, IC pushed on them. Once they heard that fight ring out, we saw DK, you know, do a beautiful wrap. And oh my gosh, that knock from Nobu was ridiculous. But yeah, let's see these rotations here, Max, man, from a beautiful military circle. These are some of my favorite to watch.
Yeah, and you're going to be seeing Falcons and Reject just like, oh, okay.
यार ये जो मैच था तबाही था तबाही मैच था खतरनाक मैच था वल्ला खतरनाक मैच था
But I want you to pay attention to D+. They were pretty sent on phase 1 going into phase 2. And then they're like, we don't really want to be sent off the circle here because there's going to be a lot of attention thrown our way. So we're just going to hug the eastern side instead. And by doing so, they open up opportunities for them to look at fights break out. And third party, or in this case, what we just saw here, they leapfrog the fight of, I believe it was Erangel.
Faltem winner chicken dinner Faltem में किया.
Third parties and the timing of those fights were paramount for them to get into the late game and have an opportunity to get on that podium finish. D+ here showing some S+ tier gameplay.
Okay, I see 6 kills मिले थे यार 6 kills
from them. That leapfrog against Tiamba was just insane. Again, the timing coming through.
No point और अपने खाते में आ गए. No points.
Reflected in the points, right? Tiamba gets 6 points, but D+ Kia get 10 more. 16 points on the board for them, and Falcons getting 19. Just one shy of that 20-point gain they were probably looking for. But hey, 1 point isn't going to be the end of the world this early on in the day. And honestly, it's so nice to see them try and step it up in the final day. A little bit too late, but not too late, right? It's late, but not too late. They still have time to make it work for them.
I'm a bit scared for GS team, to be honest, right now. They were currently the cutoff team, right? 12th position. Not seeing too much presence here, and they're going to be slipping, especially when you've seen teams like Reject Hodrix that are initiating a bit of a comeback, especially on this previous Erangel game.
MVP
it's not boding well for them, so we'll have to see how that goes. As Novalo, the Frenchie, yes! Woo! MVP of the game, let's go. Now, this is the Novalo that I know and love in these matches.
Oh man, that's what we've been waiting to see it for sure, right? I mean, we're waiting for that Team Falcons win, and I'm so happy they got it now. And honestly, I'm gonna say this, right? I think that they realized, they had to have known that it was D+ on that hill, for sure. And once they saw that knock, I like that bold team.
4th place पे आ गए.
This is the team we gotta take out right here.
4th place पे आ गए.
Make sure that we need these points so bad, and man, do the Falcons.
Come on!
98 points.
लड़को!
That jumps
ऊपर जा रहा है.
Place with 90, but
या अल्लाह 20 point. या अल्लाह 20 point.
Bottom right there. GS, right, weren't able to put up any points.
यार ये मैच में 20 point लाजिम लड़को 20 point.
But not enough.
It's
inshallah सारा बोलो inshallah.
Kind of rough for GS team though. It did impress quite a bit. I was enjoying some of the plays from Jafar in particular during the gauntlet stage. They've not been able to replicate that to a similar extent so far in.
मुझे नहीं लगता कि यार OG जाएगी. यार OG आज भी at least एक chicken निकालो. एक chicken निकालो OG.
Kind of momentum build.
Qualify करो.
Falter here. There might just not be enough games for them to make that comeback.
OG को तकरीबन आज चाहिए
100%. Like right here, right now.
20 point चाहिए. 20 point चाहिए qualify करने के लिए. Guarantee में दे तो qualify करेगी 20 points से.
Maybe just shy of a win, but hopefully a win in the Miramars. I think they're going to use these arrivals to
really
just
team
build on that momentum. One thing I do want to point out in these leaderboards is IC making a comeback, right? 4th place.
Yeah.
3 points on the board for them.
Yeah, IC comeback कर रहा है. करेंगे comeback, करेंगे.
Trying to push.
सबर करो खाली. खैर नहीं है तुम लोग का खैर नहीं है.
D+ were actually a little
4th place पे आ
their
गए.
third party, but they were just able to just back it up with immense firepower. But honestly, for me, I see continuing to have a good day today.
Oh yeah! Oh my God! I see. Oh yeah!
I will not talk about that. I don't know who that is. Looking at the top 4 players of this game, we do have Novalo, Fallow, Regio, and then Notable that, in my opinion,
the
MVP has to be on the winning team, but I think that if we took it purely based on stats, it would have to be Notable because, oh my goodness.
Everyone type inshallah. Sare type karo inshallah.
This game in particular, but he was a demon. And he would see you, you would not even survive 5 seconds. You were done. You're out.
Oh, yeah, exactly. He just decided who
Welcome,
lived and
Wahid,
who went
welcome.
back to the lobby. He was like, no, you're not allowed. You're not a threat right now. I'll deal with you later.
Alhamdulillah,
And he
fine,
was
thank
just
you. How are you?
going through the rest of the lobby so methodically. Really love to see that. And hey, you know what? Regiosio, first time we're seeing a
Raja,
Rejects player
welcome.
on this board. And it's nice to see him second place, 5 eliminations, putting in that work, putting on those points.
Yep, and like I said, they needed them because looking at the difference, right? So in the last game, we saw Loops. They were at the cutoff with 61 points, okay? And RC had 38, all right? So that difference right there is a total of 23, okay? Now Loops have 74, and RC have 51. You know what that is a difference of? 23, right? So they have not progressed at all. Right, in order to make it into the last chance stage. So I'm gonna say it again. It's chicken dinner time. I think they extended it to
Chicken dinner time. It's IC time today. IC.
The last one for me. What do you think, Max? You think they have another one? Do you really think so?
I think there's still another one. I would say, you know what? Yes, they still have one more, mid-game that could happen for them. But after that, it's going to be game over. Halfway point of today, we need to see something come out from these guys.
Ooh, that's bold. That's bold. Neptura, what do you think?
I think that, yeah, I agree honestly with Max that they have a little bit of extra time, but they don't have much.
Well, let's go ahead and take it on over to the stage with 7WG with Falcons and Narvalo.
Oh, yeah.
With the 7WG, I'm joined by Narvalo from Team Falcons. Narvalo, great quick.
Narvalo.
Honestly, I want to talk about your gameplay because I feel like your gameplay has improved from day one to now the final day. What have you been doing the past 2 days to make sure you can actually perform here on the final day?
I think for this game, like, it was a call, the print path was north, and we said if it's military, we should be first to reach like the island. So it was a call to go quick and go on the left side. No.
मैं आता हूँ एक सेकंड.
for a little bit where you don't have that angle off towards the western side to watch for approaches, but you have to hold that ditch with a 3-man. Likely people are going to crash onto you. So this is what I mean by just these small errors in gameplay. Again, hindsight's 2020, and I'm out here of the observing this. Oh no! The double is insane.
Yalla, yalla, yalla. Good luck, guys. Good luck. I see. Good luck.
We'll give you 2 today.
ये किधर जा रहे हैं? कमिश्की जा रहे हैं क्या?
A nice start. They got immediately over towards Millie Base as we started down there nice and early. The difficulty comes in the fact that this moves away from Millie Base at that plane path. So if this is going down from Kameshki towards the south, teams who are dropping late could have readjusted on their plane path, on their parachutes down towards Military Base. In this case, it's really only Gen G and GS who get a decent start off the back of this one. So another game potentially for Reject, as well as Tiamba, who both start very close to this location and try and lift themselves out. But it's
Military Base
74 points for 51 and 50 apiece for Reject as well as Tiamba.
I mean, the major difference on this West Bridge is Gen G being here, right? Goat had a pretty free and clear rotate over last time. If Gen G pull up and cause a fight to start here, Falcons, we saw they wanted to rotate fast early. This is the same circle, the same decision. I don't think too many teams will have had time to fully review what happened there, except for maybe Goat on that rotation. They'll know that Falcons move fast. If they get stuck down,
अबे ये फिर से Military Base का बना है Zoom.
Jam didn't exist in the last. And GS are holding the East Bridge in the meantime, by the way. We'll see just how.
हाँ momentum था भाई पिछला गेम सही था इनका.
Moving in. This is on the East Bridge now. There is a roadblock. There is the Caltrops. They're out. They're looking for the backstop player. They're looking to try and disparage them from getting on forwards. Dez has to drop down though. The backup needs to come through from Jafar. It's there in spades. Buckets of bullets pouring down on the bridge. And now the off angles are brilliant coming on through. There's finally an answer from Tiamba, but it's too little too late.
Tamba gaya bhai,
Pushing in right now on this East Bridge either blank, so no chance that GS get run down by a third party.
I think it's one of the few times where I think that you just like send it. You just send it if you are Tiamba. The initial shots weren't that great from GS. I think Tiamba
चलो भाई GS से तांबा को लेकर गया भाई 4 पॉइंट मिल गए भाई GS को 4 पॉइंट तो मिल गए.
It was the optimal play there in that instance. Again, it's one of those things where it could have gone either way. Tiamba drops out, they get the first 2 knocks, and then it's easier to play from there. But I think that really hurts Tiamba's chances, and I think they have to take a bit of a gamble on just the straight approach into the zone. Neptune actually brings up a really good point about Falcons.
अच्छा Military Base का फिर से बना हाँ?
If they get another strong game,
इंशाल्लाह जट.
The initial rotations. Now, me and you've been covering PMSLE for the longest time, John, and we know that the Falcons are some of the slowest to rotate. Because they play Pachinki so much, they already have this central position. I actually think that position hurts them a lot. It is one of the strongest locations in the map because it is so central, but it's made for this almost stagnant gameplay coming through from Falcons where they don't make these initial rotates to strong positions. They'd rather play Church on the west side of Pachinki and wait things out if it's a western circle. I think here, because we do go to Sosnovka, it forces Falcons to take risks, to make moves, which they wouldn't necessarily otherwise go for. And they're benefiting from it. It says a lot to me.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they are now, after that game, very much in with a chance of getting top 3 here as well, Blank, is going to be great news, and they will love to see a game that they just succeeded on.
क्या बोलते हो लड़कों? क्या सीन है?
In a very big way, right? Repeat itself, hopefully. But the second circle on last match was also a big factor.
अच्छा फिर से Military Base का बन गया. ओहो भाई साहब.
Having tried to rotate around, occupying a lot of the area, a lot of the ground around there. So that was a big factor in the dynamic of that last zone, of that last match. We'll see where we're going to go this time around, but at the moment, Falcons on the south coast with Gen G, who went across the bridge very, very early.
Cross?
So they see how that out, and they're going to.
What do you mean?
Off this one. No reason to try and push this, and they've already scouted out a huge amount of space on the western side. Sadly, this is Eastern leaning on the circle, so it could be further over towards where Observatory is. Alpha Gaming actually goes for a different maneuver. You know, they'll take Observatory for themselves, try and get that high ground nice and early. I think for Alpha Gaming, it's almost weird where I think that this team will perform even better than they have here over in the grand finals. I think that sometimes, but there is a sense of boredom that comes through from this team at times where they really do want to get stuck into things. They don't like playing slow, and they are so good at the game. And I think that does create.
अच्छा Zoon इधर क्या है वो उधर गए हुए हैं.
That's a sad shot from the Amazon.
आमना सामना होगा सब है लूप्स का. मल्टा में. ये लो बे गया सब.
You got to celebrate him somehow, I suppose, whatever you can. Papa Supermassive.
चलो भाई. Kill secure कर दिया उसने अपना.
Are able to find Tron B, no answer either. A little bit of damage, but I mean this should be extricable.
Kamikaze.
Neither team really wants to stay here for too long, though, Blank. I mean, there is a lot more of the North Island in this circle than in that first match that we saw today on Erangel.
I see. Come on, boys. Easy, boys.
10 to 15% chance of going back to the mainland.
किधर जा रहे हैं लोग?
Unlikely, but is technically possible. We'll have to wait and see for that one. So maybe a little bit more time, on average, they could go for it. And especially with the state of this east side bridge, it's maybe actually safer to stay in Milton for the time being.
Yeah, I think so. It's getting very messy around this region now. Reject actually get there quite early.
Aru किधर घूम रहा है? Aru! Oh, Aru, Taru का भाई! किधर घूम रहे हो?
Come back to bite them. I think they're trying to control as much area as possible.
Aru भाई! क्या रे Aru भाई?
Towards the south side, very difficult.
Aru अकेले घूम रहे हैं भाई.
But it's certainly possible. I think maybe potentially going for the western bridge might be a
अच्छा loops और सब का fight होने लगा है.
There are a lot of teams that play over towards the eastern side. With this being eastern playing path too, that's most likely the locale that teams are going to be passing through. I think Inner Circle realizes that as well, and they're going to pass over towards the west, which just actually cuts out a lot of teams for them they'll have to go up against. Is Papa Supermassive up against Loops? Loops the most in danger right now, falling down into the bottom 5 at 75 points, just 5 points.
Fourth place before.
Yeah, it's real rough stuff on that 11th place bubble. Obviously, we're playing in with 2 bubbles on this Blank. If you were looking at the top 3, we were expecting it to be somewhere around 140. That's what we saw from Gauntlets on the same number of matches. It was 141, I think, and 4th place was 140. So very, very close. Could be around there. Could be a little bit different. So if you're up and over about
यार तीन है चढ़ जाओ उस पे अकेला ये.
Yourself, right? That's where you start to feel a lot safer in terms of that top 3. And then we're playing with the 11th place bubble, which is not easy at all as well. It seems to be very, very closely fought. Probably going to be closer to around that 90-point boundary. So getting up and over 100 sees you a lot.
अच्छा अरुण का IGL है I think OG का ना.
Last chance stages.
यार क्या कर रही है मिलिट्री बेस में भी है बंदे. क्या सीन है?
Even towards the middle of the pack, I mean.
Phantom और Loops का हो गया. Phantom और Loops का हो गया भाई.
Valo spots out Wolves, who a little bit too close for comfort. I think this should be a free Elim, yeah, absolutely.
I think he's stepping too far there. I was very worried. I think any other team but Reject.
French greed.
Future SG, thank you. Future SG, thank you, brother. Thank you so much.
And once those points,
Future
man,
Smart Glass, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Respect him for it. But you are right. I think that what you said at the start of the game is very pertinent here.
Thank you.
Falcons actually are in with the running now. I think there's only one spot up for grabs, personally. I don't see D+ putting on the brakes anytime soon.
अच्छा Zoon उस तरफ का है. Okay.
Enough this tournament. I think personally, if you're an Alpha Gaming fan and you're looking how they're playing today, it might not look flashy, but they're playing slow because they just want to get regular points.
यार लड़का इस बार ये DK को
even if they just
radical
be a game today where Alpha Gaming has a strong position and they win from it because they can.
अच्छा IC आ गई alhamdulillah. अच्छा IC
through towards the grand finals. And
IC की fight होगी.
Deserve it as well.
IC की fight होगी.
Top in particular, you know, having a wife and 3 kids and a kid, right? It's a lot to juggle. It's a lot to juggle, but it just shows that even at 26, like, you can still perform extremely well.
OG or loops.
As long as you have the grind, it's incredible.
Vaccine के साथ.
Been on the grind here for a while, trying to
come on यार लड़के
into the zone, but I've had to go all the way to the west side and OG.
Yeah. यार ये तो बेचारा अकेला है यार.
Damage already felt by both of these teams by the blue zone. We're into stage 3, so it's non-trivial to deal with.
नहीं यार बेचारा यार.
Nade in. Oh, shotgun. Shut down there.
जल गए दोनों को. अबे पकड़ो लड़को पकड़ो पुश कर दो.
I know it's the burn coming through from a tanky.
नहीं यार.
Both teams are going to start to lose players. I think.
यार उनका team finish एक बंदा finish हो गया उनका.
At this stage, OG going to try and make a run for it. Loops. Maybe actually getting this res here. It is still resable for just a moment longer. We'll see if they can make it work. And yeah, OG, off they go on their bike or buggy or whatever they can find.
It's a very, very tough approach here for OG. And again, this is what I meant earlier, where I think this Western Bridge is probably the more wise decision. It takes a while to get here, but OG definitely make it. They're going to take a quick scout over the bridge, quick reset on the meds, but there's no one waiting here. Why is Alter Ego still on the north side?
The analyst chat is lighting up.
I mean, inshallah.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, I think that it seems like they're very worried about what's going on the other end of things. Again, it is hard to scout that far across. And I think that they have seen multiple times that teams have been held out in this location.
हाँ military base में वो लोग military base में. मैंने समझा यार वो उधर कमिश्की में घूम रहे हैं, जरखी में घूम रहे हैं.
I am worried that what they're going to do is they're going to go for the swim, in which case they give up.
इनको देखो यार, इनको देखो किधर घूम रहे हैं.
They just stopped off for snacks. That's what it is.
ये अभी भी wait करे कि कोई cross करने आए. बड़े तेज है ये Indonesian.
Of a full stomach. Can't be taking gunfights on an empty stomach.
Come on, we're getting to stage 4. And 9Z is coming in behind.
Oh, 9Z पीछे से आ रहे हैं. अरे 9Z का wait कर रहे हैं लोग. Yo.
Baby. Come on.
I mean, that's the
Time
only
to
thing
go
I
now.
अच्छा उनको भी मालूम ये आगे है, इनको भी मालूम वो पीछे है.
You can't get yourself picked back up after this stage as well, so very dangerous to stay out this long.
Very much a situation of AE there yet. Slightly bit more of a tongue twist than I thought that was going to be.
It's 2 letters, mate.
They've got a cross. They have got a cross. Circle back over towards D+. Over on this north side, playing the hilltop. I think this is a messy circle. It's a very messy circle where you're over towards Millie Base as well. We are cutting in a little bit of airstrip, which isn't.
Trying
to get out of that area. Alpha Gaming.
पीछे से बढ़ गई. है और दिखाओ होशियारी दिखाओ.
Shots down towards Alter Ego. They'll need to.
अल्फा वालों ने कुछ नहीं बोला, बोला आने दो रुकने दो. अब पकड़ेंगे. अरे आरू गया भाई, तारू का भाई आरू गया रे. क्या कर रहे आरू भाई? क्या रे आरू भाई? क्या रे ले?
Question is, can they find the shots? Can they find those shutdowns? There's only one left on the inside. I don't think it's going to last too long here. Reject. Looking for the last player on the end. A rotate in. Comes through. As we see a crash from Team Secret. They're still alive, by the way. In the picture.
RC Loops.
On the north side, actually, towards Loops, who might be a bit.
अबे इनको नहीं मालूम है बंदे इधर है. अबे इनको नहीं मालूम बंदे इधर है.
In the corner.
हाँ.
This is really nice. I mean, step out. This is a shotgun. This is a
shotgun.
So if he steps out at the right time, there's one. Looks for the next as well. Gets the flush. That's huge.
एक बंदा ले गया यार.
But they do shut him down.
That's disappointing, man. You know, it's just one guy in there, just re-peak. I suppose that they did the compound quite well in terms of the monster trucks denying the entry towards the window.
TS by finish.
Get crashed on. That's how they defend versus
9Z finish.
But that is a situation where you should be able to hold out as 4 and just refrag onto the player. The fact they lose one.
Aru bhai to kya bhai, Aru bhai bechara. Aru taru ka bhai.
I also think that there is something to be said here about 9Z, where although you know they're on 86.
Duck bhai wait kar raha hai tera, duck wait kar raha hai, crypto. Oh crypto.
Early into the match, they will just send it, and oftentimes they will just find themselves in really sticky spots on the map.
I mean, to be fair, you don't expect the team to be bridge camping in this scenario, right? Like, it may be really confuse them, but that's the sort of thing I guess you also can't afford to be able to get confused in a scenario.
Duck कह रहा है मुझे kill लेना है इसका kill लेना है. Duck कह रहा है भाई. इसको छोड़ना नहीं है. छोड़ने का नहीं रे बाप.
We just got to go for a mad dash, right?
Also, just play on the edge.
You must assume if there's a team still on that bridge, that there are teams ahead of them, right? So you assume that the ground in front of them is very, very full. I'm really trying to get as much as possible here, and I will admit.
Woo!
Paparum Supermassive though.
क्या चला रहा है? यार मिली क्या चला रहा है?
That is going to be Papra Supermassive eliminated, and loops are up to 9 elims. Blank. You said they were the team that's most in danger of dropping
down. यार अपने लड़के कहाँ हैं? अपने लड़के कहाँ हैं?
Acting like it.
Yeah, and again, the more points that Loops gets in this match, the harder life becomes for a lot of our teams.
HP देख, दिमाग का HP देख.
I think Tiamber, it's done now. I think it is done. I think for Tiamber, it is almost impossible for them to get back up towards that top side. Genji.
Nice! Kabu! Rayal Cup! Wallah لك ريال يا quick!
But likely.
Kabu والله لك ريال! عبدم 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 يا quick!
Inside the bottom 5.
عبدم عبدم خلك مرتاح عبدمك وخلك مرتاح مرة نو फ्री किल के लिए आया टॉप यार फ्री किल के लिए आया यार यार ये क्या है यार फ्री किल के लिए आते हैं यार ये गेम है इनकी ये हो गए डीके वाले हो गए आरसी वाले हो गए
that barrier that we were talking about. They're over 140 now. And they want one more at least. Dammy under pressure from these nades. Has to reposition with the Falcons flying into that.
Yalla, nice.
Too much longer. Up to 142, and the placements are going to kick in soon as well.
Janju nice, Wallah, Janju nice.
All this is right about now is just not giving up first place. The jump up in prize pool between.
Okay, IQ, okay, boys, okay. Relax, bilkul relax, okay, relax, okay.
Top 3 very
nice, okay.
First place who does take.
चिकन करना है लड़कों को चिकन चाहिए दुआ करो सारे टाइप करो एवरीवन टाइप इंशाल्लाह आईसी चिकन करेगी ये मैच सारे टाइप करो इंशाल्लाह
and this one's been good. I mean, even taking the opportunity to move over towards Observatory, that's very unlike Alpha Gaming. Okay, takes Krypton along with him in the vehicle. I think that, you know what I would quite like to know is how many vehicle eliminations Docs had this
kills looted. Come on, Falak nice.
7 now.
Falak पीछे संभाल के.
Which is more than I think we've ever had in any one tournament.
Oh dear.
Easy लड़को easy.
He is certainly a terror behind the wheel. Whoever gave him a driving license, I'm sure they're regretting that one. As we take a look over towards the rest of this game, though, teams are...
Noki nahi.
The hilltops to the north, been fairly convincingly under control by D+. It's in a circle again, a fight for the top spots here. Third place, very, very close. Fought between Goats and Inner Circle. Losing players here would be nasty. They've already taken a lot of damage, and as D+, they're up against Osal has the off angle.
यार ये पीछे से मार रहे हैं यार.
Oh no!
ये पीछे से मार रहे हैं यार.
Really bad time, but they've still got Falak. What can he do here? Favian close by, but backing off to find chips on the res.
D+. Chips goes down. Nado the top towards Falak does get a lot of damage done. Favian over towards Falak will find it. So that's in a circle, taking a lot of damage. They should be able to hit the chips back up. It's nice to see.
this is really Reject's game right now with one player from inner circle to fall down. It's D+ with a central position. It's kind of D+ versus Reject again, Blank. In this circle, the southeast side that we see on the picture-in-picture is APG versus Falcons.
No!
P24 is going to give it a good go. Does find Nolbu, but going to get taken down in response, and yeah, that's going to get flushed out. IQ is actually still alive in all of this. He did manage to get out of that fight. I am still focused though on this fight.
पीछे वाले गंद कर गए यार. Got वाले गंद कर गए यार.
Falcons with 4, APG with 4 as well. Haven't really been able to find success on either front of that, and APG disengage. They're moving up to the hills to the north and maybe look at a fight D+.
I think
IQ रह गया यार. IQ रह गया.
Try this fight between D+ and Alpha Gaming, which probably will break out towards the end here, will be the fight of the day. Very excited to see this one happen. Falcons need to break wide though. Currently Zhol is holding this spot.
Yeah, only one alive. Oh no.
We did speak about this at the start of the game, that there is a big chance to jump up above inner circle, above GOAT into that top position. And honestly, if we get Alpha Gaming, D+, Falcons in the top 3, whew, what a lineup that will be going through to the grand finals. It'll be unreal.
I mean, I don't think going into today anyone would have called Falcons with a chance.
But this last day, it's the last day always. It's always the last day for the Falcons.
It does seem to be, doesn't it? There's something about it. They have a potent resurgence built within them. Built different somehow.
IQ safe?
I'm curious as well, because usually Alpha Gaming's like the team that is the last day champions, where in that final day, Alpha Gaming is known to put up a disgusting performance. But right now, they are taking 2 knocks straight away. Falcons equally are suffering versus the Wolves. Just Doran here, actually.
Oh, no.
1v4!
Yeah,
Go 1v4 कैसे? Wolf वालों ने Falcon पे यार.
Doran? You can't be doing that.
बेतक.
Yeah, close the Doran door right in the face.
यार IQ.
sorry, they
अबे
didn't
IQ
actually-
देख लिया.
It honestly, it felt like, oh, okay, he's gonna get 1, he's gonna get 2, and then
3 kills यार.
Surely, you do not see 1v4s in international.
Hello.
I cannot believe Doran pulled
Yes.
that off.
I mean, blink and you miss it, right?
Yes.
Doran was...
عبيد.
Oh my god, okay. Well,
level bid.
Wolves,
الحمد لله.
again, not really probably going to get too much out of this game, but certainly...
Hey,
really
Beth,
for the
ليش؟
Falcons.
خير.
The decision to crash onto Doran for the Falcons, though, might be an interesting
إيه
one.
أنت خلصت على
It
الفوق.
feels like...
I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
شو؟
Okay, sure you can transition towards Reject later on,
4.
potentially.
يلا.
They're right on
I
the
think
edge of the
it's
circle
okay.
with it, though.
I mean, Alpha had that lineup. They couldn't really crash that way on the east. Also, if they do that, Reject have sight lines.
यार क्या है यार ये फ्री के किल्स के लिए घूम रहे फ्री किल्स ढूंढ रहे हैं यार अल्लाह फ्री क्या किस्मत है इनकी कसम से यार अल्फा वालों की यार ओपन में फाइट नहीं लेते ना ओपन में ना
I mean, we need a replay of that at some point. Hopefully the desk will have that locked down because Doran's going off right now. Maybe he's going to do it again. He's got a lot of smoke to play around. He's going to get up to the wall. Reject don't want to let him cross, but...
OG वाला एक बंदा रह गया एक बंदा OG का भी रह गया
I do like for Doran, he's now just using the entirety of Falcon's utility to cross 20 meters.
Oh dear.
I'll show you guys how to use util.
Oh my god. Doran. Reject's like, where's he getting all these smokes from? What?
Why
is it more than one dude? What's going on?
Some kind of nimbus cloud off in the distance.
IC 100% qualify करेगी इंशाल्लाह.
Great job. We did it.
That's so many
चलो
smokes. That's insane. OG getting found on their last player. That's GOAT to pick it up. GOAT have been down on the belt buckles for a while as well, trying to crawl across the open ground. 5 teams remain. 8 eliminations for APG. as well on this match. They've only got 2 remaining. Doran. No, you
Come
can't.
on.
You gotta stop, man. You've got to. You cannot be allowed to do stuff like this. Kraken has to hit the tank. They can't really take 3 fights here. Doran steps up for another. No, Doran.
Crazy.
You can't do this. You can't do this. This is PMGC.
यार ये बंदा क्या तबाही निकला?
To bed. It's his bedtime.
Oh भाई साहब! भाई साहब!
No, Doran.
Oh!
Goats go down to the giant.
Goats को मिलेगा!
Man doing? He is absolutely crazy.
Oh, dear me. Doran will not let you get a foot in towards this circle.
यार!
4 into a 1v3. This is
1v3, 1v4 भी किया इसने.
Talks about rabbits out of a hat, but right now Doran's making this look easy. Gets up to the wall as well. Probably should go down to this nade though, but goodness me, what a game it's been from him.
यार लड़के ने यार Doran. Well done, bro. Amazing gameplay. Amazing gameplay. Amazing Doran.
D+ again in this late game.
यार एक ही मैच में 1v3, 1v4. Falcon वाले Gods वालों को ले गया भाई लड़का.
At least that will put them over 150. Or maybe not quite. If they can get another elim, that's what they'll be looking for. But still very, very close. Very comfortable to be in the top 3.
इंशाल्लाह RC लेके जाएगी. इंशाल्लाह RC लेके जाएगी. इंशाल्लाह RC लेके जाएगी. ये chicken इंशाल्लाह.
A reject again in a late game circle. 6 elims. I mean, it's almost more important for reject than anybody else right now.
It absolutely is. For reject, they want the chicken dinner, but they got 2 big dogs in the lobby, and right now they're the Chihuahuas. Let's see if they can make it happen versus the best of them. Zell takes some shots off and towards the distance. They do have the low ground to play at the moment to reject. They have vehicles as well, which is the main thing, but D+ continues to send nades their way, keep them backed off from their position. D+ looking to fight out for those bragging rights at the top of the tables.
I mean, reject have the center of the circle though. D+ are
Oh गया zone से top. Nice.
They've got an angle, but
दोनों गए nice.
They're gonna have to move.
Nice.
The points denied.
RC. Come on RC. Come on RC. You got this RC.
In order to deny an extra point there, which is kind of nasty. To the blue zone it goes, but now D+ versus reject. Already a good game for reject, but they desperately need this chicken dinner to stay alive in this tournament, to jump up towards that 11th place bubble. Nade's going a little bit long onto Ragey. Downhill, it's always a little bit tougher.
If a reject, they need the chicken dinner, like you say.
अगर DK chicken करती है, secure हो जाता है इसका second place.
It's required.
Grand final secure हो जाता है इसका.
Procedure for reject to grab a chicken dinner here to finish out this game and give them that chance, because I think even with a chicken dinner here, it doesn't take them out from the bottom 5, but it will be the first stepping stone for them.
D+ starting to run a little bit lower on those nades. You can see they've only got 3 remaining. Ragey cooking another. If he finds a knock, this would be huge. The Molotov, probably a wiser decision. Force Ragey off of the tree. The question is, does it land on spot? It definitely did. Look at that damage tick away. He has to fall all the way back to the vehicle. That's going to be a lot easier for D+ to go on towards. They know the damage is there, and they have to go over the top now. Spray down towards Divine. D+ trying to stop reject from getting on in. And Ragey looks for the spray down, a wild rollout here. And
Nice RC.
Oh,
Nice RC.
They do not find
Come on RC.
They haven't got
Nice. Nice.
One onto Fabian. D+ is starting to fall blank. It's now 3v2. Reject
Easy guys. Easy
They
guys.
are desperately climbing
No.
towards those tables, towards that 11th place, but Ragey will finally go down to the nade. One more left. Look on for Apollo. Nolbu with the chance here, and it's going short of the tree trunk.
No.
Divine's down, leaving it all down to Apollo in a 1v2. An impossible task ahead of him. Pulls the pin on the grenade. Reject looking to reject defeat here in the face of impossible odds.
No,
it's not
they
meant
can't
to
quite
be.
do it.
Oh.
Oh no, they can't get all the way across the line. D+, take it away from them. Still not a smile.
एक तो इनको फ्री के किल्स मिले, अल्फा वालों को फ्री के किल्स मिल रहे हैं, बस ये जिधर आके देख रहे वाइड है, उधर से बंदों को मार के किल्स निकाल रहे, और क्या, यही चल रहा है इनका और कुछ भी नहीं है. परफॉर्मेंस कहना है, परफॉर्मेंस कहना है। डॉनियर ने अभी जो किया, वॉल्फ डॉनियर ने अभी जो किया, उसको बोलते हैं परफॉर्मेंस, उसको कहते हैं लेजेंडरी। ये कौन सी लेजेंडरी है? ये लेजेंडरी है? मैं नहीं मानता ऐसे लेजेंडरी को, ऐसे लेजेंडरी को मैं मानता ही नहीं हूँ।
There is still 3 more matches to make it happen, but Reject historically, those Miramars haven't been fantastical for them. Still 3 more matches to make it happen, but Reject historically, those Miramars haven't been fantastical for them. I can only hope that they can continue here, John, with these strong performances. But a D+.
यार I hope so यार। OG भी ऊपर आ जाए यार, OG ऊपर आ जाए, एटलीस्ट क्वालिफाई करे नेक्स्ट राउंड के लिए। लाजिम करना है। अगर 5वें नंबर पे यानी पीछे रह गए, 4 और टीमों के साथ पीछे, तो बाहर हो जाएंगे। IC का तो ग्रैंड फाइनल पक्का है।
So little time left. They had to hit those knocks.
Inshallah.
Crazy rotation on the end, but then Chips just said, "Nah, I'm gonna hit these shots," and they shut Reject down. What a game!
Oh wait, D+1? I was just looking at Doran the entire time. I thought he won. No, but genuinely for D+, such a good game, playing this high ground position for a majority of this game, right, Niptura, just having so much control on the entirety of this lobby. And again, what did we say the last game? This is why you hold on to your utility. Those nades made that transition from high ground to low ground so much smoother for D+. And even then, it wasn't easy to execute as Chips. He's popping off, and he's back to being MVP of the game for sure.
Yeah, and really nice stuff coming in from them. The control, what we saw there. Even, you know, IC being able to push up earlier on in the game. I didn't hate the push. It was a good idea. It was pretty well executed, but that third party just helped DK to just overrun them and get rid of that threat. And after that,
IC ने push सही किया था, लेकिन जो gods वाले जो पीछे थे ना, उन लोगों ने गंद किया, third party किया उन पे।
For rejects. Looked really good, actually. They were having, they had an idea of what they wanted to do, and they were doing it as much as possible. I really liked the smokes coming out from them. It just gave them a little bit more space to work with and just really effectively blocked out DK sightlines.
Yeah, as Blank said, you know, another team now that became a Nimbus cloud. It was not Doran, it was the entirety of Reject. I really enjoy that one. But no, Reject, as you said, really good piece of utility, keeping them safe from the off angles of APG. And one good point spotted out by John during this game, actually APG going for a revive to then deny just takes the extra point out of the equation. It's a small thing, but again, when you're competing for top 3, that can really have such a big impact that could really have a devastating effect on the leaderboards.
I mean, we saw last year, right? Last year's PMGC was decided by just 1 point, right? So, I mean, anything you could possibly do, you got to pull all the stops out right here. By the way, nice little setup there on the bridge from GS. That shut down Tianbuff, and with that one, I think they are completely out of this match, man. But you know what? I finally figured out what Chips in.
ये देखो, free के kills ले रहे, ये देखो.
That man's cold, dude. So cold towards the end. I kid you not. Ice water in his veins. When it comes down to like those,
यार ये इधर इन लोगों ने गंद किया था यार.
You know what? I'm gonna make it happen.
बिल्कुल perfect net था.
It really is just levels of rivalry like Sanji and Zoro in One Piece. They're just like, I'm MVP, no, I'm MVP. I love that kind of storyline. Someone needs to make an edit on Instagram. That will pop up.
यार ये लड़का यार, ये डॉडियर यार, वाला nice 1v4 कर गया.
No, I feel you, bro.
ये देख 1v3 चेक करो, 1v3 चेक करो. क्या अकेले लड़के, ये देख.
That's insane.
यार इधर गया था यार.
I love it. It's like, listen guys, Falcons, it wasn't you, it was just Doran, because he turns around and goes down goes the exact same way. Doran, man, what an MVP coming in here, Max.
I can just hear Novalu say, "Oh bordel!" right after that happened.
Of course.
Another military island, hot juice. Like,
सही कह
get
रही
a
हो.
third one. Okay.
Bring it back. Let's go.
Hey,
one
do it
more
again.
time.
Oh my. I can't even break down rotations here, but of course teams that go on the bridge rotations early on are going to be given a significant advantage. D+ here, though, taking it a little bit slower, able to play the northern edge instead and pushing away Reject. But Reject, good plan from them, Niptura. Respectful. We don't want to take an early game fight and take an early casualty. That's really going to hinder our chances for a win. But everyone's fighting, and D+, big chilling. We got the high ground.
You know
No
what?
one
I
can
got a
take it away.
question.
This is
I got
easy
a question.
picking.
Tur, I got a question for you, right?
Yes.
When it comes to reject, all right, would you want another military base finish? Right? And the reason why I ask that is because back-to-back militaries, they put up some decent points, right? But the problem is Loops put up 9 eliminations. You can see it right there. And that, I mean, look, the difference was 23 points. So even though they put up 14, they only move up 5. So if you're reject, do you even want to go military again?
You know what? I actually wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it at all because I think it would be an interesting thing because we see D+ get the back-to-back. We see Rejects get a back-to-back top 2, right? So I'm very interested to see if it does go there again, how they're going to play it. My only concern would be other teams now are going to be trying to do something different so they're not predictable, and that might put RC in a little bit of a disadvantage.
Just drop there at that point, you know. just compete with APG, you know, for the memes, just send it. But no, looking at the leaderboards, I feel like we have to seal the fate of some teams here, Hot Jukes. Team Secret, 0 points. Tiamba, 0 points. For me, game over. For me, those teams, you're going home after this. I don't see a comeback. Not only mathematically speaking, but also in terms of their presence on the battlegrounds. It's just, we haven't seen anything.
Frika MVP, yeah?
Team Secret,
Frika MVP,
it's game over.
I agree. I agree 100%. And that's going to mix things up. For sure, right? Because right now we're going to have 2 teams that we know are not going to make it to that last chance stage. And guess what, Neptura? That means they got nothing to lose.
Yeah, that
of
is
course,
so
next
true,
round पे qualify करेंगे
Erangel.
लड़के.
We can just
Next
go all
round
for
पे
it.
qualify करेंगे.
And
अभी भी
game
4
6 as well. It's going to be the final game. We can just go all out. And yeah, as we look at these leaderboards, there's reason to do that, right?
अभी भी हम 4th पे, अभी भी हम 4th पे.
Pretty solid. Maybe down to 6th place could really just try and snatch that 3rd place away from goal. But it's looking like the first 2 now kind of have run away with it, Max.
I'm looking at the bottom of the leaderboards in particular here. Reject 65 points. They started off the day with 38, man. They're having their best day so far by a significant margin too, and they're just shy of pushing themselves finally out of the bottom 5, Hot Jukes. But they need to keep going. They can't stop now. Reject, if we want to see one Japanese team in the finals, it can only be them.
Well, let's see if it's going to be, but get your popcorn ready. We're going to be right back after this break.
नहीं हमारा नेक्स्ट राउंड तो 100% है. मोहम्मद फरहान वाई जेट होता किधर होता? वी नीड 2 चिकन. नहीं 2 चिकन की बात, हाँ 2 चिकन की बात नहीं है. पॉइंट्स हमें चाहिए. पॉइंट्स में इम्पोर्टेंट है हमारे लिए. 1 चिकन कुछ पॉइंट्स इजी पीजी. Yeah, they will be number 1. Alpha will be number 1. Hello. هلا ما في. ايه منو ما بيفوز؟ بيفوزون ان شاء الله. لا بيصعدون هم. ايه بيصعدون. اخر خمسة برا. اخر 5 برا. زين والباقيين الاول 3 المتصدرين هاي خلاص هاي على طول نهائي. واللي تحتهم من الرابع لين من الرابع ولين السادس هاي اللي بينافسون عشان يصعدون للنهائي. فريق السعودي ان شاء الله. الهندي انا اتمنى السعودي يصعد. الهندي انا ما اشوفهم يسوون شيء صراحه، تعبانين. فريق السعودي ما شاء الله يلعب. ايه والله. يلا الله يسعدك. جزاك الله الف خير. جزاك الله الف خير حبيبي. حبيبي مع السلامه. مع السلامه. PMGC में अच्छा PMGC में इंशाल्लाह वाइट जेट भी जाएगा इंशाल्लाह. दुआ करो. या अखी ये म्यूजिक बंद नहीं कर रहे हैं ये लोग 77 जो सलाम एसक्यू भाई अलैकुम सलाम bro why how brand it's no playing in esports him game since it's so good यार देखो वो है अलग चीज ये है अलग चीज समझ रहे हो उसमें भी मेहनत है जो एज अ कंटेंट क्रिएटर स्ट्रीमर उसमें मेहनत बहुत है ठीक है एज अ ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर उसमें भी मेहनत बहुत है ये अलग अलग पार्ट्स होते हैं तो आप कभी भी ये नहीं कहना यार फलाना जाएगा परफॉर्म करेगा इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट जो स्क्रिम्स खेलता है वो जो स्क्रिम्स खेलता है वो खेल सकता है इधर परफॉर्म करेगा इधर खेल सकता है अम्मा जो स्ट्रीमर होता है उसका काम होता है आपको एंटरटेन कराना उसका काम ये होता है आपको एंटरटेन कराना आइडियाज निकाले फुकरा अफकार यसना महतवा उसका यही काम होता है सना महतवा कंटेंट क्रिएट करना उसका ये काम होता है तो वो लोग अलग चीज़ है और ये अलग चीज़ है ई स्पोर्ट्स इट्स नॉट ईजी यप ई स्पोर्ट्स इट्स नॉट ईजी नहीं है ई स्पोर्ट्स इसके लिए दिमाग चाहिए यानी गेम सेंस चाहिए स्मोक्स चाहिए नेट्स चाहिए मोली चाहिए मेडकिट चाहिए सपोर्टर चाहिए आईजीएल चाहिए फ्रैगर चाहिए सेकंड सपोर्टर चाहिए यदि एक पता नहीं तुम्हें जून पे सर्कल पे गाड़ी कब लगानी है आपको स्लैमिंग कब करना ये बहुत यानी एक पागल हो जाओगे तुम ये इतना इजी नहीं है जैसे कि आप सोच रहे हो इतना इजी नहीं है स्क्रिम्स खेलना उस पे अपने आप को बिल्ड करना एमिंग भी अच्छा हो गेम सेंस भी अच्छा हो ये नहीं हम आगे खेल रहे अभी जैसे कि मेरे साथ कुछ लड़के खेलते एक भी स्मोक नहीं लेते एक भी स्मोक नहीं लेते खाली गन लिया हेलमेट लिया वेस्ट लिया इसकी फिक्र है और हेल्थ की फिक्र है बस इसमें स्मोक होता है नेड होता है मोली होता है और मार थ्रो करने का तरीका होता है सारे बस आओ एवी बस ई स्पोर्ट्स नो ब्रो इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट आप अल्टीमेट रॉयल खेल रहे हो गाड़ी में बैठे घुमा रहे हो गाड़ी बंदे मार रहे हो वैं डाज इसको मारना उसको मारना इधर नहीं चलेगा ये चीज इधर से मारना उधर से मारना इधर नहीं इधर बोलेंगे आओ डायरेक्ट कान के नीचे छपाट देंगे तुझे अल्लाह तारा मस्खरा अल्लाह ड्राइव भी डिपेंड करता है भाई अच्छा ये क्या हुआ इनका किस साल पे
In comparison to what we've seen in the past 2 days for this squad what is the plan for the remaining
لا عطوف هو الريال الحين يقصد على يوتيوب يا سيدي طرش لي ان ليش ستريمر فلاني باكستاني وستريمر فلاني باكستاني هاي ليش ما يلعبون اي سبورتس يعني هنا ليش ما يدخلون البطولات هاي قلت لهم هاي صانعين محتوى هاي مش متخصصين لاي سبورتس لان اي سبورتس هذا جهه ثانيه وهاي جهه ثانيه هاي ما يقدرون يلعبون اي سبورتس هاي اي سبورتس مش مسخره هذا لعب بذكاء بطريقه يعني الحين انا وانت نلعب انت وانا ولا فلان علان نلعب حتى نحن السموك ما نشله السموك الدخانيه ما نشله هاي لازم كل واحد 5 دخانيات 4 جرنيد عندك المولي والهيلث الدم يعني كذا واحد ياخذ يعني بطريقه ذكيه يلعبون هاي بس فلان ليش ما دخل وفلان ليش ما دخل ما في فلان ملان هالمقصد يعني انا اللي شرح لهم بالاردو
well. How will you be approaching the last 3 games to make sure you can make it to last chance?
والله شيء غريب صح؟ ما تحسوا في شيء غريب؟ صدق है वला ला? कुछ अलग है ना यहाँ पे मेरे स्ट्रीम पे कुछ अलग है ना? बताओ क्या अलग है? लाजम जिसने गेस किया उसकी तरफ मेरी तरफ से रॉयल पास क्या अलग है? मेरी स्ट्रीम पे क्या अलग है? टाइप करके कोई बताएगा मैं उसको रॉयल पास दूंगा जल्दी बताओ आप लोग के पास 5 मिनट है
Need to apply all the knowledge that we have in the game the two days. But we are really happy. We started with like good matches, and we are happy. We are aiming for the top 3, and yes.
Oh yeah, Mongolia, Mongolia! I love Mongolia Alpha.
You see OG as well, currently playing with nothing to lose.
Hola, hola, señorita!
Away from you in the last 3 games, do you think that Reject or OG can catch you?
Então, a OG e a Reject estão bem próximos de vocês, né? Estão ali entre os 19 e 18 pontos. Você acha que eles conseguem pegar vocês?
Hola, señorita, hello!
Ooh, no need for translation on that one. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The final 3 games of Group Green are coming to you.
3 रहते 3 गेम يلا 3 राउंड है 3 राउंड है किसी ने मेरे ख्याल से गैस नहीं किया अल्ट्रा ईगो का बॉट बोलती किसी ने गैस नहीं किया मेरा रॉयल पास बच गया
I'm still waiting for his moment. He was for a time
सबसे अलग है
new generation of top tier players
आज
from
face
Americans.
game.
And unfortunately, ever since the end of last year, we haven't really seen that kind of rise to fame and glory from Ratoboy. But I believe, Loops, you know what? There's still time. There's still 3 matches. There's still an opportunity for them to make that ascent.
Level. Yep.
Yeah, let's see if they can make that ascent coming up soon. But you know what?
Ooh.
Oh, they're close for sure. I think that we're gonna see these next matches heat up like crazy because I mean every single one of these teams, they don't want to go to last chance, right? They want to make it into those finals. So how much percentage do you think we're gonna see like the gameplay level up in these last 3 matches? What do you think?
यार उनके
I think
हरकतें देखो
50%.
आरू तारू का भाई ओपन में भाग रहे हैं
Increase because I think these
والله
teams are
حرام
kind
والله
of
حرام
holding out just a little bit, but they're definitely doing a lot here already. There's not that much holding back. There's just a little bit, but I think just the intensity from everybody is going to make this a really interesting last few games, especially if we look
यार
at the
इधर
4th
यार
to 6th
والله
place, or
حرام
even 4th to
यार लड़कों ने
8th
यार
really,
क्या
actually.
किया फलक
INSANE
ने
at
यार
104. In 8th place is Falcons with 96. That's less than 10 points away from a 4th place position for Falcons. So all of those teams in between there definitely going to be bringing in the heat in this next game.
I mean, if I can bring up a negative point here, it's Ultra Ego. I'm sorry.
والله
they had
GS
such a
سريع.
banger performance yesterday. There's nothing to show for it today. Really, this team just kind of disappeared. They've had some decent entry points and stuff, but when it comes to fights, I mean, look at this.
Alpha getting kills for free.
Just getting completely squashed.
DK getting
literally
kills
by
for
the
free.
competition.
Best
And
player
they
of
still
the
don't
day
make up for
Danny
the rough start of the day.
Dino the best player
But
والله best player تاع
this is the
آسيا
team that I need to see something from this next game because otherwise with
وحش كان وحش
performant and consistent the top team
سبع
like
كلات.
AG and D+ currently are today, it's going to be tough to make that comeback.
For sure. I'm gonna say it right here and now.
Wolfie,
I think we got
Wolfie,
1 slot
Wolfie.
left available.
Wolfie كان خطير والله لعب
D+ have 139. They're playing so well. Alpha Gaming, they're putting up points regardless of the situation. I just
MVP,
think it's
yup,
too tough
yup.
to catch up with how chaotic these last 3 matches are going to be. That's in my opinion, you know. So, man, we just see the level up right towards these last game, and we just saw Doran 7 eliminations all by himself. I'm gonna tell you, if the Wolves somehow pull it out
आज
here and
फलक
steal that
ने
third
अच्छा
spot away
खेला
from goal, it's
हाँ
going to
सही
be
है
100%
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह
due
सही
to
है
that one particular play. I mean, that's a huge
What
difference
not
maker
win?
right here, Max.
Could be. I'm actually, you know what? I want to talk about Dorian real quick. The fact that we've had so many top-tier players from Romania in the past, like, I'm sure some people are going to remember Eastern Stars. I'm sure that's going to be a callback for some people. And you had Octavian, you had Kapahala, all those guys. And now the one player from that region, Niptura, from Romania, that still stands strong and is able to perform globally from Romania is Dorian. You would have told me like years ago, I would have said there's no way, but no, he is the guy who stood up and
inshallah.
Gosh, that's just a blast from the past. You took me back 2-3 years there with some of those names, Max. But yeah, Doran, it's so nice to see a player stand out even back then, continuing to do his thing. He's still on top. He still got it. It's really, really nice to see, especially at this level, right? PMGC, and you're able to get 7 eliminations on your own. 1v7 in PMGC is insane.
Hey, by the way, you're talking about Romania, Texas, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
Yalla, good luck, Shabab. Yalla, good luck, good luck, good luck. Yalla, good luck.
He's on the Wolves. He's rocking that USA flag. That's 100% American.
या ख्याल म्यूजिक है ये जो म्यूजिक है ना ये मसले खड़ा करेगा मेरे लिए
Revitalize a squad. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, when you get in these high pressure situations, sometimes you need someone to make it happen. Hey, for D+, it's chips in my eyes, right? Because anytime the going gets tough, you got to hit those hard peaks, that clutch shot. He's doing it for the squad. So, I mean, the fact that D+ has chips and Nobu going crazy too,
इसके
man,
बाद
it's
दो मैच रहते हैं इसके बाद दो मैच रहते हैं
we have a bit of time.
मेरा
We
बात
have a little bit of time. I'm trying
good
to
luck boys good luck
The green
आरू क्या रे आरू भाई और आरू भाई
You got
क्या रे आरू भाई चिकन करने का
Goat had some good players. Rosemary had some great games yesterday. Like, who would be the one to claim that one?
चलो आरू भाई चिकन करने का आरू भाई आरू तारू का भाई
Good inkling of who it would be, but
आज आरू खुद तारू
I'm not sure.
हाँ आरू है तारू का भाई ना
I think it's gonna be
आपका
Chips,
real
to be
stream
honest, and the
हो
reason
रहा
I say
है
that is because he was daily MVP yesterday. Was he? Yes, he was. And then today we've also had a game from him where he was also MVP of that game, whereas Top has not. So Top was MVP day 1, but the performance overall from Top has not been as standout as Chips continues to do. And so I think it is probably gonna Chips be just inching that one over the rest of the lobby.
That's a good pick. Who do you think, Podrux?
I think that's pretty close. I think it's pretty close right there. I think Alpha is not done yet because I think we saw them do that split in Rondo. That made me hype because I was like, you know what? Yeah, if you're gonna mix things up, you really only need one good game if you're Alpha Gaming to lock yourself in, right? The fact that they did that split and they sent Top, like one of their top fraggers out there to try to get some eliminations, I thought was a brilliant play. I think that if they get a normal set, there's no pressure at all in the squad, as opposed to everybody else, pretty much for the most part, Max.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I just cheated a little bit. I just looked. It's currently in order top 5.
Day
3, but it was Top, Nolbu, Rosemary, Falak, and then Chips. So Chips actually way lower than I expected, Nipcho. That's kind of a surprise. Wow.
I'm so surprised by that. But I suppose MVP for the team maybe isn't MVP for the lobby, right? He's doing things for the team, but maybe the other guys are just pushing him just that little bit more.
Well, man, now is the time, folks. You gotta put up some points right here, right now. It's the grassy lands of Erangel for the final time today. John, Blank, who's gonna win this one? Tell me.
I see gonna win this one.
Well, I don't know about you, but I feel like Doran's gonna win this one. I don't know who he's
No.
playing for or whatever.
I see gonna win this one.
That seems to be.
I see gonna win this one.
Take on the entire world on his lonesome. Wow, wow, wow. What a monumental achievement in that last game. But all jokes aside, it's definitely Team Secret winning.
Do you think Team Secret's getting a win here?
100%. Every time, it's Team Secret. No doubt in my mind.
Maybe a
लड़के कहाँ जा रहे?
Sosnovka circle.
Very good.
That could be certainly interesting. I think the players would probably hate it though. But yeah, we are getting another game, probably back to normality, maybe, I hope. In terms of the circle, 2 games in a row that favored over towards Reject, and their immediate rotate across towards Sosnovka was very much needed for them to try and get themselves out from the bottom 5. I think that they are very lucky that they got the double Sosnovka, but they also played it fairly well to get towards 2 endgame finishes. Not quite the chicken dinner though. Definitely a possibility on that last match, but not quite able to pull it off. The squad's out nice and early though, and the circle is far east, so no worries on that Sosnovka finish this time around.
IQ कहाँ जा रहा है? ये तो बहुत गंदा split हुए हैं भाई.
Decent start in this game.
चारों split हुए हैं.
Yeah, that east side will be the focus now.
يلا خير إن شاء الله خير.
As they send it on in. Nicely dropping down here.
Icon,
no roadblocks
Icon, Novo.
Bridges. Now, we were looking a lot at the Falcons over that last match, right? And Doran was looking at him too. But the thing that really adjusted in those last 2 matches was the speed they rotated in the start of the match, right? Away from Pachinki. They have to rotate again.
Curie नहीं गए. Split हुए सारे. Curie नहीं गए. सारे split हुए.
And to be honest with you, I don't think so. Unless something has drastically changed within the calling structure of the team, I don't think it's going to be a fast rotate from them. I think that the odd thing for the Falcons is how are they going to bounce back after that last game. Getting 1v4'd is never a good feeling, even in your games at home. It feels even worse
Military base में loops वाले.
So I do think for the Falcons, they might be reeling from that. And again, it's unfortunate because I think the other games of the day were pretty good, honestly, and fairly successful. And even that rotate there was not the incorrect decision. And I'm hoping it doesn't set up a mental block for them going forward, because it certainly could do. I think for the Wolves, that game might have cleared those heads though, right? That's the big thing. You could be happy with how Doran performed there and hope to do him proud in this.
देखे team camping. हाँ, camping करके और क्या पाजी.
Teams is that third place is still moving and
single boy
112 has a little bit of a lead.
Legendary ये लड़का legendary है. इसको देख रहे हो? هذا أسطورة. هذا أسطورة هذا. ये legendary लड़का ये लड़का. देख रहे हो ये? देखो ये legendary लड़का था. जिसने 1v4 किया फैल्कन पे और उसके ऊपर गॉड्स के ऊपर 1v3 किया एक ही मैच के अंदर. ये लड़का लेजेंड है. ये लोग लेजेंड ही है. ये लोग they are not legends.
I mean, you know, it's not easy, but a 16-point gap can be made up fairly quickly if you're able to get into those late games.
Ghost Hold is tenuous, to say the least, over in third place. D+ being 10 points behind Alpha Gaming is certainly not something I would have predicted after.
I'm sorry to say that.
Here we are.
They are,
which is very cool to see.
Many of them
champions.
They call themselves legends. They are not legends.
Life signs come back into effect as D+ do rotate straight away from Rozhok. They get a nice east side start here for them towards the center of the circle as well. They should be able to get towards. But you're right, there is a lot of teams towards the middle of the pack, pretty much from 8th upwards, that can challenge for that third place. Though at any moment, there is this case that any moment GOAT could change that. Because if GOAT get a 20-point game in any of our next 3 matches, it does become very hard to catch up to them.
I see, Falak. Okay, come on, boy.
I mean, it's still just out of reach to really say who are top 3 are looking like.
वो नहीं लाते ना, स्क्रीन नहीं लाते ना, प्रोड्यूसर को बोलो ना, स्क्रीन लेके आओ उन पे.
11th place as well. There is a
खाली loops,
danger there.
DK,
general,
Gertz,
likely that they'll find
Alpha,
pointers, but it's definitely
RC,
from probably
इनके ऊपर.
I mean,
TS इनके ऊपर आता है. Respected. हमारे लड़कों पे नहीं आता है.
But certainly GS have a chance. Loops, GS, Gen G, sorry, and 97G. They're sort of in this state of flux right now, with GS definitely behind that pack. But whose spot would they take with a big game? That remains to be seen.
طالع देखो इनके ऊपर स्पेक्टेट आता
Let's
है
take a look at the center
क्या
circle.
प्रोड्यूसर है यार ये
Mindset coming in from
पड़
Yasnaya.
गई
They come out close down towards the south side. Scouting. D plus also moving their way.
मालूम नहीं
Reject so
क्या
far have
कीड़ा है
done a
उसको
fairly good job
I
to
don't know my
start
friend
moving up towards the top side of the, well, the middle of the lobby, let's say, at least not the top side at all. We're currently in 13th place. They're still a hefty 18 points behind, though. And that, again, there's a lot of points to be gained. It does require loops to not have a great game either. So for Reject, they just
देखो गार्ड्स मैंने क्या बोला देखो इनको रिस्पेक्टेट किया अभी इसके बाद ये
some fairly decent maneuvers. It's still feeling hit or
Janju.
miss with that squad. For OG, only 1 point behind Reject. I think OG is the cutoff of teams that are able to get in towards last chance here, being at 64 points. But again, that is another strong set of 3 games for that squad.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very, very difficult. Again, we were thinking
हाँ अराक का टीम भी है GS अराक की टीम है
GS around the 90s, maybe low 90s, could be pushing up a little bit, especially given where we sit right now. It is very, very difficult to imagine that Tiambra are going to be able to get 40 points in
ये GS टीम है हाँ GS ये GS अराक की टीम है अराक का है
It's impossible. Even though they're going to win the next 3 matches back to back, you're just not. It's just not happening. Imagine, you get 3 20-point games.
لا ديما لا.
Even qualify for last chance.
يا أخي لعبوا.
Oh, you don't. Yeah, you'd be.
Yeah, exactly.
حاسبوا.
Yeah, so it's.
لا فلك.
It's definitely.
فلك.
And I think Team Secret is the only team that is completely counted out here. But even for Tiamba, if they go down here, then they're also counted out.
Pretty much.
यार फलक को नॉक फिनिश मिल गया यार.
For Tiamba, Alter Ego really want these points though. You can see where they are on the tables right now. 5th place. They were up in 3rd. They've been up in 2nd as well. They've been
फलक को नॉक फिनिश मिल गया यार.
But for now, they're in 5th with a team 1 point ahead of them, a team 1 point behind them, and plenty more behind that who would be all too willing to usurp the spot and take some of that prize money and the all-important ticket to the finals. Goats moving in on the southwest side with APG behind them. The circle
لا حول الله لا حول الله.
towards that western side.
For Erangel here, this is our last Erangel of Group Green. It is also the last chance to get stable points and more so stabilize your position in the leaderboard. I think if you head over towards Miramar, as we've seen multiple times, some of those circles are so hectic. And the big thing about Miramar is not the fact that it can't be played well, but you get towards those end games where the circle can really only support 5 teams at most, and that's around about stage 6, stage 7. So there's less chance
شباب سلطان
stage 6, stage 7.
قدامكم تيم حاسبوا
teams in those circles, which gives a lot more chance to our squads to have a strong finish there. But you might just be cut out by luck, essentially, in Miramar, whether you can.
I see
you need to make sure now on this last Erangel that you secure that position and make it a little bit easier for yourself, basically giving yourself a buffer going in towards Miramar. That's most important for GOAT right now, because they already have a small lead. They could extend their life becomes so much easier on Miramar because they can just play it slow.
Yeah, it's
मालूम है मेरी जान. Nobody.
Potential to be a little bit more relaxed there. You'd love to see. You do not want that pressure of knowing, oh, we need to get like a 17 elim game here to do something on these tables, etc. It's really nerve-wracking, and you do not want that on your conscience. Teams are starting to line up very, very linear down the center of this circle blank. That Yaz field presence being really felt on that west side. Everyone wants access to the mansion fields if it goes northeast. It does start to splay out down towards farm, down towards Milter, with that lumber yard on the southeast side as well. But on the north side, very much along the road south of Yasnaya.
In Secret, you find loops. That's a big deal, especially for the 11th place position. Rafina, lucky to get away with his life there. I'm surprised he didn't find that final shot, but they will look to see if they can finish off some more. You have to hit that.
Oh boy!
Two of his teammates sending over his head. Lovely bit of stunt driving there coming through from Team Secret. Even if they can't make the points work, they'll try and look pretty doing it. And they do make, you know, a decent chunk out of loops and very likely to pick up another point at least. So well done them. Congratulations. Too late, do better next year.
The big thing is that getting 2 players out from 11th place, the 11th place team, is actually a massive deal here for Reject as well.
No baby, देखना है तो इंग्लिश में देखो या किसी और का स्ट्रीम जाके देखो, शाबाश। जाओ, उर्दू वाले बहुत है उधर लगाए हुए हैं। वो काली माता के जो ज्यादा ओवर एक्टिंग करते हैं उसकी स्ट्रीम जाके देखो, जाओ।
The north side, play in heaven, you know, this is a really strong chance for them to get a good game on here.
Absolutely, they need to regroup properly.
Come on, IC! We need chicken!
Start to crunch in. Goat moving in from the southwest side with the Falcons out to their west. Wolves on the northwest of this still D+ ahead of them. Goat do have a challenge here. They don't really have too many.
Slamming जाएगा, मुझे लग रहा है slamming करेंगे ये Goats वाले.
Was trying to scout out.
Slamming करेंगे IC पे. मुझे शक हो रहा है इनपे.
It's too close to the edge of the circle. Want to get a little bit further. The two from Loops, GS, everybody's sending now.
You've got to do. I mean, this is an awkward area of the map to be playing in. Still have Mansion in play. No one really wants to go for that just yet. They're waiting for the circle to make a true decision on where it's finishing. D+ just sends center. They're quite happy with that one to play in that position. Again, Alpha Gaming down towards that southeast side, playing it more towards the edge here. They will have to sweep through teams, but it's a team that hasn't done anything to do that massively.
No one getting fully stuck into a fight just yet. But I mean,
yes, वाले बाहर है, Zool से बाहर है यार.
Not sweep through, maybe. Papa Supermassive.
Recall नहीं है वे.
First team to face Alter Ego potentially around this prison mound.
Recall नहीं है यहाँ पे.
Tianba. Hey, they still got 4 players alive. You know, they're fine. They're doing okay. They can still do it, I believe. Well, don't even know if I believe myself on that one.
You are captain optimistic today, honestly.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Ooh,
let's go with that. Loops trying to move on through and actually find it.
चढ़ गए भाई, चढ़ गए Loops वाले चढ़ गए.
Yeah, 1 point. That's 2 players is good. Definitely good, but Papa Supermassive losing a player there to a 2-man team is pretty rough. Playing alongside this ditch, sits around the dead trees. It's a okay position, put it that way. Will require smokes though to keep teams off your back. Also easily crashable. Your outpost as well is also gone due to loops, which does make this a bit more awkward. Waiting for stage 4 now to pop.
Top को देख. Free kick kills लेना चाहता है.
102 points after that game. True heroes performance from Doran to sit them there.
I mean, I'm surprised that the teams have managed to compact themselves into this area. I mean, the blue zone isn't quite full on APG and
Tamba Mar!
But APG can't find the shots, and it's actually Tiamba to draw first.
Nice!
On that engagement, and Naze over the top.
Finish him!
The flush and another
APG.
The circle sends all the way.
Finish him!
So OG are gonna have to move. Can't play that Evan combat anymore. This is big news for IC and for Goat and for Falcons and maybe even for Reject.
Finish
good.
Finish
good. I mean, Reject being able to move him from that south side's massive.
Also
a big chance now for D+ to get ahead, right? Get first place. First place over in PMGC 2024. Now looking to top the tables here in Group Green. Will be a great mark.
Allah सुबह से घूम रहे. Free kill ले रहे.
But yeah, you're right. For Gen G, Inner Circle, Reject, this is all very promising on this next circle.
It's kind of nastiest. I think.
Nice, Tamba, nice.
Maybe GS in this scenario.
ये free kill के लिए आया हुआ है. देखा top को देखा. Top को. Do you see top? Alpha top. देख. Free kills के लिए. Free kills. Only they want 3 kills.
Players now. Over towards just Alva now remaining. That's not friendly. That's not fun.
Yeah, I meant more as in like, why is Tiamba suddenly insane at the game? Like, not why are they why are they bad? Because this is crazy. They've just taken down a lot of the tough parts of the lobby here pretty succinctly, leaving Alter Ego, who were challenging for a third place position, now with just one.
Oh boy, chade mein Tamba wale bhai full serious hai. Kafu wallah tilabud.
At the end of this match with 2 Miramars left to play. I mean, they're just going to hope that INSANE go down as well, aren't they? And the Wolves. I mean, and actually half the lobby. It would be great for Alter Ego if you could all just, stop playing right now. They'd love that.
I mean, I think there has been a little bit of lackluster performance from Alter Ego today, but fair enough as well, where you look at those circles, it's been really rough. Finally get to play a decent one, and it's very open. It's a hard rotate for them too. They get caught off towards prison with 2 teams playing around that location. 2 teams, which I might add, have basically nothing to lose here as well, with Team Secret and Tiamba playing extremely aggressive.
There's a real
لا GS لا في لاعب تحت في لاعب تحت
2 teams chasing for that 11th place bubble. GS moving down towards Sarah, but he has got that outpost to reposition away back towards the rest of his team.
كفو شباب كفو تلعبون يا عراقي تيم ولا برفورم कर रही है يا اخي. Nice. Where is OG? Aru लोग किधर है Aru? I see, nice, I see. Come on, I see. यार रखो ना उधर. Put there.
A big one.
Inspected IC. Come on. Inspected IC. Come on.
That's an old boot striking.
QZ भाई चढ़ा हुआ है बंदों पे QZ चढ़ा हुआ है बंदों पे भाई.
It's not done yet. The nades, pins pulled, and Team Secret looking to hit the deck here.
Boom!
The explosions come through very.
Boom! 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 Nice यार तंबा nice यार. यार लेडों का बारिश यार.
Yeah, they've been allowed to
Tamba वाले बुर जोश में.
A nice pick up there. Wolves trying to make the dash now across the open ground. OG trying to stop them. And they have got a beautiful line up there for AKOP. Doesn't quite connect for another knock, but slows the Wolves down a lot more. They've got 20 seconds to get back up and into fighting form. With the tanky getting rezzed as well, OG are on 4. They have to move 2. The question is, where do they go right now, Blank? It's open area to the north of Shelter, to the north and the west of Mansion.
Wolves who need to make their way out, but like you say, they are surrounded on both sides here. Falcons looking for a little bit of redemption from that last match too.
يدك free kill के लिए घूम रहे. देखो free kill के लिए घूम रहे. मार.
I think for Wolves this is an extremely difficult run out. They are
nice
at the moment.
आतंकवादी nice.
Certainly are. Tiamba taking down Papa Supermassive as well. They take a knock.
Ooh.
All the way out the back, actually.
QZ भाई पड़ा है इनपे.
Wolves crashing across the road. The Falcons were trying to make their life hard, and that is going to continue to be the case.
Oh, भाई साहब.
Crashing into OG. It's not friendly. I think it's just Bat now remaining. Meanwhile, in the picture-in-picture, the south side is getting real hot between Reject and GS. Those 2 teams looking to chase for that 11th place bubble. I don't quite know who's in the lead right now, Blank.
La.
Might have this one. Reject taking heavy.
वो अपने लेट से गया सारा.
Apollo nades his teammate. And that is it, done and dusted. 65 points now.
अपनी टीम का where is IC?
GS do profit off the back of that.
यार क्या ये लोग?
Wolves down as well. Egos will go out. It's just Baton left remaining. Good nades coming through from 9Z over towards OG as they try to cross the road.
Kafu GS, kafu.
It's a difficult crossing, certainly. I'm just looking. I just had a little chuckle. I looked at Tiamba. They've got 11 eliminations, Blank. Yeah, we're in minute 20, right? Like this. It's very confusing. I don't think they're going to be able to get too much further here out in the open, but they do have a position in this next circle. We'll see if they can maintain it for a little bit.
وربعنا شو السالفة؟
Heavily suffering. It's 9ZG layering the nades on it, but one nades head back their way could be beautiful. In the meantime as well. on the other side of it. The other flank against OG. And they find our Valor.
यार OG भाई फॉर्म में आ रहे हैं भाई.
OG who take quite a bit of damage there from the Falcons. It was instantly healed back up again. Redox does get knocked though. Ralph will have to
Oh,
send
भाई
good shot there.
ये देख aggressive.
OG will take down
OG aggressive game खेल लिया भाई. Oh,
that's exactly what they do. Well done.
कसम से full aggressive वाला scene है OG का भाई. Nice यार, nice OG, nice.
Do they want to try and stymie OG, or do they want to try and get closer?
अच्छा अपनी टीम का है.
Right now against
ओए
position in the circle. Okay. Nice little pick out there as 9 try and roll on up.
खराब बेट.
He's going to stop their tracks, look for more spray downs. Finally a turn on the corner there, but the rest of OG now.
OG finish. OG finish.
AKOP can't do it, but the teammates are still rallying and attacking.
भाई साहब OG भाई ले गई.
Pick them back up. For 14 seconds before the zone moves, they might just be able to roll out as 3.
Really
come on, I see.
He is definitely my favorite player on that squad.
T2 take it, T2. Easy, okay. Nice T2, nice T2. Zabardast.
Side of things, I think he's been thrown on the side.
Nikalo, kill Nikalo,
Really underestimated him. D+ though, they send across. There is shots from Gen G. I think D+ trying to finish off that fight between them and OG, but seeing their teammates getting blasted out by Gen G in the background, sees them run back towards the rest of the team. Tiamba still taking shots, but it's Gen G to do most of the work there over towards GS. For Gen G, this is a big goal for them.
Couple
on this game that does shoot them back up into the hundreds alongside.
Finish. بسرعة finish.
Oh my goodness me. It is really their time to join that fight, it seems, but GOAT are still alive, Blank. On the western side, they do have to get on in, and Inner Circle maybe a little bit more happy because they are in the circle on this next rotate. D+ with 1 player left standing.
فرشو كف والله تلعبون وحوش.
Will be taken down, and the point goes to OG.
यार हमारे लड़के कहाँ हैं?
And they're behind loops on 77. OG with the crash, actually, over towards Gen G's position, and one of them's knocked on the wall.
I mean, for OG, this looks a lot more aggressive. It looks good. I mean, they are trying things today, and I like it. I really do like it. A Tanky now on the side wall. WizGod has to move up in the vehicle. There is a nade sent out. It's a little bit too far, but a nice Molotov will be sat down on the side. Nade goes a little far again from Gen G, but GS assaulting from the sidelines too.
I'm looking at GOAT crashing into IC. That's the battle for 3rd place popping off right now in the picture-in-picture. It's really dangerous.
Heavy fight,
looking to climb, but a nade is able to land on target. GOAT are looking to keep this crash going. IC hopping out, but can't quite find on the spray down. And there's a chime in from Tiamba, who is still alive, by the way. Oh my goodness me, there's 3 very important fights happening right now, Blank, all at once. As on the south side, it's GOAT who take down
Wallah OG game खेल रही है यार. Nice OG, nice.
5th place. And there's still that Lone Ranger running across the open ground. No, hang on a minute. He has got his teammates still going, with A-King behind him.
Tiamba getting themselves up towards the wall with 12 elims on the match, by the way. Gen G at 10, OG at 10. You can see teams are really pushing as far as they possibly can to try and get into last chance here. We are so close in the tables for 3rd place. We are so close in the tables. Down towards for the last chance. A Tanky finds Quick. Tiamba steps up but can't find the shots onto a Tanky.
Oh, he's dodging down there. GOAT may be onto a winner though, Black, with Gen G starting to wane. This could be the time that they
punch you.
Move it out of reach for almost
everyone. Wallah, nice. OG, nice. Tamba, OG, nice.
Placement points, you saw them just flick up.
Gen G, nice, Gen G. इनको finish करो. Punch. لا تخلي punch.
Them and Loops who sit still.
كفو تلعب. Finish.
That was you shooting above him, dude. It's not that big of a drop off. Finally gets the job done. Yeah, for GOAT, you're absolutely right in terms of maybe they could finish here.
يلا شباب Gen G.
14 elims
ولا GS
from Tiamba is extremely silly. And does see them with a chance.
I mean, it kind of does, right? on a 85-point bubble. Tiamba on 64 when you've added in these 14 elims. I mean, that's doable. They've already guaranteed a 4th place in the placement.
خلك ريلاكس. خلك تريح عشان كلات. تريح.
20 behind that bubble going into our Miramar stage. The question is, how much further can they go?
Genji in the good position right now. Genji is a good position right now. مكانهم.
Big thing now for Go is if it goes down towards the southwest, then I think we might have just secured our top 3. It would be a big outside chance on both our Miramars.
لا ليش؟ Why you smoke?
But if it heads up towards the northeast side, it might still all be to play for.
Go covering that run out. Satan has the inside of the building, kind of on lock, so Tiamba not actually going to go for the push. They know they don't need to commit to going for it. It would be a placement and an elim if they can go in and find that last player for Genji, but they can wait for him to leave instead.
It does all come down to this shift here, and it's away from them. So now
شو قلت انا؟ ملكة ولا زون جنجي لو كبر होगा देखा جنجي and Tamba. Guys, don't leave this gods. We don't want them. Finish them.
Very, very tense.
It's such open ground that Goat have to cross. But which of these players are going to take shots towards them? I think if it was a 3-man squad playing here in Mansion, Goat absolutely is in a tough time of it. But because it's 3 separate teams on the outside towards the east, I think Goat might just be able to get by because of the lack of coordination from all 3 of these teams on the other side who don't really want to be the first to peak.
I mean, the fact that they've got 3 players though as well, that's going to be really worrisome. They are the main team that has to move, but
ولد مكانك زين مكانك زين حاسب بس حاسب.
Also chasing for that bubble.
مكانك 200 اصبر شوي اصبر.
Points and then you add on the placements. Blank, they're very close to already being into 11th against Lewis.
उसको मालूम भी नहीं उसके राइट पे जंजी वाले.
Brilliant news for them.
I mean Tamba और जंजी है.
To actually stretch out themselves.
Come on, Tiamba. Now's your time to peak. Satan's just been so quiet on the inside. And it actually might let Go get up to the wall, in which case it may not have mattered the circle pushing away from either of these squads. But look how open this ground is.
No.
ESO not taking any shots either just yet.
لا ما تعطيهم كلات. ما تعطيهم كل. الله يخليك. ما تعطيه كل. ما تعطيهم.
It's going to start.
سمك.
The smoke's lining
سمك.
up. Tiamba.
كف.
The blue zone. ESO finding that off angle, finding a knock against Go. That brings it into a 2v2v1 now. The res needs to come through. Tiamba, stop this res from happening at all costs. They need to find it. The smoke there covers off the other angle. Aching. Milo, where are you? You need these sprays. You need them now. Or Go are going to be back up as 3 up into the wall. And Satan is still there. He's crossing the open ground and Kraken. He's able to find it. Satan goes low. He's been spotted. Aching with the angle on towards him. Look at it keep that spray going.
No!
Look at it ladder up. They will get second, but they only have the 1 player to stand, and the nades from Go over the top seal the deal, and they might have just guaranteed Go in the grand finals. What a close down on the game. Tiamba making waves, but it is the top 3 looking all the more certain.
It's such a messy finish there coming through from those 3 teams. Satan does nothing, Tiamba does nothing. That's coming across from the side, because honestly that's an international mindset where as those 3 teams there, you deal with the biggest target first in the lobby, and then you as the solos can fight against one another.
Top 3 confirm ho gaya bhai,
right? But that way everyone goes down at separate orders in low placings, and you limit yourself on elims too. I think it's a weird one. It's definitely a weird one.
Yeah, it's a really, really weird ending there, but Goat with the goods.
حرام يا أخي والله. यार बहुत लोग ने मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है क्या सीन है, क्या हो रहा है, शायद कुछ I don't know. कैसे स्ट्रेटेजी, वो उनका आईसी का एक ही स्ट्रेटेजी है, होल्ड करके खेल रहे हैं। आई डोंट नो, शायद उनको देखो, ये जितने भी टीम है यहाँ पे, जैसे ओजी हो गए, ओजी ने अपना स्ट्रेटेजी चेंज करके खेला, ठीक है, वो भाई बढ़ गए बंदों पे। जीएस ने स्ट्रेटेजी चेंज करके खेला, बढ़ गए बंदों पे। तांबा ने स्ट्रेटेजी चेंज करके खेला, बढ़ गए बंदों पे किल्स निकाल रहे हैं। जिंजू ने सेम किया, लेकिन अपने लड़के आई डोंट नो व्हाट्स, क्या प्लानिंग कर रहे, आई डोंट नो यार, क्या सीन था मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा। लेकिन 2 मैच मिरामार कर रहे थे, दोनों में 20-20 निकाले पॉइंट्स, इजी बिजी 20-20 पॉइंट होने चाहिए दोनों मैच में।
Name of the game so far in the group green stage, right, is just this methodical attitude towards
यार ये आप लोग ये खुद नोट करो, अभी हम देख रहे हैं ना, वो गेम पे खेल रहे, वो अलग बात है, हम देख रहे हैं ना, उनको तो ओजी की गेम नहीं दिख रही, तांबा की गेम नहीं दिख रही, जीएस की गेम नहीं दिख रही, जंजू की गेम नहीं दिख रहा, हम देख रहे हैं ना।
And tenacity of our bottom squads, man. You saw Tianba go crazy with a bunch of eliminations. OG get a bunch of eliminations. GS as well. You can see they're trying to do everything.
ये खुद बोल रहे हैं, देखो कमेंट क्या कह रहा है, सुनो क्या कह रहा है।
Point lead from
ये यार नेट पे नेट।
They're just crawling through these games, just hoping, just one point, sir, please. That is 4v1, just one extra point. And you know what? A point might just be the difference maker at the end of the day between 11th and 12th position. Who continues in the last chance, and who is sent home after these next 2 matches? 2 Miramars is here to seal their fate, as we see some of these replays. But man, Museum all over the place. Oh my goodness. D plus Kia going full send onto Gen G. In my opinion, the crash was very poorly executed. Keeping chips as an off angle on a flat terrain like this for me is the wrong decision, Niptura. And then Orangutan, more opportunistic, right? Looking to go for a third party. I appreciated that play.
I did, but again, it was just a little bit too late, right? They tried to do something there on the opposite side, trying to just
10 किल अपने सिक्योर किए, 10 किल निकाले ओजी टीम ने, 10 किल, तांबा ने 14 किल निकाले, 14 किल्स। यानी देखो ना, सोचो।
That was they had to get a lot of fuel to make that rotate.
जंजू ने 11 kills निकाले.
Make sure those cars were still in working condition. Here playing really adamant to play these high ground positions in.
यानी 21 point नहीं 21 नहीं, मेरे ख्याल से अभी पता चलेगा सब.
It's so hard for teams to breach you entering from the western side. So they just held it down, protected themselves with the cars, and you can see Orangutan.
अभी पता चलेगा, wait करो.
To deal with the side of Go, so like, oh well, Museum does a fight with D+. We'll go for that instead because Go, that position is way too strong, and Go knowing the Orangutan left, they fight IC instead in that compound, and then boom, full control of the southern western side. Easy.
3 kills यार, 3 kills. 3 kills निकाले. देखो GS के 11.
I mean, you can tell they're just
got the beast.
They really are. Some really good show from Tiamba, but oh, it's just a little too late, Jukes. A little too late. Just 2 games left for them to put up. I mean, we're talking about them having to put up an equal number of points.
20 point Tamba ke.
To really have a shot.
16 point.
The top
13
11,
points.
Right, at going to last chance, and so that's just going to be
3
so
points
difficult. But hey, better late than never, I suppose. I really like what we saw from them. That's the Tiamba we're used to seeing. Hopefully, we can see that again in the next game.
I agree. I personally, with how chaotic I know these last 2 matches are going to be, especially the last match for sure, I think it's done for Tiamba. But that just goes to say, right? If they somehow make it happen, it will be the comeback of the entire year.
MVP मिला से.
I mean, rejects. Why 0 points? Alter Ego. Why 0 points? Oh, we were having some good momentum yesterday for Alter Ego. Today for reject. No follow through on this game. It was definitely not an easy match for these teams. I do have to say, if you had to be center very early, like your Gen G, like your D pluses. But regardless, that momentum did not follow through. Hopefully that could be the case going into those Miramar matches. Though congrats to Killer Joe from GOAT Team being your game MVP. 4 eliminations. Very important on his fight actually during that push onto the Pakistani team that shall not be named. Actually is currently in 4th position and they are currently
अभी भी हम 4th position में हैं.
Make it to the grand finals just barely.
वो जुंजू ऊपर आ गया भाई. बाकी GS से रह गया and OG रह गया.
No.
इनको भी ऊपर आना है.
To IC.
लाज़िम ऊपर आना है. अगर क्वालिफाई कर ले OG and GS को ऊपर आना है. लाज़िम यूनिफॉर्म GS और OG.
These teams,
السعودون لازم ينفوم.
You have to do something different. A regular game of PUBG Mobile isn't going to get you
क्या कह रहा है?
right? What would you suggest? I want to hear
सुनो क्या कह रहा
right?
है?
What would
You
you
have to do
suggest for a
different.
team like IC
के बाद
to do in order to make it into those grand finals and possibly take out GOAT?
सुन ले क्या कह रहे हो?
I don't know necessarily that they should do anything different. I think the way IC have been playing has been pretty consistent so far today. Alter Ego, I think, do need to step up and try and get more placement, more of that end game positioning, end game presence. For IC, I would say just up the ante a little bit here. Not be more careful, but just be a little bit more persistent with their plays.
Max, you agree with that?
I would agree.
ये मेरे ख्याल से ये लड़की पाकिस्तानी है.
So GOAT have a hot drop in common in El Porto with Falcons.
कैसे वॉइस दी है?
If GOAT go out early, that could open up the floodgates for some of these teams to do a final last-ditch effort to get in the top 3. If you're GOAT though, Hodrix, now we're going on the opposite side. No, they know they might be targeted. They can't afford to go out early. I would say you change your drop location. You go Ruins, you go Tierra Bronca, you go Campo Militar, you go Prison. For all I care, you don't take the hot drop. Otherwise, you are throwing massively. If I see it happen, go.
We can do it, of course. We can do it.
Sorry, that would be the throw of a lifetime.
Yeah, I got to agree. I think that GOAT should definitely mix things up here. Because personally, I mean, we've seen too much esports at this point, right? I think if you're IC and AE, if you do the same thing and just try to end it up, I don't think you're making it. Like, without a doubt, there's no chance. 25 points is too big to cross. You've done this all year long, right? Why not try to get to the finals here and now? Don't even worry about last stage, right? So, last chance. So if you're IC, I'm not going to say hot drop, right? I don't think you're going to hot drop, right? But no, do something to possibly camp out a rotation. You got to figure out a way to take this team out early, because if they put up 5 points, I think it's over, right?
Yeah.
So they need 0. They need 0, right? So, I mean, honestly, if I see IC or any of these teams going down, and this is how I feel about it, right? I don't even want to see you in the grand finals. I don't. Like, I hate it. It's the worst thing ever. You gotta do something different, right? I mean, if this was PMSL, you don't want to, like, you know, upset other teams, fine, but this is where the big money is on the line. Come on.
Okay, chat, we're sorry. He's very passionate right now. Okay, he's a bit angsty. Okay, he'll relax after this game. Don't worry.
Yes, it'll be fine. It's fine. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine for GOAT if they put up 5 points. I'll tell you that right now.
Calm down, Let us talk, okay? So it's too much. We need to hold him back. Oh my goodness. You know what? Like, genuinely to have a bit of a conversation on what Hodrix is talking about. Do you want to go for the hot drop and take that risk? I would not recommend it.
Yeah.
I just don't want to see a full squad out of those teams that are competing for top 3 get towards the late stage, circle 5, 6, and just play hyper passive. Placement points aren't going to cut it. You need to frag out, and late game, we need to see some strong presence on these Miramar matches.
We do, and I think it's for those 3 teams in particular, right? GOAT, Inner Circle, and Alter Ego. Those 3 teams in particular have a very similar playstyle when it comes to the late game. They play mid to edge. So you're going to see all 3 of those teams actually on the edge of the circle trying to farm out other teams and spread and split in the end game. If one of those teams can...
यही कह रहे हैं कि आईसी टीम को डिफरेंट खेलना चाहिए. हॉट ड्रॉप पे मत जाओ. डिफरेंट खेलो. किल स्टोरे निकालो. अब यदि अगर आप 25 पॉइंट भी लेके आते हो ये भी बहुत बड़ी बात है, थर्ड प्लेस को पकड़ के रखना डायरेक्ट फाइनल्स, ग्रैंड फाइनल पे। अगर आप ग्रुप स्टेज पे रहोगे तो डिफिकल्ट है, समझ रहे हो बात? तो स्ट्रैटेजी थोड़ा चेंज करके खेलो, यही कह रहे हैं। मैं क्या, ये खुद देख रहे ना, ये लोग खुद कह रहे हैं, मेरी बातों को छोड़ो, थोड़ा सा चेंज करो कुछ, यानी उनके अंदर चेंजेस नहीं आ रहे, सब सेम चल रहा है उनका। ओके, हम फोर्थ प्लेस में हम नॉर्मल चलेंगे, एंड पे किल निकालेंगे।
Right now to survive to the last chance, I think GS needs to do the same thing with loops, right? I mean, reject, it's such a big point difference. I think too many things.
अभी ये चेक करो, अब ये चेक करो, इस मैच में जो पिछला मैच है, जो टीम नीचे थी, ओजी, जीएस, तांबा, जुंजू, ये नीचे थे ना। इन लोगों ने क्या किया? बंदे ढूंढ रहे मार रहे, बंदे ढूंढ रहे मार रहे, बंदे ढूंढ रहे मार रहे, बंदे किल्स निकाल रहे हैं और पोजीशन पकड़ा, तो इनको पॉइंट्स निकले। एक का 14 पॉइंट्स, एक का 19 पॉइंट्स, एक का मालूम नहीं कितने पॉइंट्स, सारों ने अपने अपने पोजीशन पकड़ लिए। तो ये होता है ना।
I think both those teams need to be targeting loops, targeting 9Z.
यानी लड़कों का मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा क्या हो रहा है, मुझे तो बिल्कुल I don't know.
I agree. I mean, so just to reaffirm, okay, loops, yeah, they're 3 points away from GS, so that's mighty close. All right.
बहुत होल्ड कर रहे हैं लड़के, बहुत होल्ड कर रहे हैं।
8 away, Tianba are 15 away, right? So Tianba, you know, rejects, those guys definitely got to do something crazy here. But I mean, it's going to be a crazy last 2 matches for sure. And honestly, my eyes are going to be on GOAT to see how they perform in this game.
I don't know what to say, मैं नहीं जानता क्या बोलूं।
Points, they're going to be solid.
चलो नेक्स्ट मैच में शायद चेंजेस आ जाए, नेक्स्ट मैच में शायद कुछ करे। I don't know, maybe कुछ करे। ये देखो, आरू भाई, तारू भाई का छोटा भाई आरू भाई। Good luck boys, good luck. Indian team, good luck. They need to take kills early in the mid. सही बात है खालिद, देखो खालिद क्या कह रहा है, देखो खालिद क्या कह रहा है, खालिद समझ चुका है।
So yeah, Falcons, Papara supermassive plays, Wolves, Genji. I know there's a lot of pressure, a lot on the line here. You know what? Even if they do not make it here, Niptra, they're still going to last chance. But then you got to be top 2. You got to qualify now. Otherwise, it's going to be so much harder for you to actually make it to Bangkok for these grand finals.
It just is so difficult from here on out. And if you thought, you know, group stage was hard, last chance is going to be even worse, because now you've got all those teams in last chance just desperate. You think these teams are playing hard now? Wait till we get to last chance, because that is the end of the line for the majority of the teams. There are so few slots left once we get over there that those teams just gonna be having a really hard time to do anything, I think. So we'll see what happens when it comes to that. So I wouldn't want to be in those shoes, in that place, in that position. So really those last 2 games, these last 2 games coming up, it's do or die, because man, I don't want to be in last chance if I were them.
सारे टाइप करो आमीन, सारे टाइप करो आमीन, बस मैंने दुआ पढ़ी है, सारे टाइप करो आमीन, सारे टाइप करो आमीन, everyone type आमीन, मैंने दुआ की है, सारे टाइप करो आमीन।
I mean, that's the last position you want to put yourself in. So looking at those leaderboards again, mathematically, for a possibility, just a slide, you know, wide shot, it's 9th place. Okay, 9th place could have a shot into top 3. And the way that happens again, GOAT cannot put up a single point. And they would need at least probably a 15 elimination chicken dinner, right? That's a lot of things to happen. And the problem with this again, and this is why I was saying this, Max, right? And Niptura, is that last game, you know, you have so many teams that need so many points. They're going to be going crazy, pushing everything. So, man, you got to be able to do it in this game, at least in my opinion, Niptura.
Yeah, it's gonna be something that you really just need to get your head on straight for these Miramars, Jukes, because this is the last chance.
Well, you know what? I want to hear from Jafar from GS. Let's see what 7 has to say from this guy in their last match of the day, possibly.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by none other than GS Jafar. Yesterday, going into Miramar, you had one of the best performances. You ended up getting 9 eliminations, a 4th place finish. Now, with currently just 3 points away from top 11, what is the mentality going into Miramar?
انت بارحه بميرامار يعني ابدعتوا ما شاء الله عليكم، هسه انتوا 3 نقاط من توب 11، شنو تفكيرك لما اتجاه هاي الميرامار بالنهايه؟
والله شوف مو بس بميرامار، اليوم من بدايه الجيم عقليتنا انه مو بس انه توب 11 عشان نحاول نجيب لنا جيم حلو ونتاهل، بس الحمد لله راح نحاول نركز بقيومتنا، نحاول نلعب مثل البارحه وان شاء الله نقدم اداء حلو.
It's not just Miramar. We're entering today with a completely different mindset. We're aiming to actually make top 3.
ये कह रहा है अरबी में हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि कल की तरह अच्छी गेम करें, क्योंकि हम चाहते हैं क्वालिफाई हो जाए, ऊपर आए। हम कोशिश करें कि अच्छी गेम करें। इस मैच में भी हम यही परफॉर्म करेंगे कि हम क्वालिफाई हो जाए। अरबी में कह रहा है, ये इराकी है, ये सऊदी वाले हैं।
Top 3 is a little too far away for GS, but last chance is still right there. Okay, well, we're going into Miramar. Max, right? Yes. I like what you said. I think GOAT should change up their drop location. I know you're very familiar with the drops here in Miramar, okay? If that's the case, I want to see GOAT drop. How about that?
1 second, मैं आ रहा हूँ।
I think I gave a few options earlier. You got Ruins, Campo Militar, Tierra Bronca. Prison was a bit of a meme pick, to be honest. I don't mean that one seriously.
Yeah.
But you got a lot of northern positions. Even the trash loot around water treatment wouldn't be a bad option. I think northern side here, Niptura, would be the best option because a lot of the lobby is or central or more focused around Chumacera, Los Leones. Those positions are heavily just cluttered with teams at this point. So yeah, northern side, I would say not a bad shout for GOAT team.
Yeah, I'd also avoid anything near the teams that are coming for you, right? Alter Ego in particular do an El Hazahar truck stop split, as we've seen in the past. So for that, you're talking about the northern side, I completely agree. Just stay away from the northeastern side. Maybe some ruins, maybe something over there would be a lot better.
Didn't we have... sorry, my memory is it's coming back to me. Didn't we have a hot drop, Gen G versus GOAT team in Hacienda de Patron Day 1?
That's right. That's right, we
did. That was their first
win,
win,
right? No way we see that again, right? No way.
Bro.
There's no way GOAT risks it.
Maybe?
I mean... But the thing is that if GOAT...
kind of cool.
And that's the thing, is that if GOAT does it, and they win it, I mean, that could be it. Here and now.
It's done.
You know?
Yeah. You know what? I actually wouldn't hate it. They got enough of a gap, Jukes. They could risk it in this game and then come back in Miramar. I think they might just have enough of a gap to maybe make that play.
I said that for the memes. I can't believe you guys are like, actually, yes. I was just like, it happened once. Don't do it, please. If you're listening, don't. It was a bad idea.
But they might.
A party in Hacienda. That is what I want to see for sure. Well, guys, you know the leaderboards. You know which teams need to perform. We're headed to the desert here. Last 2 matches of the day. Are we going to see that hot drop? Blanket John, I know you want to. That's for sure.
If there's one thing I love, it's a hot drop on Miramar. It's brilliant. I have no complaints about them, ever. I think it's the best thing that's ever happened when 2 teams sit in Picardo for 15 minutes. Wow.
I hate it, personally. It's horrible.
Oh, yeah.
But you are right. There is definitely chance for some hot drops. But to be honest, at this point in time, it's starting to feel like Group Green is winding to a close already with GOAT getting the amount of points they did, the amount of teams chasing. I think it's difficult to catch them up. There's basically this outside chance of a team needing 2 really strong games back to back to overtake GOAT, and they also need to be in striking range, which fortunately a lot of teams are towards that 100-point range. Down towards the bottom of the tables is probably the more interesting aspect of it all. I think we can refocus in on the top 3 after next game if a team starts to chase.
Yeah, I think that's a totally reasonable outlook to take. going
Yeah,
into
हमको
the final two
yeah
matches into the
पर्दा
Miramar
को
set.
उठाएंगे भाई.
The last potentially of the year for some of these teams. For 5 of our teams, they won't be playing it a tournament again until the new year.
Ah?
The circle.
क्या बतीलस?
It's not dramatic here. And to be fair, we've had our fair share of dramatic circles. We had 2 military.
ما عندي كرسي ثاني لو في كرسي ثاني زين. تقدر تجلس هنا يا بيت. جلس هنا.
Yeah, down towards the south side. It's a very easy playing path into a very easy circle.
تعال جلس هنا.
Massive are dropping in a circle, like we say, are the closest, but even then,
رجع ورا شوي.
25 points behind. Require Goat to go down early twice. They are on that. There's no hot drops happening there. The closest really is this between Papa Supermassive and Alter Ego, but even then, they're looking to send out and get away. I think every team's trying to maximize their chances to get in. Now, Loose is that marker, and they have been that marker for a very long time now in 11th place. GS chasing just 3 measly points behind.
अच्छा IQ
अभी
डाल रहे हैं IQ पे याला good luck boys good luck
is still chasing towards that top spot.
ये क्या हुआ?
Sorry?
हाँ? ये मोली?
Do that?
हाँ? ये क्या हुआ?
Why did Jamie?
What's go? Hello?
ये क्या हो रहा है?
Like there's something going on.
Oh, it's a rehost.
This can't be right.
Absolutely a rehost, yeah.
It's got to be a rehost. There's no
ये
way
क्या हो रहा
this
है?
is just happening, right?
Yeah.
What happened?
Okay, all right.
ये एक दूसरे को मोली मार रहे हैं भाई हेलो.
Okay, interesting.
That's okay. Wow, that was a little nerve-wracking for a second. Yeah, they'll start to name themselves out. Very clear that is what is going on. As soon as the second team started to do it, I thought, okay, yeah, definitely. We'll hopefully be told what is going on as soon as possible.
रीमैच हुआ री होगा कुछ प्रॉब्लम आया होगा.
We'll be getting back into the game pretty soon-ish. But
Which
it
problem
being Doc, I was like, I didn't put it past Doc
a
to
bit.
do something odd.
Better.
Right? Luckily for us, get straight back into things. We can see here, I mean,
هذا اسحبه.
teams are worried.
الحديد يجيبه ورا.
Tiam was definitely worried of where they're going to end up. It's a stressful one getting into that game. You know, you've all had all this pent-up tension to now suddenly in this position where you got to get a restart. Oh, that adrenaline is out the window.
Yeah, it's. I mean, we'll see if the circle's as friendly as it was this time around, right? Like, that's what we were looking at. We're thinking about, okay, the circle's kind of chill. It seems to be okay. Everything's fine. Sure. This is what the circle goes out to the East Islands, right? It's after a game like this, or a Partona, right?
Assalamu alaikum, guys.
We'll see if we'll get some crazy shenanigans unfolding. Reject looking to fix their issue. I believe we are going to be going back over to the analyst desk fairly shortly to give a little bit more
Indian team qualify
on the proceedings before we get stuck into Miramar. It's not just yet. So the hot drops not going to happen just yet, Hot Dukes. I know.
Last 2 match, my friend.
I know that was your favorite thing. You absolutely love it. But we've denied it on this time around. But guys,
YouTube, Facebook.
Do you think it'll be the same this time around?
To YouTube, Facebook.
Let's see and find out. You know, apologize, of course, for the technical delays, you know, but we got it going on right now, you know. So the good thing that we have when it comes to this little reset, you know, is that we got a glimpse of where teams are landing. You know what I'm saying? So we got a nice little psych that happened. We know that GOAT were in Hacienda del Patron right there, right? So
what made
super interesting that we got to see. But man, right? A little bit more extra tension before these last 2 games. You love to see it here, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little bit shocked what was happening, and so I was like, the elimination feed, no. So
I was like,
I was like, okay, no, the doc prank is done, you know, no Trey PG prank. But yeah, a little rehost here, all fine, going to give these teams a little bit ample time to prepare for this match on Miramar. But yeah, from what I was seeing right at the start of the Hot Dukes, we didn't see any big hot drops who were like actually going to have a massive impact on the storyline. So for me, we're going to see a very similar thing here going on to the actual first Miramar. No prank, no.
That's right. Yeah, you know, I'll tell you what, you know, when this happens, it definitely just gets teams, I think, possibly even rethinking things a little bit longer. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about you guys. I'm super superstitious. You know what I'm saying? So, like, if I'm there in Thailand, and I'm like, no, let's just play a regular game. And then, you know, we get a little rehost happening. I'm like, it's a sign. We gotta hunt him down, guys. Like, we gotta do it right now.
Yeah,
what do you think?
जो top 3 team है वो यानी उसको
maybe
group stage में नहीं जाना है. वो direct अलातुर बैंकॉक का ticket लेकर बैंकॉक जाएगा grand final. समझ रहे हो मेरी बात? जो 4 और 11वें तक ना ये लोग group stage करेंगे, खेलेंगे ऊपर जाने के लिए.
Neptune, right? 2 more matches left to go. We're pretty much very aware of the storylines that are coming on, right? We got the teams at the top hunting down that top 3. Teams at the bottom, right? What do you think could surprise you here in this last game? You know what I'm saying? Or these last 2 matches that we got in Miramar. First one of the day, we didn't see a hot drop on the rehost, all right? Do you think we're going to actually see teams hunt people down, or is it going to be just another regular match?
I don't know. I really want to see teams actually go for it, but I think they're not going to. I think it's going to be Miramar, just super chill. We're just gonna have a normal Miramar match here, Jukes.
I got a good feeling that could be true as well, but I don't want to see it. We know that GOAT are going to Hacienda. That's a fact, right? So they're not changing up their drop location. They're not doing that water treatment split max. So I mean, teams are gonna know where they're going.
For sure. I mean, there's going to have some information out there. I was looking at Ultra Ego. They were dropping pretty close to one team. They can't afford a bad game here, Hot Juke. So Ultra Ego, if anything, maybe you can somewhat fix that drop to make sure you don't have an early clash against anyone, because that would really just spell absolute demise for their top 3, their fight for top 3 right now.
Well, that top of the leaderboard is going to be really tough to crack, but that bottom of the leaderboards is mighty close. Let's see if one of those teams at the bottom can possibly pass up loops here, John and Blank.
And that is what we are going to be paying attention to, right? On the just before there, Blank, you were talking about how it is going to be much more interesting to focus on that bottom side of the table for this game upcoming, rather than go a little bit towards the top sides, right? Because it is a question of, can a team have a massive game here, and then we'll look at them. So that bottom set.
Inshallah, inshallah.
Prescient, much more
all
prescient.
The best, all the best, all the best.
Feels like we're getting a bit of deja vu now, getting back into Miramar once again. There are definitely a few squads that need to step things up. I can't believe Tiambro was able to get such a high placing finish in that last match. With the amount of points they're able to accrue as well, it was a silly amount. I think they were able to get 20 points in the end to close out that game. Still more to be gathered here, but we'll take a look in with the leaderboard when it does pop up on the screen. It's so crazy that everyone has been. It's very, very competitive Group Green, honestly. It's a scary lobby. Whoever chose these groups is really quite mean.
Oh yeah. And I mean, Group Red will be interesting. Hey, Blank, I think we're going to Bartona this game. Pretty sure. 100% going to go all the way down south. Let's kick it off.
I wouldn't mind it. It's a hard circle, though. You know, Mirstelvae, Chumacera in general is pretty difficult. Alter Ego this time up against Papa Supermassive in close range. One player very low, looks to head upstairs, still darting around, has a gun now to work with. But just a couple of shots from Rosemary, and he's whiffing here.
Rosemary's figured out exactly what he's got. Nico, I mean, it looked like he had a bandage there, maybe a stim. He was able to pop. Rosemary certainly has some healing on, but a full med kit here is huge for Rosemary. To be able to get all the way back up to full HP, this is a massive advantage now. Drops down for the Julies, and we'll start for the spray. Oh, he's not quite tagging on 12 rounds, but he's only going to need a couple of them.
Full strategy change.
Crucial point here against Papa Supermassive. I mean, I said we weren't going to focus on the top 3, but Alter Ego, they want it. They want it desperately.
I mean, to be honest, Alter Ego having issues that last game, which is why we did have that reset. Whether it
यानी ये जो 5 है ना उबेद इधर जो भी आया ये लोग घर जाएगा फ्लैट का टिकट लेके देगा लोग को घर भेजेगा और बाकी ऊपर वाला यानी टॉप 10 على طول سعيد توب 11 توب 11 بيروح وتوب 3 على طول
Alter Ego do get alive. Do get away with it alive.
والله I see الرابع
السعودية السادس. Highlighting that
I see
just beforehand, but it's only 3 points to go. It's not many. This is his time to kick the old engine into gear because it's been very slow today to get off this marker, consistently being in the danger zone.
اكتب انجليزي لا انجليزي اكتب يا اخي اكتب عربي
it's 10th and down that are in danger here in these last two. Losing players, losing points, losing opportunities is big news for the teams at that lower side. D+, I mean, they're fairly split right now. Osal is on his own, picking up a pan. I mean, if another player from PUBG Mobile goes down here as well, that is going to be real bad news. I don't think Kamikaze knows there's a player on the inside, or actually maybe he does here, knows what building he's in, but they're going to regroup and get out of there. So
لازم كلات غير
keep everyone now that they have remaining in this match. They definitely need it. I mean, they're right at the back of the pack chasing. They're just ahead of the pack that isn't. D+ though have laid a trap. Kamikaze do a lot of damage, but it's actually Nolbu to find Tron B out in the open.
عقو والله ما خلص اول ساعة شوراني يسكو بي. Why they restart the game?
We can put it this way: is that Papa Supermassive
ما ادري سوى خلل يمكن عندهم عشان شي سووا
So we'll be
ريستارت.
seeing them in last chance now.
سوى خلل مشكلة فخلوهم
You are
يسووا
not finding a
ريستارت.
lot of points, and in 98, it is
مرات
a
تسوي
tall
خلل لا
order from
تسوي
them.
لاج ولا شيء
Even in the
ولا
next game, I think it would be
البنجر تبع
mathematically
فوق
impossible
تسوي لاج
to
فشو
make it in
يقولون
towards
يلا بسرعة سريع
top
سريع
3.
سووا
I think for Papa
فسووا
Supermassive, I think we can
ريستارت.
count them out now as a team trying to chase all those top 3 spots.
ما عليك أنا موجود.
Yeah, it would
خبرك
be
أي شيء.
so they need to, you know.
Me, you
wipe off
are
the
big
themselves in
friend,
the next
big
match to
fan,
be able to,
brother.
think about
عدنان
getting up
بلوت
into third place
شري
and
واجه
then
وشي
relies on not doing
شكرا
anything in this match.
من نتوار
So we'll have to
عدنان.
Just what they can do, but I mean, just solidify yourself,
شرق وش
right?
جاي
Play
ندير.
for those small ball
Me,
games.
you
If you get
are
10 more points this match,
وشي يعني وش جاي. Me,
you're-
you
sorry, in these next
are
2
big
matches,
fan.
you will be very,
Me,
very
you are.
secure for Papa
Me,
Supermassive.
you
That
are.
might be
Me,
what
you
they're
are
looking
big
for.
fan,
Anywhere
brother.
over that 100-point boundary generally is what we said. Feels
موسى
right for not getting
موسى باي
the full elimination.
يا موسى
And right now, it's
موسى एक बार
it's
टाइप
not
करो
the
या
greatest of
बोलो.
company there,
Oh
right?
my God.
Getting 24 points. Bad
موسى.
time for them. Reject, who tried their best today, and Tiamba, who out of nowhere had a little bit of a comeback.
اسكيو باي
They're
मैं आपका
sort of in a
real name
possible
हाँ मेरा
quarterback
real name
position.
फैसल
So I
है
think for
फैसल.
this game,
فيصل.
Tiamba and Reject, this is
فيصل.
where we can count
يا
them out,
فيصل.
or start to really consider them and have the team start to fear them.
عبيد तू नहीं देखता ना ये
Yeah,
PMG.
again, you do have this situation
वो
where
OG Indian team है.
this is last
Yes,
chance saloon. This
Chinese.
game, everything relies on this match. It's
Whoa!
not going to be
Aru!
6.
Aru के
that's
पीछे.
gonna be the decider. It's this one
लो,
which will
रah,
enable
rah,
6 to
rah.
happen. For OG, again, if Wizgold gets taken out of the vehicle here, now their life becomes
किल
a lot
निकालना
harder,
है
but
ना.
they still have a
अभी
nice game to work with.
अभी जो 2 मैच होंगे सब पे किल लाजिम किल
But
निकालने
the
हैं
likes of
लाजिम.
Tiamba, Reject, for them this match
Oh my
is so
God,
important.
Musa Bai.
I think Tiamba had just a crazy run over on Erangel to set things up.
अभी
here,
भी
and
मेरे
it
ख्याल
really
से
will be
अपनी
some of
टीम
those
IC
final moments to get
सेम
this done.
स्ट्रैटेजी पे गेम खेल रही है.
It's,
सेम. कुछ चेंजेस नहीं किया.
It's
Yalla,
really,
that
really
is-
tough stuff from front
How
to
you
back
know
here on
Arabic
the engagements.
very well,
Teams
bro?
now moving
Oh.
their way down to the southwest
Because I
side,
born and
around
raised
Los
in
Leones,
United
where we saw
Arab
Team
Emirates,
Secret just there, along with OG. Moving down north, actually, it's only GS who are still
you,
up on the north
now
side
you're
of the
gonna ask
circle,
me,
north of El Pozo.
how is
Everybody else crammed in now to the hills to the southwest. of Chumacera. Actually, Papa Supermassive did send over to Bartona. There was a duo.
God gifted.
That's one way to try and earn a lot of points, even as a duo.
فريق سعودي.
Indeed.
والله يلعبون ما شاء الله.
He's got to live it out, really.
Thank you, Hitman.
D Plus still looking to breach over the top side of Alpha Gaming. Themselves up in number 1, where they used to be. Is number 1.
Hey, high points.
Doing it by 1 or 2 points would really
كل واحد point
salt in the wounds.
Chicken dinner.
Exactly what they did to Regnum Kaya last year.
10 point. 10 نقاط يعني.
A nice central position right now from Reject, John.
Pakistan से हो, नहीं
I think
दुबई
they can
से.
play. It's a bit of a split, but they're waiting for zone 2. We know that that is a really big shrink on the circle. So for this kind of split, it's absolutely fair play by
अभी
Reject
ये
when they're
match
center.
kills होए, at least 5 kill. या 6, 7, 8 kill. और एक chicken
on that central position. Next
क्यों
up,
अपने आप को अच्छे
just about the
position
top.
में
Okay, we're not going to Bartona, but
أيوة.
we are going to Bayer them
Grand final.
And these hills are really very
I see
dangerous.
power.
APG
Yup,
sit
I
atop
see
them.
power.
Falcons are going to regroup. 9ZG taking the town by storm. And the Wolves crunching in from the north, from Ladriera. So, who's going to join them? Who's going to be able to push on through? And that central position for Reject is basically taken away immediately.
يعني अभी GS OG
It's a bit unfortunate for
इनको
Reject.
loops को
Being
और
so split to try and get a position
9G G को नीचे करना है उसके बाद इनका जगह सिक्योर हो जाएगा अदरवाइज लूप्स को 9G या सब को इन लोगों ने नीचे नहीं किया ये बढ़ जाएंगे इनका टिकट है डायरेक्ट इंडिया एंड
but they're quite far from this one and taking that position is going to be difficult. GS though rotating in from the
ऐसी
west
टीम
side
यार
should
वो
be able to get a nice
हाईवे में चोले
position,
बेच
but
रहे
there's so
हैं
many
मालूम नहीं
teams
क्या सीन है मुझे तो
looking
खुद
to
समझ
get
में नहीं आ
towards
रहे
Mr.
उनको स्पेक्टेट करते नहीं है क्या जिद है आईसी से खुदा
Down
जाने
towards that southwest side. I mean, GS making their way on the west point.
I am from
Loops now
Kashmir
taking
but
that
I
Ladriera
love
hill.
Pakistan
APG
I love you too bro
happy to play up the top on the high ground. Big dogs of the lobby.
India India
Will this be one of them?
India India नहीं नहीं I hope OG Indian team qualify करे मैं चाहता हूँ कि वो qualify करे ये रही IC हमारी टीम हाई ग्राउंड ओ फाइट होगा एपी के साथ फाइट होगा डक लोगों के साथ शबाब संभाल के रिलैक्स फलक्स रिलैक्स बॉयज रिलैक्स
Have a good time. Learn as much as they can about all these other teams that
रिलैक्स
may well very
नोकी
be
आ रहे हैं आगे
facing
4
those
versus
grand
4
final stages.
4 versus 4
IC,
Okay.
They had that fight with GOAT in the last game where they just weren't quite able to hold out on their compound. GOAT was successful in the crash. And that's really what allowed GOAT to get that chicken dinner, right? If IC had got that chicken dinner, this is a very different match. But now they sit not quite 30 points behind, playing. They're 25 behind.
4 versus 4.
A big game here. They could take APG down on the
4-4
hilltop. I mean, it could be for IC.
नहीं वो top 1 टीम है ना ये देखो
I mean they are the closest. So
इन
with
दोनों
GOAT
का
losing one player, it's a good opportunity.
هايلاك
to
مو
make it
محتاجين
happen.
هايلاك خلاص هايلاك صاعدين بس لو يبون خربون
Also in a
अरे
fairly
नोक
central
कर
spot
दिया यार
right now.
किसको
Alter
नोक किया
Ego are on a long approach.
يا أخي
In a
فلك شو
circle,
فيك يا
take a
أخي
knock here from Alpha. Sadly, OG do take a knock as they move in versus Genji.
فنشوا يا
He's over towards Falak as well, which is not the
God,
play you want to
coward.
lose.
Not in a moment like this. Definitely not. They'll be missing him sorely. But they've still got 3 players on side. Next circle coming through as well. With Minister Valle held at the top, as we're seeing on our camera feed. And we're going up to the north
هذا
side.
بيشل
D plus, going to roll straight past Papara Supermassive. And over towards that bridge. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Papara Supermassive going down fully here, but D plus went into the full squad.
Supermassive looking to take shots. They're coming in right on the south side here. This is an interesting rotate coming through from D plus Kia. Papa Supermassive getting ahead of them though is a
फलक
big
ज़ाया
deal.
हो गया यार
Yeah, this is the team that D plus has been chasing down almost all game, which feels pretty rough for these poor guys. As their attempt to assault towards the top side of the lobby, it's just not happening. More damage pouring in. Now Wolves looking to finish the job here.
Who's knock?
Igor
फलक गया ना
consistently
फलक
plays
knock
split
finish हो
from the
गया
rest of the team. He does
फलक
survive
knock finish हो
far
गया
towards the
यार
end, but I think sometimes he doesn't provide enough support to the team by the time that They need a regroup. It's not quite.
अभी दूसरे मैच में ऐसे ही शुरुआत में नॉक फिनिश क्या समझ में नहीं आ रहा क्या हो रहा है यार.
On the board potentially.
I mean, this is big news for the bottom of the tables, right? But it's also big news for the top of the tables. If GOAT goes down here, and right now they are split from their races with a lot of nades in hand for GS.
والله
Every
GS
single one of them carrying some ordnance there.
شلوها
If GOAT go down here, that stops the
شلوهم
third place
نقعوهم
bubble dead in its
فنشوهم.
tracks and will make it a little bit easier for the teams chasing. And if GS get the points, they're chasing down loops too. D+ getting on over the bridge. It would be nice to hold up the top there, but I mean, it's really difficult to keep this one under control with the number of positions on the hill to this northeast side that Osal's looking towards that have oversight.
ये देख फ्री का किल ढूंढ रहा है. चुप दोनों किल्लात फ्री दिखे. हाँ फर्क दिखे दो
someone wounded and don't do the dirty, not this time around. Not a repeat of Erangel, and now it's just Batten on the inside. And guess who's nowhere to be seen, Blank? It's Igor.
But it's a crazy setup coming through from D+. The fact that you have Osal on the bridge and he's calling that I have the shot and I'm going to get the knock, and the rest of D+ trust him. That's the only way that they are that fast towards this fight, is if they trust him to get that knock and they sail in as those bullets are flying. Wolves had absolutely no time to react to this. I think for Igor, this is one of the few times where it's sort of excusable because that push was insane.
We're seeing a couple of nades flying in as well on that southwest side. Blank, GS and GOAT still at loggerheads. Batten is besieged.
GS वालों का fight हो रहा है dots के साथ.
A lot of shotgun shots flying. There was a double nade over the GOAT fight, and they found another. Just one player standing. Batten is down.
كفو والله بتلعب وحش.
GOAT looking for the swivel. GS still giving it a go.
كفو والله كفو.
Down. They will fall short.
تلعبون. والله انكم كفو ريايل. والله انكم ريايل. حوش.
Chasing. It's too far out of reach maybe for this match, but put yourself next for the next one.
يعني अभी GS अपना पोजीशन पकड़ रहा है. जबरदस्त. कितने 4 किल मिल गए GS को.
What do you got?
कफ.
Does knock Loops down, but this is Loops in a fantastic spot atop the hill right now. West side Ledviera. It's a really, really strong position to play. Alter Ego are trying to put some feelers out towards that location though, see if they can get something done there. Tiamba,
देखो लूप को नीचे कर दिया. देखो लूप को नीचे किया. अपना जगह क्लियर कर दिया. ये क्वालिफाई हो जाएगा. अभी जो इंडिया का OG वाला टीम है ना, उसको क्या करना है? इसको नीचे करना है. अगर जाने के लिए finals के लिए.
Not a pleasant zone this one though. The valley that sits right down the middle is so polarizing on this next circle shift. I mean, the eastern side is slightly better, arguably, but
25 पॉइंट 22 पॉइंट निकालेगा तो किधर आएगा इसके जगह में अलातुल फाइनल समझ रहे हो अभी चांस है आईसी के पास अभी चांस है जीएस ने गोल्डन चांस दे दिया आईसी को गॉट वालों को लेके नाइस वल्लाह ये क्यूजेड खतीर हद नार No.
That puts Wolves Loops back into 11th.
Oh, GS wale gaye haram.
Alter Ego chiming in.
Wallah haram.
D+ takes down a lot from GS. So just as the door opens, it's suddenly closed by one of the best teams in the lobby, D+. In the arbiters of these western roads. Yeah, I mean, doing very well.
So much work, but they do have to leave for D+. Their road forwards is going to be fraught with danger, I'm sure. The Falcons are a little bit ahead of them, but they've lost a player before as well. Papra Supermassive, they've still got their 2, and they found themselves a ditch.
Wolfie बाहर हो गया भाई. God, Wolfie दोनों बाहर. GS का एक बंदा रह गया.
Taking damage. I mean, they've kept GS out by just a breadth of a hair. But if they go down here to Alter Ego, I mean, OG would love that. That would be brilliant news.
Alter Ego का team है.
To be able to find that opening, maybe even Tiamba in their central position.
Really question where this next circle goes, because if it heads over towards the western side, suddenly that hilltop becomes extremely important to a lot of teams. It's pretty awkward over towards the eastern side anyway. Although Tiamba looks like they've got a okay spot to play around with.
Sam, Qasim, Malik, thank you.
Getting assaulted on that location of the map is
Farooq Khan,
come through thick and
love
fast.
you,
So
Magic
a
Boy,
lot of
love you
people
too.
will
Thank
want
you.
that location. So anytime there's a third party up there, Tiamba better be ready to rebuff any other teams coming their way.
फलक फिनिश हो गया
It's a
ना
slow game
फिनिश हो
other than
मालूम
that
नहीं
right
क्या
now.
है शायद
Reject's still
तबीयत
holding
सही
on
नहीं
to
है
four
लड़के
players,
का या शायद
playing
कुछ
just
है
under the
हम
foot of the
हमें
mountain.
नहीं मालूम ना हमें कुछ
On
नहीं
the
मालूम हम
southeast
जस्ट
side.
देख रहे हैं क्या सीन है क्या हो
It
रहा
is
है
this next shift, which
समझ
will
में नहीं आ रहा
determine
उसका
how
क्या
the rest of
सीन
the
है
game plays out.
वो भी बीच में बीमार भी था हॉस्पिटल में था वो
That would be the worst circle. I feel like a north shift.
ओके ओके आईक्यू ओके आईक्यू
Kind of the worst
जून
case
में देख
scenario. It could be a little bit further northeast.
अभी
and
जून
be a
में
little
फिलहाल
bit
वो
worse. But for a lot of teams, look at the ring of teams that is now out of zone. You've
कोई
got
high
GS,
ground पकड़े ना
remnants of them. DK, you've got 9Z, you've got Gen G, APG,
इंशाल्लाह
Team Secret, all now.
वाला
needing to
अभी
push
नहीं
forward
मालूम
from that
उनका
south side.
गेम
And they
स्ट्रेटजी
have to pick
अभी तक
one
सेम
of
है
West
कुछ
or
चेंज
East.
नहीं किया
It
हम
is
लोगों ने
so
कुछ चेंज
nasty
नहीं
out
किया
there.
पूरा गेम वो लोग का ऐसा है बाकी सब
Yeah, it's
टीम
easy.
लोग
I mean, for Alter Ego, they
अलग
actually
अलग
get a
अपना
blessing
गेम कर रहे हैं
here. We've been moving up towards that north side. Cuts a lot of their position in.
अलग
There is a
अलग गेम यानी वो क्या कह रहे हैं
location
अग्रेसिव
towards the
खेल रहे
north
हैं
side of them
ना
with
जाके लोग
buildings
मार
that they
के
can play from. But I think
पॉइंट
right now
निकाल
they're
रहे
more
हैं
concerned at clearing out teams trying to get in from that western side. So that includes
येलो कलर
GS
वो
as well as D+. Papra Supermassive, hats off to them. They have had such a tough game.
ओ ये देखिए देखिए
Looking
देखिए
like Thelma and Louise
गाड़ी
right now
रिपेयर
in
कर
that
रहे हैं
car. Actually able to get the repair on it. Okay, fair enough. One of the newer
और
additions to
क्या
PUBG Mobile, and
स्मोक वगैरह
that might play quite well for them.
और क्या
I mean, it's one vehicle, you know. This baby can pack a lot of Papra Supermassive players.
क्या 10 नेट नहीं उठाता है स्मोक नहीं उठाता है ऐसे बस
It's feeling more like a trusty friend.
जाफर ला
Vehicle now.
ए जाफर
Gonna go with them to
जाफर
the
बाकी
very
रह
end,
गया
and they'll be
उनका
sad to see it blow up in flames.
जीएस का لا जाफर بيشلك هذا برديكي
Jafar might
بيشلك
get the drop on
بيشلك
Alva, but the wits were about him. Probably more preoccupied down towards D+ though. Actually, this does mean that Jafar could potentially just run in underneath them, under the cover of both of these two teams, holding front against one another. Stepping too far forwards, I don't think you can. Yeah, he's going to be able to make this dash. Because neither team's going to drop down and crash the other one just yet.
हाई ग्राउंड लेने की कर रहे हैं देखो सारे हाई ग्राउंड लेने की कर रहे हैं फैल्कन का फाइट हो जाएगा फैल्कन का फाइट हो जाएगा डीके के साथ ओह yalla Falcon wallah you guys have to take this guy nice Falcon Kafu last guy بشو عليه
now under pressure with a nade from Redox and Falcon.
كفو
Just protect
والله
the
فالكون
but
كفو
no, they're ready for the fight.
I love the push from
كفو
Dallas, but yeah,
شنو
I think that
Nice
it was a
loops.
very aggressive play, and they have been
هذا
disrespecting the
هذا
lobby
chips
all
ये
over the
chips को
place
ले जाओ
today.
chips को पकड़ो chips को
Finally, Nava
जाफर
steps
عندك
up
chips
with the DBS. Great double from him. Gen G though.
اوه جنجي आ गया
Position
جنجي
off the back of this one. The
اه
fight
فرق
was
سعودي
very quick though.
شباب يلا
for the
تيبونهم
Falcons, so they
تيبونهم
got a
ايزي
nice
تيبونهم
reset
كفو
on
كفو
this, and it
كفو
is a
كفو
3v3.
كفو
Sadly, now Valor's down. It's
كفو.
down to
لو
and Ralph on the top side, but Cole whiffs the initial DBS. Espol's
كفو تلعبون وحوش
Oh no. It's just nothing they
حلو
can do.
حلو شباب
One hold was
حلو
enough.
ايزي
That was all they
ايزي
could
ايزي
manage. And with 4 elims, the Falcons
هيل
draw short of the
شباب هيل
mark. That means that very
والله فريق
likely they are
سعودي
going to be
كامل
looking
مو
in towards
صراحة
the last
روح
shot
وراهم
stage.
روح
At 31 points behind the bubble, with it potential
Jiggling.
to move as well. It's
جعفر
it's
راح
just not going to happen for the Falcons. Not today, unfortunately.
अच्छा आईसी का
We'll
फाइट
see
होगा
how
टीएस
far
के
they
साथ
can
शायद
get to secure themselves into that last chance, but they're doing all right. Again, this circle split down the middle by this road valley. Tiamba and actually Papra Supermassive.
Well,
okay, maybe not Papra Supermassive.
You've cursed them there. You've absolutely cursed them there.
वो आईसी का फाइट होगा टीएस के साथ
लो लो
How do you say sorry in Turkish?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
بيشلهم
Team Secret.
بيشلهم لا
Currently on the top side, looking down towards inner circle.
Conqueror.
Immediately getting shot.
पकड़ो
as they
चिप्स को
step
पकड़ो
up. D+ still being a problem, and they take down Rosemary. The solo left remaining in chips. Oh, it's terrible news. For Alter Ego,
अभी देखो इंडियन
that
टीम
is
के पास
painful.
ओजी के पास
That is really, really
फिर भी
painful.
मौका है वो एक मौका
It's good news for Loops, though.
फिनिश भी हो गया
Another player taken out from their flanks. Chips
دي
gonna do a lot
جا
of work
نايس
to maybe
كف
keep them
والله
safe.
الشباب تلعبون
PMG
وحوش
able to run
وحوش
him down, but gives Loops a
جنجي.
little bit of time whilst Claus is healing to
أفرق
deal with
سعودي.
Alter Ego on the north side. They can re-establish. They do have to move though. This zone is putting a lot
نزلوا
of
فريق
pressure on.
باكستان
APG still alive, by the way. They've
والله
been
نزلوا فريق
marching in
باكستان
slowly from the
كفو
southeast
والله
side,
ريايد
from their high ground, and marching as they go, taking these shots out, taking these fights. Doc, he knows there's players up top. He's not too worried. That ridgeline,
देखो
really
ये
difficult to descend.
अल्फा वाले
towards APG.
फ्री किल ढूंढ रहे हैं बस ये लोग फ्री किल
They're all
ढूंढ
gonna line
रहे
up
हैं फ्री
on it.
किल ढूंढ रहे हैं
I think OG's been spotted by Alter Ego on the top side. Loops versus Gen G now, though. A very important fight.
Absolutely. For Loops, especially. There is a knock already over towards Ratto Boy, and Alter
party
Ego is
करे हो
starting to
पीछे
come
से
down the
देखो
hill as well. Are they going to crash in, or are they going to try and bookend this fight? The knock.
لا لا تجدبوا خلوكم ورا خلوكم ورا
And
شباب
now Alter Ego are within nade range.
شباب
Gen G
خلوكم
taking a
ورا
lot of damage as Team Secret are swept aside. Tiamba still have a player
لا
going as
لا
well.
لا لا
But their run is going to be over soon. Gen G tried to get out of here. They spotted Alter Ego over the hill. They didn't want to get embroiled, but Reject are crunching in as well. Oh, Gen G have nowhere to go. Not a hope, not a chance. And they'll fall down in the open hillsides here.
I mean, Luke's getting a lot of value off the back of this, though. Tiamba held versus Team Secret. Did really well. Currently just a solo player left remaining. But for all these teams down towards the bottom, they are hoping that Alter Ego can live up to their name and take down Loops.
In the smoke. Alva biding his time.
عليهم والله
Moana's down in the back line.
Woo!
And
Woo!
Alva down next. Loops holding on for dear life.
والله
More than that.
ये तो भाई जिन बन गए भाई
Flank from the high ground. Reject not quite in position to take them down. Look at the chase. It is on. They are actually up into 10th place now.
I see
And with Tiamba chasing,
شباب ان شاء الله ان
11th
شاء الله
place
ان
is
شاء الله
90 points. I mean, they've got 4 players alive. It's maybe
come on IC come on IC come on وحوش كف
How
كف
close can they get for the last?
كفو IQ
See what
كفو
they can
IQ
do. And not only that, in a circle.
كفو
Down
IQ
on that roadside
सर्कल में IC सर्कल पे IC सर्कल पे
Push over, and the circle moves over towards them. For Tiamba, they need to deal with Alpha Gaming. It will be one of the biggest tests of their tournament.
अल्फा वाले पीछे
so
आ रहे हैं तुम
far.
लोग के यहाँ तुम लोग के पीछे से आ
Considering
रहे हैं
the fact
IC
that
वालों
Tiamba's been barely into any of
Boys,
these
तुम लोग के
endgames
पीछे
just
से
up
अल्फा
until
वाले आ
now
रहे हैं
in
संभाल
these
के
final hours of Groove Green is somewhat surprising. But yeah, 9Z is now the target in 11th place. Loops see themselves a little bit safer going forward. But Tiamba, it's not the craziest of points that they need at this point in time. I think they need 7 more elims and the chicken dinner to break even.
اللي فوق بيخربونا أنا شاك
Which is doable. It's definitely doable from this spot. I think that the issue comes is that Alpha Gaming is also in these ending circles. And that is not a team.
إن شاء الله خير guys إن شاء الله خير guys إن شاء الله خير Nice Loops nice Take this guys take this guys
Loops. OG get run down by Reject. And
अच्छा
Tiamba
Indian
are the
team
only
बाहर
team
हो गई
chasing, remember?
तांबा
It
खेल
could be
रहे
a really, really close battle going into our last match blank
Duck
as to
नीचे
who's
घूम
going
रहा
to take that 11th
है
place
Nades मार
spot.
रहे हैं उनके ऊपर
But for the 3rd place bubble, if Inner Circle don't get a
Come
big
on
lead,
nice nice
close to
T2 nice
1-3,
T2 nice
we're pretty much locked in. But they might be on for a big game if they can
Loki
hold
finish
this
dedi.
side of the road.
Loki finish
if they can
dedi.
hold their position. But with APG above them, that's so difficult.
ये देख देख free kill के लिए आ रहा है
Yeah. Joel knows exactly.
مروك نوكي مروك
Down Util's pretty
شوف
lacking
دورهم
on
كلها
the side of
بلا
APG, but when
कसम
that
से यार
really
टट्टी
matters
गेम है इनकी टट्टी गेम है टट्टी लानत है इस गेम पे
in the lobby. Tiamba though took this moment to move over the top. The nades are feeling pretty lackluster though. Not quite hitting on target. They have the high ground, but they've got to find these shots if they want to move further through this tournament.
Loops crossed away, Reject just behind the little ridge, and QZ connects with the bank just to his right. Not over towards Reject. They move down the hills. They're going to be into the firing line. This is a mad dash for the forward duo now. For Tiamba, their backlines are getting torn apart. And Loops are holding on for dear life too. They're in 10th place, but maybe they could go even further. Now up into 4th place. They have 4 points between them and
Noki
Supermassive.
nice Noki nice Noki nice
Already jumped up to potentially
Kavu Noki Kavu
be safe here. well, after being on the precipice of getting eliminated.
ऊपर वाले
down
गंद
in
करेंगे
11th
देख
place,
ऊपर वाले ओबे
this
गंद
is the
करेंगे
game that they needed. For IC, though,
ऊपर वाले
for
गंद करेंगे
Reject,
देख
it
ले
is so important for them as well.
तो लोग का full squad बाकी है.
Yeah, for Tiamba, they're done.
ये देखिए
Make
देखिए
that
देखिए
push down the hillside, and we're a little bit too afraid to take the fight over towards
जून से बाहर है
APG. Top
जून
gets
अब आएगा
knocked.
इनके ऊपर इंशाल्लाह इंशाल्लाह
Time is
इनके
dwindling
इंशाल्लाह
away.
जून
They will
बाहर
be
है
able to pick him back up again, so be able to get that heal through.
आइस खत्म. Squad.
It's the
नहीं आईसी है हमारी
from
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह
this
है
hillside that's going to be
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह
tough for Alpha Gaming as they move down the hillside.
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह हमारी
although
टीम
their
है
position
दो लड़के
is
हैं
extremely
इंशाल्लाह निकालेंगे
uncomfortable,
इंशाल्लाह
very
इंशाल्लाह
claustrophobic. It's not
एवरीवन टाइप इंशाल्लाह सारे टाइप करो इंशाल्लाह ला
Well, not
ला
for now. I think when APG leave the high ground, Loops are going to
संभाल
have
के
a lot
बोल
more
संभाल के ये
impact
ऊपर
on
है तुम
Reject's
लोग के
spot,
यहाँ
right? Because the reason that Loops can't
ये
peek
ऊपर है ये
is
कूदेंगे
because
हाँ
of APG.
लड़कों
on that high
आराम
ground.
से
Certainly not as effectively as they would have liked, but the nades are starting to rain down towards IC. Maybe. They forgot their brollies too. And they are going to have to try and shrug it off. Not quite connecting, and actually APG are out of nades. Almost everyone is, actually.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. I mean, Reject's got practically nothing on board. The reason why Loops can't take shots at Reject, by the way, is because there's a hill in the way.
नेड नहीं करना नेड नहीं कर गलत गलत नेड पहुंच रही नहीं नेड ऊपर पहुंच रही नहीं नेड लड़कों
Yeah, I guess so. It's still have to push forward, in which case they're in sight lines of IC too.
सारे टाइप करो इंशाल्लाह सारे टाइप करो इंशाल्लाह शायद तुम में से एक का दुआ कबूल हो जाए इंशाल्लाह
Just holding onto this high ground for as long as possible. Top.
बस यही ढूंढ रहे हैं फ्री किल अल्फा वाले गेम ही नहीं है मैं मानते ही नहीं हूं उनको जून आ गया इन पे जून आ गया इन पे
The first players drop down. They have 2 smokes. Not able to get another knock onto IC makes it really, really difficult. And everyone's waiting for them to make that move.
गाड़ी के
The
साथ
next
जा रहे
zone is playing, and it is going to close.
कवर के लिए
More central than others.
एक बेट बनेगा.
Reject just need to have a little bit of impact. Not a huge amount, just a little bit.
इंशाल्लाह
Over towards his end game.
इंशाल्लाह
Specifically over towards
अपने
Alpha
लड़के
Gaming as they rock their way down this hillside. That's the thing they desperately need to take out.
لا يا ريال
Good shots though
لا
for Reefus
لا
over towards inner circle
لا.
straight away. Doc also finding one over towards Neil's side, and this is a commanding presence to be felt inside the lobby. And they're just letting this vehicle roll.
All right, I mean, use it as that moving blockade. Seoul still behind it. Nobody stopped the tires just yet. But Reiji slides one under, and that is going to be Seoul going down. Loops is starting to fall as well. Reject in with a chance here, but Reefus makes it all the harder, and APG still got 4 players alive. Blank Loops are stepping up now. With APG taking off that hilltop, they could go for it, but no, they still have complete broadside. They will be taken down. A Reject guarantee a second place locked in. Reiji needed to get back up here, but remember, there's no nades. Hang on a minute, they found one. That's from the crane. Over on towards IC. Top launches it forwards. Is it going to connect? It looks good. And it's going to get both of them.
आए फ्री किल्स ढूंढ रहे थे फ्री किल्स भी मिले और चिकन डिनर भी किया
plenty of days with that chicken dinner.
Yeah, and I think now it's definitely the bragging rights. Should be in the Alpha Gaming camp over in first place. It's been a wonderful set of 3 days.
क्या हो रहा है यार लड़के क्या कर रहे हैं
on day 1.
मैंने एक बंदे का रिएक्शन देखा मैं इसका नाम नहीं लेना चाहता हूँ
was just incredible, and they've just kept things fairly
खुशियाँ बना रहा है बोलता है मेरी वॉचिंग इतनी आ रही है ढोल वाला मंगवा रहा है शायद वो पनौती है उसकी वजह से हमारी टीम के साथ ये हो रहा है यूज के लिए कैसा लोग हो तुम लोग कसम से यार खुशियाँ बना रहे हो यार सेलिब्रेट मत करो पहले आओ ऊपर उसके बाद
And just behind them, within arm's reach, is IC. Maybe it's a 2-horse race. Maybe things could change. There's only one way to find out.
और क्या समझ रहे हो ना तुम लोग समझ गए मैं किसकी बात कर रहा हूँ ना पनौती बस एक ही काम है वॉचिंग चाहिए और कुछ नहीं चाहिए यार अपने टीम के लिए थोड़ा सा दिल से वो करो ना दिल से करो पनौती सीरियसली यार मनुष वेट करो इंशाल्लाह टीम ऊपर आएगी उसके बाद सेलिब्रेशन करेंगे आप अभी से लगे हुए वाला दिल दुखता है मेरा खुदा की कसम मुझे अजीब सा लग रहा है
Isn't it just? APG coming in hot. I love how they played this so
Okay,
much, Max, because
मुझे
they had
मालूम है
that off angle. They
हम
had
qualify
that top
हम
of the
जाएंगे
hill. They were looking
लेकिन
down
यार
on
एक
everybody.
होता
They
है ना
just wrapped around,
जब हम
cleared
एक
who
प्लेस
they
पे
needed to clear, took
एक
IC's
वो होता है
position,
एक
said,
होता है ना
done
एक
deal,
बरम
we're going to
वो हो
finals.
जाता है
Don't ever doubt us
आप
again.
सेकंड प्लेस से
I
डायरेक्ट
was like,
फोर्थ
I
पे
don't really
बैठ रहे
like the
हो
fact that they went north and didn't crash onto IC. And then they just start hitting all their shots. I'm like, well, if you play like that,
चार चार दो दो
you kind of completely
1000
counter my
damage
point of
800
like how
damage
the macro
500
was gonna
500
go, but
damage
top game here, over 1,000 damage, 4 eliminations,
और kills
and
free
all taking
के
quite a bit of
kills
damage except for
निकालते
Reefers, of course, but otherwise everyone
चलो
doing some
GG's
heavy,
यार
heavy
GG's
lifting. And with this game in
it's okay
particular,
it's
I think
okay
not only here
last
Hodges, they
match
secure
अभी
their
last
number 1
match है
spot
खत्म
above D
आखिरी
Plus
match है
and GOAT team. I think Top might just secure his MVP award here for Group Green because this guy's been on top from day 1 until the end of day 3.
Well deserved. That's a fact, right? I mean, I'm telling you what, dude. Top went absolutely crazy in
Last
this
hope.
tournament. Day 2 again, like we heard
Wallah,
from Blake,
full सही कह रहा है
Khalid,
खालिद सही कह रहा है
worried there for a second, but that day
अभी
1
okay हम
performance on
कंफर्म
top
है
here towards the end.
अभी पॉइंट
was just
देखेंगे
too
हम
good. I mean,
ठीक
what
है
a crazy
हम
match here.
कंफर्म है कि हम क्वालिफाई करेंगे
Things
ठीक
did
हो गया
kind of work out for
हम
that
कंफर्म
kind
है
of
हम
like
क्वालिफाई करेंगे
miracle
ठीक है
storyline. GOAT went out super early, Max, with only one.
खतरनाक वाला गेम
Yeah, very early on this match. It was kind of a tough fight they were involved into, right? Nipchira couldn't really make their way out. I'm sure they wanted to exit the fight, but they were just locked in Valle del Mar itself, really struggling to find any good exit point from there. And it was just the end of the line for them. But you know what? We did see then a team from Pakistan, and shall not name again, getting some decent points on board, a strong finish. I really want to see the leaderboards, though. Is it realistically still possible for some teams to make it happen? I don't know.
You could name them at this point, brother.
I'm not. I get in trouble. I'm not naming them. Just for my safety, I don't want my Instagram DMs flooded. I am not saying their name.
Okay. All right, you know what? I'll tell you what. They're going to need every little bit of luck that they could possibly get. You can see the frustration on AE's face especially. That was a real tough loss right there for them.
यार देख वल्ला हराम ना वल्ला हराम
I think we were discussing it, right, Max?
अच्छा कम से कम गाड़ी इधर लगाता ना को तो
such a great advantage over loops, and they just did nothing with it up on the top
एंगल
of the
गलत था
side.
मूव नहीं
If they
कर
had been
पाए
able to do a little bit more, they would have
10
easily gotten
point
a top
must
3
need
finish.
to
I was really
10
so
point
excited
किस
for
बात
them
के
to do
10
something,
अभी
and they
पता
just
चलेगा
they
ना
send Rosemary at
सबर
one
करो
point for Alter Ego over to the western side. He gets spotted by Chips as solo. You know, fair enough. Maybe they just didn't expect him to be there, but still, you need to be ready for those scenarios as we have the rotations of some of these teams. D plus A, big Eastern rotate next to Los
I love
Leones,
this.
but APG. Those G2 splits we saw for majority of that game from APG Nipchira were just so well executed, and the regroup on time when Tiamba pushed on them, even that was just a thing of absolute beauty this game.
I love to see what teams can do when they're relaxed, right? Because the moment they aren't really feeling much pressure, or any pressure whatsoever, right? Top of the leaderboard, well away from the rest of the other teams. They were big chilling. They were just like, hey, we could do this. Let's be smart with it. Let's have fun. Let's take advantage of these teams. And that's exactly what they did.
Full aggressive वाला game
खेलो for them in terms of those rotations.
तरीके से वो भी तरीके से 7 point मिले यहाँ पे
going on the off
3
angle there.
kills
But this is
7
what
point
a relaxed
5th place
team play can get you. 22
यानी
points on the board,
2
12
point
eliminations. I
5th
mean,
place
it's 22
के
points they don't
और
need.
3
And
kills
crucially, it's 22 points that
अभी
have
भी
now been taken away from the rest of the lobby from those
मेरे
teams
ख्याल
that
से
really did need those points.
Yeah, because Reject put themselves in a position actually, Hodrix, where they could escape the bottom 5 finally. They almost did at the start of the day. They kind of slowed down in the middle, but this 13-point game, does it keep the hope alive for Japan to have one team, just one, maybe go to the last chance, maybe make it to the grand finals? Because again, if they don't make it, Japan, they're fully out of this year's global championship.
मेरे ख्याल से OG बाहर हो गए
Keep it real, right? I'm gonna keep it real here. You know, I've seen too many final games of tournaments, right, to have faith. We see it time and time again where that last game is so crazy. It's so difficult to even get 3 points, let alone more than that. So it's really up to them here now to flip the script entirely. If they're able to pull it out here, Max, it will be historic in my eyes. I will explode
ये अभी
in
सऊदी
excitement.
अरबिया में हो रहा है
I'm sure Sara would be so happy.
मेरे ख्याल
to
से
make it
सऊदी
happen,
अरबिया में
but we just got to see the leaderboards. We got to see how many points. If it's double digits, it's going to be tough. If it's single digits away, there's a chance.
हाँ 4th place में हम अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह 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 सारे बोलो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह सारे बोलो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह
That's a lot. Let's see.
सारे
right
टाइप
now.
करो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह हम
Reject,
4th
yeah,
प्लेस
9-0.
में
So
हमारा
right
जाना
now,
पक्का है
Loops, Once they
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह
got that position, I was
हमारा
like,
और
if they don't
जंजू
put up some
हम जा
serious
रहे
points right
हम
here,
जा
they're
रहे
throwing completely.
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह
So
सारे
they
टाइप
did
करो
that, they got it
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह
done. They're no longer the place team. That is now
दुबई में
to
नहीं है दुबई में
9Z,
नहीं है
right? GS, 5 points away, it can happen.
सबर
OG,
सबर एक
6 points. Actually, no, wait, no, that's way
अच्छा
more than that. Oh, that's 11.
GS
Yeah, 11, and then you got
GS
reject with
and
12.
OG
I think there's too many
अब
factors.
का जो
like I
मैच
said,
है ना अभी
going
जो
on,
मैच आने
for
वाला
it to
है
happen.
ये
But is it
बहुत
mathematically
इम्पोर्टेंट है
possible?
बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है
Yeah. But realistically,
सबको
improbable,
और
right?
9GG को नीचे करना
Yeah,
है
I mean,
अगर
realistically
इनको
improbable,
जाना
but
है
if we look at the wins that we've seen from
अगर
London so
qualify
far,
करना
it
है
eclipses 12 points
GS
by quite a bit.
and
So
OG
it
को
is
GS
very
अपना
much
इराकी
possible.
टीम है
It's just, I think,
और
that 9Z
OG
would have
अपना
to go
इंडियन
early
टीम है
and GS
इनको
would have to
अगर
go
क्वालिफाई
early,
करना है
just
सबको
to make that
और
really a
9GG
feasible
को
thing,
नीचे करना
because for both
है
of these
अगर
teams,
इनको
we've just not
क्वालिफाई
seen the
करना है
presence from either of them
अदरवाइज
as of
टिकट
yet
के
to
साथ
really dominate both the two teams ahead of
Go
them
home.
and the rest of the lobby to get the win.
So, question now: top 3, is it done? Is GOAT remaining in top
Otherwise,
3 till the
ticket
end?
के
What are we
साथ
thinking, guys? I think that with that
Go
point
home.
lead, it seems pretty locked in,
साथ
unless a
Thailand में
massive
हो रहा
drop
है
happens, but I
हाँ
don't see it
Thailand
happening.
है
It's
अच्छा
over.
अच्छा
In my
थाईलैंड में
opinion,
किधर हो
it's
रहा है ना
all over. It's again
थाईलैंड
one of those things,
थाईलैंड
right, where we
में
have to
थाईलैंड
see
कंट्री
something
है
magical at this
बाकी
point. And
यानी
it's gonna
किधर
be hard.
बॉकेट
The
में
reason
हो रहा
why,
है
just to back up that
कोजमोए में हो
right,
रहा है
besides what we saw in the
बैंकॉक में हो रहा है
gauntlet with
किधर
20
ग्रैंड फाइनल
players
बैंकॉक
left in
में
zone
ये तो
5,
मुझे
right,
मालूम है
which
ग्रैंड
could
फाइनल
definitely happen here. APG
Yeah, I
just
think
got tons of
उधर ही हो
points,
रहा
and
होगा
they're just destroying dreams at this point because every single one of those points, so many other teams desperately need it. And then on top of that, can we just talk about that push from D+ onto Wolves? It was disgusting, right? Oh my gosh, one knock, the rest of the team was on them, and the Wolves didn't stand a chance. So when you got the top squads going like that, and so many squads at the bottom that know they ain't got no chance, it's just so difficult
Final
to put up
Bangkok
double-digit
में होगा ना
points, let alone just a few Neptura.
Exactly, especially with what we've been talking about, right? The last game of any sort of stage is the one that's the most chaotic. It's the one that has the most unpredictability in it, right? So for a team that has already been struggling when teams are playing normally, for them to expect them to then go all out in a chaotic game is going to be really, really difficult. The only thing I could think of is that they might just take that chaos and run with it because that's kind of the only thing left to them to be able to take advantage of. But otherwise, it's really going to be difficult in this final match.
Hot drops, man. I
Bangkok में हो
know
रहा
we say it every time,
मैंने सुना
and it
ग्रैंड
never
फाइनल बैंकॉक
happens.
में
Maybe this will
अभी
be the
लास्ट
one to
मैच
make
है
it
हाँ
happen. Tiamba, Reject,
आखिरी मैच
Orangutan,
है
GS.
खत्म
Maybe if you're looking for a
खलास
cheeky little
आखरी
9Z,
मैच है
that will
खलास
be a juicy one for the history
आखिरी
books, or even towards the
नहीं
top. I
नहीं
mean,
ये ग्रुप
if you
स्टेज है
want, genuinely,
इससे यहाँ से आप नेक्स्ट राउंड पे जाओगे
you need to fight them early. You know where they
11
dropped it.
टीम
When
यहाँ से
Hacienda,
11 जो टीम
I
होंगे
don't think they're going to change
next
that up
पे
realistically, Hotchie, because I think that
उसमें
they
जो
win for
3
Hacienda
टीमें होंगे
despite
वो तो
Miramar, the
पक्का
place
ग्रैंड
Miramar could
फाइनल
be really
खेलेंगे
tense for these teams.
पक्का
I think they're
100%
going to go
ग्रैंड
back there
फाइनल
if the plane
खेलेंगे
is not too bad. That's a target. You can go, and Hacienda, we know on Miramar is like the hot drop location that teams love to go
ये
for in
थाईलैंड में हो रहा है
competitive.
صح صح صح
If there's any place to make it happen, it would be
क्योंकि
on this game
ऑर्गेनाइजर
in
सारे
Hacienda.
ये
I mean,
थाईलैंड ही है
we know it's not going to happen, but damn do we want it to, right? I mean,
Grand
it's just
final
like
भी
every part
Bangkok
of our
में ही हो रहा है
analytical brain, right? I mean, to be us, it's common sense. Why
बांग्लादेश का कोई भी
not,
टीम
right? If you don't make it here and now, right, it's going to be so stressful, right? So why take the risk?
वल्ला
What
मैं
do you
इतना
got to
मुझे वो
lose
हो
at
रहा है
this
मेरा
point,
सर में
right?
दर्द होने लगा है
Right?
If I'm not mistaken, if I'm not mistaken, sorry, I'm jumping in. Didn't you have a chat with Sara at PMWC last year, Hot Jukes, and he regretted not going for the hot drop on Alpha 7, right, on Miramar?
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So in the last, so the year before at PMWC, I was saying Reject need to hot drop Alpha 7. They gotta do it. They didn't, and they did not win because of that. It actually punished them big time. They lost serious money. And I talked to Sar after that tournament. I was like,
ये
bro,
फोन भी अच्छा है
how
हाँ
could
मैजिक
you
से
not
अच्छा
hot
है
drop?
ये
And he was like, I mean, we just thought that we were just going to leave it to play and just play how we've been playing. And he looked at me with tears in his eyes. And he told me, I will never do that.
स्पैम मत
again.
करो लाला
Next time,
स्पैम मत करो
I'm hot
स्पैम मत
dropping,
करो
you know? And honestly, this is it. Sara,
क्या पाकिस्तान
make
का
it happen,
चांस
brother, right?
है
I mean, there could
फाइनल
not
में?
be a
फैसल
better
भाई जी,
time
ऑफ
for
कोर्स
you. You are
चांस है भाई.
quite
हेलो.
behind 9Z. What is that? Yeah, 12 points, right? You gotta hot drop him. You gotta do something to stop him here.
Yeah, you got to, especially when it's so close. 12 points is not unheard of. Like I said before, we've seen far more points coming out of a win or a top 2 in the matches that have come before. So 12 points, it's all entirely doable. Just don't let that pressure get to you.
खालिद सैम जो स्पैम करेगा ना उसको डायरेक्ट म्यूट दे दो.
Hey, maybe use that training for a positive outcome. Maybe go for the 9Z hot drop. That could be a fun one. But I know we go for it. I'm sure some people are just like, okay, guys.
बात नहीं करना है. जो बंदा स्पैम करेगा कुछ भी डायरेक्ट उसको म्यूट
Right
दो.
now, you're out of the tournament. There's so much on the line. After this very next game, in the next 30 minutes or so, 5 teams are fully out of
Inshallah,
PMGC 2025. Do you want to go out without a fight, or do you want to give it a final shot, a final opportunity that you take to maybe redeem this tournament for yourself and maybe make it back up in at least the last chance to have a glimmer of hope to maybe go to the grand finals? You have to try it. You can't let your fate in the hands of others here, Hot Jukes. You need to take that for yourself and give it your best shot.
Oh, you gotta make it happen right here, right now. One more match left to go. 20 seconds are left on the clock, guys. Put some hype in the chat. Give those teams, those players, all of your energy, because right after this, 5 teams will see them until
last match,
2026, right? So let's see what could happen here. Last game of Group Green. John and Blank, take it away.
With one more match to go, Blank.
last
it is
match,
here
Miramar.
and now.
चलो यार, all the best, all the best. I see GS.
Book their ticket forwards to the next stages or to the grand finals.
OG.
There are a few things up for grabs. There are a few
Junju,
things in
all the best,
right
guys.
now, and
All
we
the
need
best.
To conclude our tournament here for Group Green.
15 kill chicken dinner.
Dangerous. The top
Inshallah.
a little bit less so, but
Ameen.
still
Inshallah.
could change at the drop of a hat. We'll just have to wait and see as our teams are dropping in. But
Inshallah, ya Rab, Kalim. Inshallah.
Go realizes it though. They drop very.
Let's go!
Down towards Minas del Sur here. I think they're expecting a hot drop, which is fair enough, all things considered. I think the teams likely were looking for that, and the team in particular would be in a circle. They don't really have anything to lose. They're the only team that can catch up at this point in time. So don't even want to risk it, right? As long as they get
Number 1, Musa. Number 1.
Basically, hope that Inner Circle don't get a 22, 23 point game. They're fine. They really are chilling. So I think for GOAT, they just need to play it slow. The fact that D+ are down here, though, is a little bit odd. That is a shift and a half as well towards the north side of the map.
ooh,
Hey.
that's tasty. Up onto the north side. Hey, it's Tianba in the middle circle. Maybe, why not? You know what? I'm still holding out for the Team Secret chicken dinner as well to cap things off. The gap between first and second place right now, Blank, is 23 points, and Team Secret have 26 points. It's really bad. Not good at all. Very disappointing. Unfortunate stuff. So it'd be good to just close down on a little bit of a high, even if it is a commiseration victory. But I'm sure the other teams will certainly say that they deserve it more, that they want it more, because it is so important. You can see those tables on the right-hand side. With IC, the only team that can realistically catch up to GOAT. Genji with an outside chance. Oh, maybe.
IC किधर
with a
गई?
miracle.
Thing is that the GOAT has absolutely caused a big problem for themselves, right? with this circle on the north side. It is a long journey for them. And Inner Circle didn't even go for it. So I think for GOAT here,
नहीं वो पहले से
it's a bit
फोर्थ
of a
में.
problem.
पहले से
Because you got to
फोर्थ
get
में.
through 9Z, you got to get through APG, D+.
पहले से
around
फोर्थ
here
में.
as well. 9Z is going to fight to the bitter end, knowing they're right on the precipice. D+ is not an easy team to push through. Neither is Alpha Gaming. So GOAT might have caused themselves more problems than they fixed by moving down towards the south side.
Yeah. That's I mean, it's tough, but to be honest, it's unlikely because of where the circle is that you're going to have to push through these teams, right? They're going to want to get away as well. But it is when you get to the circle, sure, that they might be lining that zone and making things a lot harder.
Final कभी है नहीं मालूम यार.
Nah, they didn't happen. And I feel like thinking that teams towards the bottom of the table should hot drop, I absolutely oppose that. I think that there's too many moving parts down at the bottom. You drop on, you know, if rejects say drop on GS or 9ZG, they lose a player, and all of a sudden GS are hunting them down, OG are hunting them down, and they're at a disadvantage. I think you just play your game as best you can. I see maybe they should go for that hot drop, right? They're the only team that could realistically gain a lot and lose not too much by going for that hot drop as basically the only team that could jump onto Goats, but Goats obviously, they know what's up.
You basically lose
SQ by
nothing.
big fan, thank you brother.
Gen G would need to have a 17-8 E-Lit match and a chicken dinner to make that catch up. So I think for INSANE, it's not even a case if you don't lose too much, you just don't lose anything by going for that. Other than potentially losing two or one players.
आरू भाई क्या रे आरू भाई किधर घूम रहे ले आए?
You gave it a good go.
आरू भाई रूह अकेले घूम रहे रे. ए आरू भाई किधर जा रहे ले? अकेले अकेले अम्पाला में घूम रहे. क्या रे आलू भाई? आलू या आरू? हाँ आरू भाई. आरू. पुश आ गया भाई, जीएस का पुश आ गया लुप्स वालों के ऊपर. देखा मैंने बोला ना जीएस निकालने की करेगी भाई. आरू भाई को भी निकालने गए.
ZG not feeling so happy, and ZG all the way down to that southwest side. And GS, they are slap bang in the middle of this circle. But very different scenarios for these two teams. Only 4 points behind now with that Elite GS. They might just be able to do it.
भी अच्छा प्लेयर है. वाला अच्छा गेम.
Good shots coming through from Tiamba here, but no dice just yet. I'd take those shots, but not finding them.
इराक का टीम है.
A high ground outpost found by GS.
चार लड़के पूरे हैं इनके.
Should be able to get the real player over there eventually. In the meantime, we've got Alter Ego hanging around on the eastern side. They can't make it either. This becomes a bit of a weird game where a lot of teams realize that we're going to last chance whether we like it or not.
Oh, भाई फल्कन वाले गए. Oof.
Play a very slow game. For Falcon,
बॉल.
Immediately.
माँ भी रहमा. इस गेम में मेरे ख्याल से रहम ही नहीं होगा. ये देखिए कैसे घुस के लड़ रहे हैं. घुस के भाई.
Has another reload going as well. It connects one more, but it's not quite enough to finish the job. At range now, it's just sneaking away from him, but there is some damage done back towards the walls. Both these two teams, middle of the pack teams right now, extracting points from one another, which crucially means that they're not going to the teams on the bubbles.
It's good. Again, it always gets a little bit weird towards this final match where teams aren't really playing up to par because there's honestly nothing to play for. I think for Wolves, Falcons, Alter Ego, these three teams, potentially even Gen G, I'd say more than likely Gen G, all those teams know that they've secured their position. There's no reason to push much further than this. What's asked of them is absolutely a calamitous approach to this lobby. They get like 20 elims on the game. That's hard. That's very hard. And the chicken to finish off. And those things happen naturally. I don't think you can artificially force those games. It's a case where we get a good first initial fight.
चढ़ गया भाई. रोजमेरी चढ़ गया भाई लूप्स वालों के ऊपर. ओ भाई बड़ा वो बन रहा है. हाँ होशियार.
It doesn't happen by a team just taking fight after fight after fight because it's just not possible.
When it doesn't happen, if loops are going to take you down, 2 knocks on the approach, Alter Ego
push
they're just going to Ram straight into a brick wall, but Snape and Alva.
Ooh! Ooh, boy!
With a mini 14 at close range, acting like a shotgun bow, and goes for the flush as well before Alva turns the corner. Completely though.
Ooh!
Teammates and Rafinha. Oh my goodness me. That looks pretty.
GS वालों ने मारा पीछे से, GS वालों ने मारा यार
Ego closed down their tournament 105. They're going a last chance, but they will not go to fight.
इधर ईगो चली गई भाई सलाम अलैकुम अपनी टीम कहाँ है हमारी टीम कहाँ है हमारी टीम देखो किधर घूम रही है
That sort of felt like we're going to last chance. We're going to last chance, please. To have a fight there. We head over towards credit fields. Nice bit of high ground to play around with. Wolves can play in there as well, but Tiamba in that
वाला नहीं मालूम उसका क्या उनका क्या वो तो जितने भी मैचेस है सारे इस तरीके से खेल रहे हैं otherwise I don't know what's they are planning
I don't know. Blue zone somewhere.
आरू भाई किधर है रे
Lost track of the
very close to getting knocked as well.
0 HP है
I think that might be coming through. That's hopefully being healed up. Yeah, okay. They've got some meds, so getting top back up. But yeah, that's a long way from the circle. We'll see when they appear. I mean, they started over on the southeast side, down towards Impala and Truck Stop. Yeah, so that I guess they just
God kind. अच्छा इनका एक ही बंदा फैंटम का फाल्कन का एक ही बंदा है हाँ लेना चाहते हैं इसको मेरे ख्याल से
Reject coming through, taking a pretty swift rotation on the southeast side of things. Loops. In those final moments, yep, they're able to make it happen, get into last chance. Reject don't really want to take shots at them too early here. For Reject, they are 12 points behind 9Z, who are coming in from the south side, and it's quite a safe path for 9Z as well. A lot of areas that they can deny sightlines from and stay undercover, under wraps as they move into this circle.
Tamba को भी chance है भाई RC Tamba इनको chance है ऊपर जाने का वल्ला
So 9Z can play a very secretive game going forward.
OG का भी chance है लेकिन
unfortunately though they're close to D+,
क्या planning कर रहे हैं ये लोग I don't know.
And they inevitably clash with them. The hills in the middle of this zone are really dominant in terms of sightlines, Blank, and that's where Wolves sit right now. I think if I'm any team that's surrounded them, I'm worried about it. The access from the north side is the easiest approach, and that's where Igor is going to be starting out. Reject. Ooh, they've been spotted. They've taken a knock here. And APG, they just won't leave them alone. This is playground bully levels.
It's hard to get Sarah back up as well. I would 100% say Sarah is probably the best player on that squad. Him going down here is a massive nail in the coffin.
Revive मिल गया उसको या नहीं?
Reject if they can't get him back into the fight. I don't think they're going to try for it. They have to just basically ask him to crawl into cover, and maybe then they can grab him. But even so, APG is going to be ready to pick him up quite quickly, and Ziol does exactly that. And with that, I would say the chances for
very, very किधर जा रहे ले?
Finally makes their way into the circle.
Zoom पकड़ ले.
Team that desperately needs a large game.
ये बात हो जी.
The last chance or risk getting taken out of the tournament here and now in the bottom 5.
हाँ भाई अनवर वो तो on top ही है मेरी जान.
9ZG, but
वालेकुम सलाम वालेकुम सलाम.
That assumes that 9ZG don't get any points this match, Blank. We'll see if D+ can ruin their day. Help.
Where is IC वाला नहीं मालूम यार उनके ऊपर स्पेक्टेट ही नहीं कर रहे हैं वो. जानते हैं वो तो slow game कर रहे हैं.
That's what we were talking about before, right? There's so many moving parts at the lower end of these tables that you can't just go for one team and target them and take them out the running and hope you can catch up after that.
Oh boy.
Because there's about 4 teams really chasing for 9ZG's spot, and then a 5th team if you include 9ZG as well. It's definitely not
صبروا شباب صبروا شوي
losing a player like this. The teams get a massive benefit for it.
It's a nice spot for Reject. A shame they're not here with 4 players. Tiamba in a very similar location off towards their north side. Tiamba and Reject, you know, clasping hands right now. Bottom of the tables, just trying to make it happen.
चलो भाई राउफ गया नॉक हो गया सब वाले पुश कर रहे हैं भाई सब वालों भाई अपना पोजीशन बनाना चाहते हैं
Falcons now down to just 2.
Massive up on 99. Anywhere over 100 is where we were saying that safety zone is, right? In terms of getting to that last shot stage guarantee.
नहीं हमारे अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह 4 लड़के हैं पूरे.
If Team Secret continue to allocate points to their tally, and crucially not to the teams around the bubbles. Is a little bit lackluster for our teams on the bubble so far, but it is Miramar. This generally moves to the late game.
Yeah,
century. They will claim it.
Oh, we are
It's that final triple-digit maker.
Squad here.
By the way, pretty good rotate. They just get to the south side of PUBG Supermassive and Team Secret at the moment in a fairly decent position as well. They find a shot over towards Wolves. And I think that it's going to be hard to assault that position. I feel like because GOAT was able to grab that spot with near to no casualties, basically no utility required to get into that position as well, their inner circle's life now becomes really hard. To catch up to them whilst they're sat here, it's very difficult. I think that GOAT's going to remain in the circle for quite a while as well off the back of that. It's not looking promising for inner circle.
We'll see what this next stage brings, though. The circle will show itself.
हमारे लड़के देखो बिल्कुल सेफ. अभी भी फलक अलग है. अभी भी फलक स्प्लिट होके खेल रहा है इनसे. वो 3 लड़के साथ खेल रहे हैं. अब क्यों फलक स्प्लिट है? मेरे ख्याल से किल्स निकालने के लिए. अभी भी तुम लोग जून में थोड़ा सा सब्र करके खेलो. आई डोंट नो ये क्या कर रहे हैं, क्या प्लान कर रहे हैं. हाँ लास्ट मैच है ये. पुश हो गया. पकड़ो ये गोट वालों को मारो यार. Falcon, come on, finish them. Nice, nice, Falcon, nice.
And he's good for it. Uh-oh, don't lose a play.
Nice.
They haven't been able to find Elam just yet. Narvalo's still alive. Is there a third party? The Wolves chime on in. Narvalo's still bleeding out. The point's still not allocated. A lot of damage done by Redox, and the threading needles come on through from the off angles.
Nade, boys, nade.
For the first aid.
Nade or molly or anything.
The Wolves come on in.
पीछे से कौन है?
Against the Falcons. Look for that Elam. Look for that flush. The spray down around the corner.
Wolf वाले आगे पीछे से.
I think GOAT might be on the ropes.
I think GOAT is absolutely on the ropes here.
Oh!
They might not even get that over towards.
Wipe out हो गया भाई Falcon.
It will be picked up there.
Wolfie वाले आगे. पकड़ो इनको, GOAT वालों को पकड़ो.
0 total.
2 बंदे रहते GOAT वालों के.
Someone just answered their prayers.
आरू भाई, आरू. इनका जड़पा यार. I hope. OG वाले मारे इनको. No. Yes, haram. لا تضربون هايلا.
Getting across even with the re-knock is a solid option.
Revive होगा.
On the other side of this compound, nades are going to start to come in fairly soon.
Yes, Wolfie. Yes. 2 points here. Nice nade.
To stay safe. The nade
though is big. Oh, nice throw. Last banda उनका. ले लो उसको, ले लो.
But this will be the second game in a row that they go down. They only got 1 point in that last Miramar.
Last guy, guys, take them.
Could be a big fat 0, and it could spell their drop from the top 3.
GOAT वालों को ले लेना, मजा आ जाए.
Eyes on IC what they can do. Twix.
इंशाल्लाह कुछ भी हो सकता है. GOAT वालों को फिनिश करो बस. GOAT वालों को फिनिश करो लड़कों.
Giving them a chance.
Come on boys. There's the last guy.
Absolutely just have to feel the pressure off them right now.
Nice nade.
Play their game.
Oh, nice nade. Wallah, Wolfie, nice nade. Yo. Zabardast.
With 4 players. It has been a while since
OG वालों यार OG वालों चढ़ जाओ DK वालों पे. मैं चाहता हूँ OG ले DK को और जड़ पे ना GS के साथ.
I don't know who wins the tiebreaker right now.
Nice sub. Nice.
Fed over to you as soon as possible.
ये जो ऊपर में टॉप पे ये DK and Alpha इनको नीचे करना है.
Who are still racking up the points tallies. They're on 101 now. Trying to school the rest of them, but it wasn't too long ago that they were in with an outside chance of getting into those top 3.
Push आ गया. लो boy नेट कर रहा है. वो नेट कर रहा है. नहीं. Slamming आ गया. More nice लड़के. Nice. God nice. God.
First pickup is good. Leads to finish that flush and gets away with it.
यार boys नीचे आ जाओ ना नीचे आ जाओ ना.
Casualties, but that nade does connect. And it moves over towards the northeast side on this circle. Blank, I'm thinking IC are having a real tough time here. But it is really up to them to change that third place spot. In the meantime, though, we're back on board with OG. Attacky's bleeding out. Aru is down. And D+, they're holding. They're not pushing out on this one.
Yeah, it feels cruel. It does feel cruel. I mean, D+ knows they don't have to move out on this one. Good shots from Tiamba, though. We'll find one from Loops.
अच्छा, DK वालों का साथ उनका fight हो जाए. इनको kills मिले, that's okay.
Like, why won't you join the fight? Sends a big nade over towards him, wakes them up out of their reverie.
और एक nade.
Super shaken from their eyelids.
Loops वाले गए. I hope Loops वाले गए. I hope Loops वाले गए. Heal लगा रहा वो. Heal कर रहा है. ना दखल दे दो. चढ़ जाओ तांबा चढ़ जाओ. 4 बंदे तुम लोग एक है वो.
For the last chance guaranteed, and I mean that's as good as they could have hoped. Really, I think for Loops, it's better than certainly where they were earlier in today.
मैं चाहता हूँ ये Loops भी नीचे आए.
They're up in 9th.
GS and OG ऊपर अपनी जगह बना
pretty chill with it.
Nice OG, nice.
And makes sense as well. Good day from AKOP over towards D+. They're holding their own in one of the most difficult fights they have ever been in. With the assistance of APG, big knocks galore, but no elims for OG.
At that point, lead from top. Doc now moving across the open ground. They have to shimmy out of this compound, and D+ have the good side.
Nice लड़को, बहुत आला.
Claim that one back. AKOP.
Nice, OG nice.
Can he find the shot?
OG nice.
And they move through fast. Doc low as well, and AKOP gets that flush going through.
अपनी IC कहाँ है? अपनी IC कहाँ है?
Again, D+ now gone. It's 4 elims found for OG. They want to keep this one going, and it's APG to try
GS की भी fight हो रही है. GS की भी fight हो रही है. OG वालों पकड़ो उनको. OG वालों पकड़ो उनको. लड़कों पकड़ो उनको. अल्फा वालों को गिराओ. अल्फा वालों को गिराओ. OG वालों अल्फा वालों को गिराओ.
Fighting for their lives here, for their tournament lives, versus two of the most insanely strong squads in their lobby.
Easy boys, easy boys.
No, hold their own right now. It's impressive. It's definitely impressive. It's a market improvement, but it comes right at the end of the day.
Nice,
They've got a little
GS
further to go here with 9
Come on, GS.
2 points. It only makes things worse.
Reject.
Oh, nar.
Fortunately for them, they just
Game on fire.
A little resurgence, but it was not to be. 9ZG.
Nice OG.
Reject. They get 4 points for it. But we're back on board with OG getting the nade onto Doc. A little taste of his own medicine.
लड़को आखिरी बंदा लड़को आखिरी बंदा ले लो. Oh nice OG nice. OG
Them down.
जबरदस्त.
6 elims, but with 9ZG getting 4, they're moving further.
अपने लड़के का हमारे लड़के रिलैक्स है. ओके लड़को रिलैक्स बिल्कुल रिलैक्स होके खेलना है. किल्स निकालने.
No matter what happens in the 6th game of the day, at least
वोल्फी वाले आ रहे हैं हमारे पर. वोल्फी वाले आ रहे हैं हमारे पर.
About the firepower not quite being up to scratch versus the 2 top teams in the lobby that are able to come out victorious with 3
टॉप टीम. अरे हमारा लड़का नोके. कौन नोके?
For them, and I can only imagine that when they play in their regional tournaments, it's going to be very scary for some of the other teams after they come back from this boot camp. But let's see if they can make it into last chance now. Like you said, the target is still moving. It was 10 points. It's still now 9.
And not only that, the team that is likely to take down 9ZG, or most likely rather, is GS. And if they get the points, then they're just closer to that 11th point boundary as well. And I mean, it is a real domino chain that needs to fall for OG to make this one. Crashing through Papara Supermassive might be the way to do it. If they're preoccupied with Team Secret, maybe they can extract value.
यार OG and GS क्या गेम खेल रहे हैं यार.
For OG, they do need the points.
I think for OG, they have to start sweeping now and get a little aggressive with it. I mean, they are looking very good in this match so far. Nico takes shots.
हमारे भी लड़के ऐसे परफॉर्म करे यार.
Push out from him, but I think that Wolves realize they need to leave from this compound at some point. Inner Circle's been far too quiet this game. absolutely far too quiet. I think that they're worried about giving away those points. They're worried about going down early. But they still need a strong position in the circle. I can forgive.
No!
As long as you've got a strong spot.
No, Jabba!
It's already down. It's done. It is done.
No!
No third place change around for them. Icy could not make the transition from that high ground. Goats lock in third place. Unless the Wolves pull off a miracle here, Blank, it would be a 102 to
यार ये कैसे slamming था लड़को?
What is that, like a 31-point jump? Oh, I don't think so. As three players, they're right on the outside. In the meantime,
एक भी kill नहीं मिला.
Trying to move around this fight. WizGod moving in position. Maybe they're going to get a third party here. They do have cover off from this low ground engagement. As Tianba still haven't got rid of Rato.
This is an unbelievable battle. The last chance, by the way. We have 9th downwards still in, barring reject in 15th place. It is unbelievable what we're looking at right now. OG still hasn't jumped in on this fight. I feel like they could have come in a little bit sooner. These elims that they desperately do need.
The Wolves down on their last leg.
Out.
One player now alive for the Wolves, looking to get those reses. Doran crawling forwards. OG more preoccupied with getting closer to the zone, but as teams start to fall, the placements add up, and those gap closing potential positions eke away from them.
यार देखो माशाल्लाह GS and OG कैसे खेल रहे हैं यार उनका गेम चेक करो दिमाग से
Just taking shots, they find one. I feel like OG should have made this push over to the west side a little bit sooner. They're looking for center. What they don't know is that 9Z is currently on a 4 side on the east, but Rato Boy currently dealing with Tiamba. Needs to close this out. They can still get the reses.
QZ on the corner. Bouncing the smoke. Rato Boy still not in the sight lines. Has another nade. He's moving around. They've got the players stepping up to deal with it, but they haven't connected just yet. In with a shotgun. Now for another chance. The reses can come through in the meantime. Team Secret taking down the walls on this north side of the circle. Rato Boy still scrabbling around. There's a big nade on the airburst, and he's able to get a flush. Another nade cooking. And they're not stepping forwards. They're not moving in. They're waiting for these reses. And immediately he steps out and re-knocks them. It's still only 2 players for him to deal with. He's charging. Rato Boy scurries on in around the outskirts of Tianba's compound.
छोड़ रहा है भाई तांबा भी बेचता है भाई मैं तांबा हूँ भाई
And it is loops going down, but that is not what you want to see. I mean, to be fair, for Tiamba, I wasn't expecting great things today, but they made me hope with the position that they had, something could happen. But the teams now challenging for 11th place are getting fewer and further between.
I mean, for Tiamba, just push the guys at 2, man. Come on. I know you want to confirm it, but it's one player. You just play from both angles. He's got no smokes to work with. I think they're absolutely terrified here, and again, I would be as well.
Kill नहीं दिया उसने देखो kill नहीं दिया भाई
for that squad, and the nerves must be an all-time high. OG suffering 86 points. 9Z starting to earn those placement points too, makes this all the harder now. GS will play it inside the building, and 9Z continuing to try and put up more points going forward. Tiamba not quite making the flex out yet. They will be out to open zone. It's hard, it's tough, it's scary.
There's the backstop for GS getting taken down. AKOP goes down to an aid from Wolves as well. As that bleed out comes through. And another point added to the tally for 9ZG. For OG, it's all up to our
OG का भी chance है लड़को. OG and GS का भी chance है जाने का.
As well. They're flexing out across. On 83 points, they are also within striking distance, but with the placement points that 9ZG have to get, a lot of elims need to be found. There's the flush.
OG वाले finish हो गए. एक बंदा रहता है उनका. GS को देखो, GS को भी 3 बंदे रहते हैं. तांबा के भी.
OG today has been an incredible improvement. Much better gameplay overall, but it just came slightly too late. I do think
seriously सही कह रहा है खालिद वल्ला तू सही कह रहा है खालिद
regionals, but I'm not sure they can go too much further here. Good shots from Jafar down towards Baton on walls. Well, yeah, I think Tiamba does.
Aru bhai रह गए, Aru bhai. Aru bhai chicken करेंगे रे.
Can't be gaining too many
Aru bhai chicken करेंगे.
Otherwise, Tiamba's chances
Aru bhai chicken करेंगे देखो.
really not looking good. For GS,
पकड़ के रखने गए, Aru पकड़ के रखने गए. हिलने का नहीं, चांस रोकने का.
Into safety zone above 9Z. Circle just about envelops them now.
I mean, 5th place is 3 points, which means that guaranteed it's 98 at least for 9ZG, even if they go down here and now. Or the Wolves, 4 points if you jump up into 4th.
Good shot.
This is how you want it to start to happen. And if Tiamba are going to be able to pick them up, then brilliant. Okay, they're moving through with the bullets and lining up these shots. They have the angle. GS denied the points opportunities. They're closer. But it's not quite a cigar, as it's not going to flare into existence. Tiamba moving out, blank. With Eagle crashing up, they could be getting another point here. Bond on the backlines forces him over. Aru is still playing as well. The battle for this bubble is so close.
तांबा नहीं छोड़ा भाई. तांबा कहता है मुझे भी ऊपर आना है. जीएस का एक और बंदा गया. नहीं रिवाइव हो गया.
Looking through the top windows. I don't think anyone expected that one. It took down Colligo as well, but it is going to be Tiamba versus GS. Both teams, desperation in their hearts towards this end game. Aru looking to go forward beyond, but he is Jafar. And GS to look towards him. One shot is gone, but Jafar goes down. And this opens things up now for Tiamba, who've been down that luck all day. That 14 elim game might be doing it.
GS with 2 players alive, they're looking to chase the bubble. Will it be enough? Are they far enough ahead of Tiamba that it won't matter? A GS going to take that spot from them. It's only the lurch here, but you just want to close it down now, and that's how you start. Tiamba trying to rise from their own ashes as they launch the nade assault forwards. It's looking good. They've got it in control. With 1 player left standing, Bond's going to spot him. The spray down there does not connect, and Tiamba over the top. 11 elims, 12 maybe if they can find it. Tiamba get the chicken dinner, but blank, is it enough?
I think they might have just made it from that moment. Some great finishing
Tamba
gameplay. It was
gayi
towards the middle of the game, but they've got to now wait and see. Does Bond have a license to qualify? Let's wait.
Qualify कर गए तांबा. तांबा क्वालिफाई कर गया.
Oh my goodness me, blank, it's so down.
नीचे था तांबा, फुल नीचे थे, नीचे. Bottom. अगर ये ना, ये तांबा, ये क्वालिफाई करता है ना, इनको सलूट है मुझसे, सलूट है वाला. आराम GS
We're going to try and climb up. OG pipped at the final moment as well. It was everybody who was on the chase, on the hunt, looking for it, alive in those final circles. And we're waiting for the number crunchers to do their job, because honestly, at this point, it's just impossible to have kept track. Oh, Tiamba though, I wonder if they know something we don't, because they are smiling.
Hard luck,
they are
boys.
looking good. Not so happy in the GS camp, so maybe it's not come through just yet. We'll have to wait and see. Oh my goodness, the teams on the edge right now. I don't know if they know.
We'll have to wait and see. The desk is going to break it down, but either way, I think
it's
clear that this has been the most exciting group we have ever seen. What a close down. 8 teams from the bottom of the leaderboard, all giving it their all in those final
IQ qualify
moments.
100%.
It's never over until it's
IQ
over.
qualify.
And Tiamba proves just that. But are they a point shy or a point clear?
Oh. I think it might be a tiebreaker. Blank, I think it might be a tiebreaker here on the bubble. I just don't know. I mean, it's so tense. I can't figure it out. Oh my goodness me, I need these overall stats as fast as we could get them. This is really what I'm waiting for at the moment. But our top 3 also locked in. Blank, APG atop the pack, Goat held out. IC couldn't do it. They tried to crash into Tiamba themselves. But I think, you know what, my best maths right now is that it's a 3-way tiebreaker on the bubble. I just don't know who has it. I don't know if that's
celebration here.
I don't know if that's correct.
Celebration in the 9Z.
You think? You think they've held on?
Well, I mean, the admin's just giving them the thumbs up.
Yes, I see
don't know,
already.
I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. There's a little bit of a spoiler potentially.
Qualified. I see already qualify कर गई. What happened? This happened. 4th place. IQ 4th place मेरी अभी पता चलेगा सब्र करो. अभी पता चलेगा. वो टोटल करेंगे ना पॉइंट्स.
Plus damage सब मिलाते.
नहीं वो चिकन डिनर और किल्स मेन इम्पोर्टेंट वही है.
Kidding me? The last game curse could be hanging right here, right now with Tianba. Man, I tell you what, if they did it, it was 100% due to that insane angle and stealing all those eliminations right there at the end. What a crazy finish, Max.
Peeking through the windows on top of that box, able to successfully transition over to this ridge, eliminate 9Z, go for the push, make sure none of these high ground northern teams can even compete with that kind of oppression. You are settling down on this lobby. And Bond there just with the buggy push up, trying to go for the squash, but doesn't quite secure it at the end. And they just overwhelm that final player. Bond, what a performance. 5 eliminations, 4 eliminations in Tura. Those two guys carried this game hard on their shoulders, but was it enough for them to make sure they at least can survive a little bit longer and go into the last chance?
Salute.
Oh, gosh, only time will tell, but I tell you what, Tianba did everything they possibly could. I mean, generally, if you have a zone where you've got that compound, but it's, you know, low ground behind a hill, or rather in front of a hill, right? Many teams would just go, we're just going to hunker down, we're going to be here, we're going to let those teams fight it out, we're just going to wait a little longer. Not Tianba. Tianba went, yeah, we have the compound, we're going to push up this hill and make sure those other teams can't do a thing, and that's exactly the attitude we need to see out of this team, because Tianba, we all know it, they were in so much danger going out. Have they done it? We don't know, but this is the actual best shot they could have given themselves.
These guys were out here like stranded in the desert for a month. They were so thirsty towards that end. I kid you not. The second we saw a knock, it was just gone. Tianba was just stealing them away. I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, they're taking every elimination right now. And the numbers were so dang close here. This game had it all. It really did. You know, we saw GOAT go out once again, right, with a 0-point game, but that lead, Max, it was just too strong. Yeah, so we know who's going to the grand finals.
Oh no, for sure. Come on, it's not budging. Especially the team that did have an opportunity was Inner Circle. I can say their name now. We're done for the day for the Group Green. That push onto that warehouse, Nitra was, I have to say, it was terrible. Not what we wanted to see.
No, there were so many weird plays coming in from a lot of these teams, and I think it's just that desperation coming through, right? It's the final game. There's always a little bit of chaos in that final game, but man, yeah, I mean, this especially, I mean, if Serafina doesn't have any bullets whatsoever, and he's dodging around while you're trying to shoot him with a shotgun, that nade is insane. But, like, come on, you gotta kind of rethink some things here.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the replay of that Eastern fight. D plus Kia, APG, and Orangutan. That was a fight for the history books. India trying to defend their spot there, maybe trying to make it to last chance, but unfortunately they couldn't quite win that final fight. But yeah, AKOP, that nade! Oh my goodness, then they just go on to D plus APG, don't even have time to fight back. It was such a good fight, but unfortunately, it felt like after that fight, Niptra, all that confidence was just lost. All the steam for this team just disappeared in thin air.
I'm so sad for them, because it was looking so good. As you said, they came off of a brilliant fight there, immediately pushed forward, go, we can do this, and then just missed the timing completely. I'm so upset for them, because it could have been so good. We could have seen a very different result, but it is what it is, you know? They just, that's it. Learn for next year.
That angle from Bond, and
I know.
This is so cool when you have such intricate map knowledge of these buildings, of the terrain. You're like, I know what I can do.
8 kill OG ने निकाली 8 kills.
And create an opening to make that move into the circle. As you go and check out the replays on the rotations of these squads, and actually looking at the drops. Jamba, very lucky here, Niptra, not having to really budge too much away from the eastern side of La Cobreria, and because of that, free ticket into the mid to late game section of this match, and they can just use that full man advantage to overwhelm and conquer this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just seeing orangutan
Yes,
over there
Chinese
just reminded me of when John and Blank were like, "Where are they? We don't actually see them, but they showed up eventually, right?" They showed up, and I did like their gameplay. It's more towards their gameplay style, which I've really liked. That we're seeing more of their usual play style come through here as the days have progressed. Unfortunately, a little bit too late to really do much, I think, here, but still a really valiant effort. I did like those rotations coming through. They just, in the end, just had to send it to center and hope for the best, which they did get 1 point, but at what cost?
Yeah, well, you know what? You can see the points ringing out right here. Tianba, 22 points. OG bust out 12. Hey, you know what? I got to give big props to OG, man. For a team, their first time here in PMGC, I'm super proud of what they were able to accomplish. And, you know, rotation-wise, they're at the level of all these squads in my eyes. You know, I mean, we saw them right there at the end. You know, they were waiting for the third party, waiting for it. And we were like, oh my gosh, if they time this perfectly, they got this, right? But when it comes to difference from PMGC versus every other tournament, that 1 second reaction time, right? Their push would have worked in every other tournament here, but here you gotta be that one extra step quicker to make that push. And if you're too late, you're gonna miss all the action. Unfortunately, that is the problem, I think, with OG. But you know what? I'll tell you what, guys, it's such a quick fix. You know, it's something that now that they have this experience under their belt, I'm so excited to see what they can do next year.
लेकिन सबने लूप्स में TS ने Z ने इनके अपने पॉइंट्स निकाले IC की 0 पॉइंट IC की
Alter Ego Niptura the boys
Alter Ego तो वो तो जाएंगे क्वालिफाई लेकिन उनका कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं जब आप एक जगह में परफॉर्मेंस वो कर रहे हो ना नहीं मैं नहीं बोलता हूँ खराब के लिए जो भी है हम ये नहीं लड़कों ने अच्छा किया है मैं नहीं बता लेकिन अगर फाइनल्स के लिए ऐसी परफॉर्मेंस होगी तो
such a big presence from them in these Miramar games, right? Alter Ego tend to step up when it comes to Miramar. Today, there was no step up. It was a step down for them. These pushes they were making felt very desperate. They felt very just like, you know, just go for it and see what happens. It's like, that's not Alter Ego.
I just looked before this game where they actually wait. They got 5 points today.
Yeah, no. On the whole day.
They had 100 points at the start of the day, and they ended 100. Oh, Alter Ego, please. No, don't do it again in last chance, please.
Please.
Last chance is going to be stacked, guys. Stacked. So from Group Green, right,
we got Jut सही कह रहा है.
We got Genji, Wolves, Alter Egos, Falcons, Loops, Super Pop up Massive Blaze, and what's going to be that last team, right? That's the question. What is it going to be? Did Tianba, did GG Bond do it? 5 eliminations. It's going to be so dang close, dude. It's so crazy how every single time, we said it all tournament long, Max, right? How these things are usually decided by just one singular point. So that's why, for everybody wondering if we're being like hypercritical of certain plays, right? Because that point could have been the difference, right, Max?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. You don't want to look back on an entire tournament and be like, that one elimination you didn't flush because you were focusing on something else. You just miss out on qualifying to the next stage. You don't want that situation to happen to you. So I do think we're going to have a tiebreaker here, Niptra. I think it is going to happen as we pick up the leaderboards very soon. I think we are going to have a few tiebreakers, possibly. That's my guess.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. We've had teams on ties all 3 days, haven't we? I mean, somewhere on the leaderboard, there's been at least 2 teams with a tiebreaker having to come into play. So for it to come down to the last match and there still be a tie would not surprise me at all.
Yeah, there is a tie. Again, folks, it would be decided by chicken dinners first, correct?
Yes, overall.
Let's go ahead and see it right now. It's 9Z! 9Z, hold on by the chicken dinner. Are you kidding me?
Wolfie ऊपर गया. Wolfie.
Wow.
The 3-way tie coming out from 9Z Globan, Tianba, and GS, but those 2 chicken dinners lock it in for 9Z here. America's gonna have a new team making it to the last
GS, OG, RC, TS, ये बाहर है.
Orangutan, Reject, and Team Secret end their PMGC adventure for 2025 prematurely, and will be going home after these matches.
Wow, Neptune.
Wow.
It looks like those handshakes, right? It looks like
वॉल्फी का और आईसी का 1 पॉइंट का फर्क है
9Z, hang on.
5वें पोजीशन में आ
Oh
गए
my gosh. I'll tell you what, if I'm 9Z, I ain't got no more nails after this one. That was close.
That was insane. GG's, but we gotta say big old GG's to the top 3. Oh wait, hang on a second. Daily MVP, it is gonna be Chips. DK coming out on top there, not quite eclipsing APG for that first spot, but dang, Chips taking in the daily MVP. That title is his.
Yeah, daily MVP for day 3. This guy's been an absolute menace for the entirety of Team Could have been Nolbo also, we'll have to see, but here it is.
Group Green
MVP, the man, the myth, the legend. It's Top. He's back once again to claim another PMGC MVP award. Grand Finals, that's going to be next on his list for sure.
Well deserved. I mean, day 1 alone, he had more eliminations than majority of teams had points total. Right, these guys started off the day, this whole group so strong, and then day 2 is like, let's chill out, no big deal. Day 3, we're gonna wrap this thing up and take all the titles, Neptura.
5th place, 4 से 5
yes,
पे आ गए.
indeed. APG just have to be on top when it comes to those MVPs every single tournament. It was Doc and PMGO, and now it's APG. At least for this stage of the PMGC.
अभी stream off करूँगा, rest करके उसके बाद live stream
tops and tops alone. I love seeing this from him. I mean, we saw so many cool things, and I think was it yesterday we were talking about this, Max, where it really feels like Doc has had a huge influence on how the rest of the team use their utility and the improvement that's been made here. And Top especially, we saw so many amazing nades from Top that have helped him get this MVP title.
And I'm telling you that survival time, I want to add the extra minutes of life he's provided to Doc by keeping him alive with that mini 14.
Right?
He's been keeping Doc alive so much in these matches when the dockening does happen. But no, he is the best sniper in the world, in my opinion. If you don't agree with that, for me, you're just not paying attention. We're not watching the same esports. This guy, give him a mini 14 and he will 1v60 the entirety of the lobby. This guy is a legend. And Hot Jukes, he got a PMGC award in the past. He's only missing an international trophy. And you know what? With APG, with this roster, if they bring their A game like they did today, maybe they could make it happen for once.
Man, can we talk about improvement from this squad? First off, right? They were in the gauntlet, right? They ended in the gauntlet 13th place with 83 points. But let's go ahead and take it on the stage to wrap things up. Oh, never mind, we're here. That's right. Okay, so we are here. All right, I just wanted to double check. We'll get to the stage here in just a little bit, all right? But you know what? I want to reiterate that. APG during the gauntlet, 13th place, 83 points, guys. They had 83. Now they finish with 174 with the same amount of matches. Not to mention, R8 led it with 154. So they even outperformed R8 during the gauntlet, right? So, I mean, what a massive improvement from the squad, and well-deserved, Max.
Yeah, very happy with their performance. I mean, APG looking great. D plus Kia, the reigning champions in the finals. It feels very fitting, right, Hot Jukester? We are going to be seeing them trying to defend their title from 2024 going into PMGC Grand Finals 2025. But Neptura, I want to go on to a very fun storyline, which is GOAT. I feel like a lot of people did not expect this team to be able to make a final last-ditched effort to go into the finals. They hold down the top 3 spot, make it happen. Great to have an extra team from CSA then making it to the biggest event of the year.
Yeah, and I think really what helped is that last Erangel. They knew exactly what they had to do on that last Erangel. They got that chicken dinner. They got 20 points, and then they were like, we're done. We're dusted. That's exactly what they needed to do.
They were big chilling after that one. What a group stage. I will say this, right? This looks completely different than the gauntlet. I can't wait for group
thank you.
Right?
You are welcome, Merijan. You are welcome.
Make sure you have your calendars marked, because I know it's going to be a crazy one. Alpha Gaming clutch up. They get the championship right here, and it's beautiful to see, Max.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I cannot wait for Group Red. I'm really happy you bring it up, because I feel like we'll have a little bit of time to talk about Group Red before we wrap up the show, but some big names over there. It's going to be very exciting. But the competition is at an all-time high, and if you've made predictions, you know, out there, anyone out there in the community, I'm telling you, they're probably very wrong, because, oh my goodness, this event is so hard to know what the hell is going to happen next, and the next stage is going to be even more intense, Hot Jukes.
Well, I can hear it in my ear. That interview is ready. Let's go ahead and take it down to the 7WG in the stage to wrap things up.
Hail MVP, Baba. Alpha.
I got none other than first place APG Doc right next to me. Despite underperforming in the gauntlet, we finally got to see APG full.
कोई मैचेस अभी नहीं है, ये खुद अनाउंस करेंगे तब हम आपको मैं वीडियो पैगाम में इंशाल्लाह आप लोगों को बताऊंगा अगले मैचेस कब है. एंड थैंक यू सो मच, जज़ाकुमुल्लाह खैर, थैंक यू फॉर द सपोर्ट, थैंक यू फॉर आवर टीम IQ. इट्स क्वालिफाई, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह हमारी टीम क्वालिफाई हो गई. एंड बैड लक फॉर GS, OG एंड तांबा and और कौन सा था TS. bad luck for them and good luck for next time, better luck for next time. and खुश रहना सारो, जज़ाकुमुल्लाह खैर. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, हमारे साथ बने रहे, हमारे साथ आप लोगों ने मज़ा किया, मैचेस देखे 4 घंटे माशाल्लाह. एंड इंशाल्लाह हम मिलते हैं कल. कल क्या, रात वाली स्ट्रीम में, दुबई के रात के 10 बजे हमारी स्ट्रीम होगी, उसमें हम गेम प्ले करेंगे. एंड लव यू, खुश रहना, अल्लाह हाफिज़, बाय बाय, मास्सलामा, बाय बाय, मास्सलामा, बाय बाय. चलो यूट्यूब वालों बाय बाय, यूट्यूब वालों सी यू एट नाइट स्ट्रीम, बाय बाय. फेसबुक वालों सी यू एट नाइट स्ट्रीम, फेसबुक